durable goods orders and GDP for Q2 or Q3, I should say, coming through here. This is an advanced look, 4.9% versus, that's higher, 4.9% versus 4.3% expected here, 4.7% to the upside on durable goods versus a consensus of 1.7% there. A bit of a miss to say the least. GDP price index quarter over quarter, again, an advanced look for Q3. 3.5% versus 2.5% expected there. So across the board, looking like upside misses here. 210,000 on the initial jobless claims versus 208,000 expected. That'll help things a little bit. We also got the Q3 early PCE. This is a quarterly PCE look, 2.4% versus 2.5%. We'll get the month over month more closely watched number coming up on Friday morning, but again, I'll zoom in there a little bit. GDP, again, the growth rate quarter over quarter, 4.9% versus 4.3% expected there for. Again, this advanced look. Just seeing a note on Morgan Stanley as well with the new CEO. We'll talk Meta this morning, obviously, coming up. Yep, they're going to spend more coming up next year. That's not good for the overall market. Downside across the board this morning. It's Thursday, October 26, 2023. Tradertv.live starts now. A little bit of back and forth action right now for the futures. If you're just joining a little late, they're 4.9% on the GDP growth rate. Again, this is an advanced look for Q3 versus a consensus 4.3% expected. GDP price index, meanwhile, again, advanced look 3.5% higher as well than the 2.5% expected. That's up from 1.7% last time around as well. So we'll see how this plays out. Again, a little bit of choppy action so far, some back and forth as far as futures are concerned. We were downside anyway, coming off more tech earnings that missed expectations. Whole bunch of earnings out this morning as well. So much to get through. More airlines coming through with earnings. I saw MasterCard just coming out here before we came on. Positive news for Ford. But here we go again. It looks like more strength, underlying strength in the economy.
Yeah, such a difference between our two countries, Canada and the United States, because Canada is basically flat for GDP, and America's growing at 5%. Shows the difference between us and you guys. But interesting look, Mattel also reporting, getting a nice bump from the Barbie movie in the summer. Brendo mentioned Southwest reported as well. They had weak earnings because they're more domestically based, not taking advantage of that transatlantic travel, Brendo. Lots to talk about today.
Yeah, short-term rates to the upside right now. 2-year, 10-year, not really doing much, but looks like market shrugging this off a little bit here, guys.
Yeah, shrugging it off a little bit. It did look like it was going to be a little nasty to the downside. We're at 1% on the NASDAQ at one point, but hey, let's just hope that maybe it's, when fear is at its worst, you can get a little bit of a rally. That has not been the case. I'm kind of hoping that Morgan Stanley has finally made the right pick at CEO. And if you're looking at some signs of relative strength and weakness, the stars have not aligned for a certain company named Align. So anyways, we're at 0.6 right now, and I'm not necessarily feeling bullish until we get to that open. The same way I felt about Meta when the numbers were fantastic. It's like, it doesn't really matter. How do we react at the open? Like, that's what's going to matter here today, because it was super heavy yesterday's trade. Even when things looked like we were going to get one of those classic bounces, not so much. And that's what happened early in the NASDAQ. It's just, even when you felt like we were going to bounce, it was just nasty, nasty, nasty in the last couple of sessions. So, yesterday was a culmination of all of that, where there was basically no bid, not a single green candle on my 60-minute chart on the NASDAQ. So we're starting out at least decently. Be happy for that. The Raptors are starting out 1-0. Although I was going to ask you this question, because this is forward-looking, but between the Raptors, and I'm going to pick a random team, and it's not random, it's kind of by choice. Raptors or Oklahoma, more wins on the year?
Probably the Raptors. I don't know. I have no idea. I haven't looked to see how strong these guys are. But I just think the West is stronger than the East. Then I would just naturally say the Raptors. But I know the Raptors over-under is 36.5. So that's less than 500.
Yeah, it's so this is where it's getting at. Like the Raptors,
are they supposed to be the same in Vegas?
No, well, Oklahoma City was a 500 team last year, so that's why I was sort of saying. And I like them because I think people are overlooking Chet Holmgren. But anyways,
yes.
But it's weird how badly everyone thinks the Raptors are going to be this year. Under 500 is the expectation, which is
36.5 wins.
That's cold, man. That's cold.
What did Wembanyama do yesterday?
15 and 5, but he had 5 turnovers and.
I know. I saw that other guy, Likely, Isaiah. Well, not Isaiah Likely. He's a football guy, but Dallas has another tall guy too that was throwing down yesterday.
Isaiah Likely could play basketball probably. I don't. He's 6'5".
I would say that's pretty likely. Okay, so right here, where's my? Okay, there it is. For the Nasdaq, this 14.6 level. I mean, this is where I think that we could rally back to, and if we do, then we just put out the sticky note today, and okay, good, they're bears. You know, we're pretty bearish. I mean, the Nasdaq down that 0.6 was a lot worse. Just got some of those numbers trying to rally the market upside a little bit here. But here it is. This is the big move that we had yesterday, sort of based out. Obviously, this is not a continuous hourly thing. So we're going to wait to see what happened through 14.5 right there, then up to 14.6. So 14.5, I could see us getting to that, which is still 100 handles from here, right? What are we at now? 14.4, right. So 100 handles from here, then upside another 100. And then I think that we can get to that, right? We had a monster move, obviously, in the last couple of days from 14.9 all the way down to 14.3. So that's 700 all the way to the downside. Let's see if we can hold the bid, then back up. But I mean, I don't want to go long. I want to see a base, have something come through because Meta was just at 3. Now, Meta's probably bounced. It was at 386. Not even really. So, or sorry, 286. So now you're at 288, looking to go lower here on Meta, down another 3.5%, 4%. Remember what happened yesterday when we were all like, oh, yay, you know, like Microsoft and Google. So we'll take one good one bad one, and you know, we'll play them off of each other. And then all of a sudden, Microsoft just started to head southbound throughout pretty much the whole day. It did catch a bid here at 338. We'll see if that can hold. But if they had a decent reporting and fell in, I'm just worried again about, we saw Google yesterday open the day, down 6, was it? I think it was down 6 or 7 at this time yesterday. And then we finished the day down 10, or I don't know exactly.
Almost.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right. It was 9.84 away from SSR. And then huge move right off the open to the downside there. So I could sort of see similar sentiment hitting Meta, which would be a bad sign for the market.
All right, reversal candles across the board here as far as rates are concerned. We're just looking at the 2-year and the 10-year downside at this point. You're just mentioning ASML here. Yeah. I don't actually see anything for them, but apparently it's higher on the day. I want to mention this as well. That's crude oil right now, down 2.8% already. But there was a bounce there on that number, along with equities was sold heavily into 830 after what happened yesterday as well, a complete reversal off initial weakness. So we'll keep an eye on some of the energy stocks going forward. Yeah, there's Google down another 2. NASDAQ hanging out here, trying to get back to where we ended the day yesterday. It's going to be interesting here to see what the reaction is. I mean, it seems like this isn't an advanced look on this GDP reading. So it seems like the market may be paying more attention to this initial jobless number, which again was higher. So 210,000 versus 200 expected there for initial jobless claims last week. Continuing claims also to the upside. More to come, obviously. We'll touch on Amazon today. More to come on the earnings front, obviously, as well. But that's how things, if you missed it, I'm not sure why that's black, but 2.4%, 1.4% for the S&P, and 1.6 there, that's the Dow. 0.32 was the Dow, not the S&P, but red across the board, nevertheless, for all three yesterday. If I scroll down here a little bit more, yeah, a little bit of positivity for Ford. Not sure how this market move will help them, but we'll see. Mattel, as you mentioned, Hasbro also catching a little bit of a bid off of that Mattel note this morning. Tons to look at. I mean, I saw RCL reported. We'll get into some of the travel names maybe, but a wide range here so far today.
Oh yeah, so much to talk about here, and I just want to throw a little quip up. I read an interesting article this morning with respect to the energy acquisitions. We saw Exxon pick up Pioneer and Chevron pick up Hess. and it's being, looked at as, rather than doing share buybacks, this is what they're going to expend their capital on. So we may not see a lot of IPOs in the coming, months and weeks because of the fiasco with Birkenstock. But there seems to be a lot more M&A happening these days, especially with the companies that still have a lot of cash on hand and are looking to spend it. So something to keep an eye on going into the rest of the year.
Yeah, market holding up here so far. Another one showing some strength this morning, 3% already for XPEV, pushing ahead with their autonomous driving capabilities. I'm missing some data here, but pushing ahead with some autonomous driving capabilities over in China. Just seeing Alibaba's up slightly this morning, about 0.5%, PDD as well, but this one better than the rest at this point as far as ADRs.
Better than all the rest?
XPEC.
It's simply the best. Actually, well, no, I shouldn't make that pun.
That's a nice endorsement for XPEC.
No, the problem with that pun is it's simply the best.
Yeah.
But then you're talking about XPeng, so when you don't believe that, you shouldn't say it.
Right.
And I don't actually believe that. However, today it's up 3%, so unless Liato's not on my quote board, so I actually don't know what that's up today, but I'm going to make the assumption that XPeng is the best because I feel like it should be. At least 3% on this morning is. But look at it on the daily chart. That's 13.5. That's 13.5. Consolidation, bounce off 13.5 and a higher low. Hey, that's really not that bad of a look here. So when all jokes aside, or all kidding aside with XPeng, I think even if it were to dip today and get down into the 14 range, maybe like this high 13, 14 range looks pretty solid, even a breakout on XPeng for it to trend up. Like in the last 2 days, you have a 14 to 1540 range going into today, like back and forth. That's your range. So if you hold that, why not? I mean, it's a lot closer to the support than it is to the resistance. So this doesn't really look all that bad. Now, whether them advancing autonomous driving is going to matter that much, we'll see. Like as Sharif was mentioning, Tesla doesn't have their FSD in China, but there's so much more testing that has to go before you go full bore with this. In Europe, it's obviously a lot harder to get it for passenger vehicles. So I don't know how much the catalyst should be the cause here, but technically, if this holds 14, I kind of like this. I just want to double check what NIO is doing, because NIO has been very unhealthy recently. Yeah, only up 1%, nowhere near that $8 level. Yeah, it's XPeng definitely a lot stronger on the daily. Although NIO is pretty much at the Alamo right now, once that $7 level. That's nasty. XPeng does look a lot stronger. Can't argue with that.
I was just looking. I like to short up at $16. I mean, I think that's gonna be the right play. I don't want to look long yet here today, so I'm not in that camp yet. But I mean, it's good. You don't have many stocks that are up, so this. If you're going to play some momentum and you like the story here, it's full self-driving release in Europe. Feel like it's going to be a good opportunity for them. Get that first footstep in there. Get people to commit to the car. I like it, but honestly, $14.50. If this has another $1.50 in it, then I want to be short somewhere in here. $15.60, $15.80 against the $16 mark. So if the Chinese government wants to come in and run up these stocks again here today, then I will be ready to short around $16. The other thing I want to talk about was Ryan there in the chat. What's up, Ryan? He's saying Palantir a short down to 14. Well, the thing about that is like I don't really know why it would go down to $1.40 from here. I'm not, I don't really see any news about it. If we've missed it, maybe, but down 1.5% right now. Obviously, it's a little bit more aggressive than the market. The market's really going to have to fall to get into that $14 mark. I'm not going to play the short at these levels yet, although I do like Palantir short as well. But it has to. Everything for me right now. We just got a good number there, and a couple of them. The market's rallied pretty nicely in holding this bid. So for me, if we get going back up here into $16, $17, then Palantir for me is fine to short that name. But if it gets down to 14, Ryan, I think I'm going to go long off of that area right there. So if we can get back in, and all of a sudden, again, remember we talked about what a good summer it was. Well, if you're able to get a name that you like back to its sort of summer lows right now, I think you're probably going to be doing okay come the new year. So we still got a couple more rate decisions to come, which will not be a hike.
Won't they though?
And I don't. Canada finally now halted again and, you know, not raising for the second straight time. I believe that we're going to be done on this side of the border. Sharif, what do you think? Canada done now for the rate hikes?
It's a good question, Sean, because he left the door open yesterday, Tiff Macklem, who I'm not a fan of, to be quite honest with you. But yeah, he did leave the door open. He said there was a lot more to do, higher for longer, kind of like echoing what Jerome Powell has been saying for a while. But we don't have the same economic circumstances that they have. Look at the GDP that we just talked about, 4.9 on the south side of the border, and then we barely holding on to positive here. We may go back into a minor recession, Brendo.
Yeah, he's actually speaking. I'm just hearing he's speaking on CBC Radio right now, Bank of Canada governor. We're also going to hear from the ECB coming up here in about 5 minutes, so just stand by for that. They also held on their rates this morning. ABVC, just reading this note on ABVC, it's a licensing agreement after a clinical trial was better than expected for MDD and ADHD treatment. So this one, ABVC, 280%. This thing just went from 90 cents to 350 already here for 5.8 million. Huge move for that one. Want to mention this as well. Boeing 2 days in a row downside. Morgan Stanley coming out this morning with a bit of a cautious note here, maintaining equal weight, but lowering their price target for BA.
So the crazy thing about these, like, I don't know how many times I see.
Is that Boeing?
No, it's just this same silly setup again, like reverse split, consolidation, and then when it finally breaks out of the bottom consolidation, this one actually happens to be at $1, and then it's gone. But like the way these have gone, like you need to be in it when it's breaking like here, or you know, I'm pointing to 120 down here, or like when it's breaking 140, like these, like when it's breaking at those levels, chasing it all the way up here is kind of like you're really just hoping. Like these reverse split plays, don't get me wrong, I have nothing against hunting out one of these, and then when it breaks a long consolidation after the reverse split bottom, then take the early break. Because if you're long at 120 on one of those, and you're like, just throw a stop at like 95 cents. Okay, like that's fine. Buying $3 is a very different story on ABVC. So you know, just remember that these reverse splits, when you're long them, you know, the daily chart's usually speaking for itself. And if you want to find a daily chart worse than that, then you can only look for other reverse split names. Like even Boeing isn't this bad on a daily chart. So just be careful chasing those moves to be sure. And Emma Fernandez, AMC's not in this category for the reason that these are reverse splits where the float ends up getting so small that there's just no available shares out there. So it's a liquidity thing partly, which like AMC doesn't squeeze this way because it doesn't have the same liquidity things. It's not about the short float, it's about the liquidity and the lack thereof, why these types of move happen. And it's why it's primed, these are primed to go after they do those reverses. Like Mullen's probably gonna do one again, I'm assuming. I don't know how else they're gonna regain compliance. So like Mullen, this will load up, it's like the third, like 3 of them in the last year. And yeah, it usually makes some kind of a bounce, even if it's a muted one. You usually get a decent bounce somewhere when it makes a bottom, and then they rinse and repeat over and over again. This is just an extreme example, obviously.
So we catch a little bit of a Boeing downgrade there, but the thing about it is we're not down as much as, well, I mean, that's the NASDAQ, so that's going to be a little bit different. The ES and Boeing are very, very similar here, both down the same. But I was just thinking that if there was going to be a long, this might, I mean, you know, big move yesterday. Obviously, they had some earnings. You get back in there, hit that 177, 176 area, then bounced pretty strong, I mean, in the middle of the day there, back up to 186 before finishing again near, but not at the lows. You know, so I think that that's something that's pretty cool. And then now you're bouncing off these lows of 176 again. So I don't know. I could see Boeing being a decent name here to catch along, and then again, I'm not thinking long today, so it's not really about that. But if you go back, and I think we zoom back here I think it was yesterday maybe, because we were looking at this 190 short and how good that was. But this is a daily here for Boeing. So you can see its 52-week high, unfortunately, 243, which wasn't even that long ago. That was back in August. Like, you're all the way up here. So you slashed out about 80 bucks. But then if you go all the way back into 2022, a year ago, you're going to see some resistance and support that broke through, and that started that little bit of a bullish run there back into year end, right? And then so but I mean, the whole market bounced. It's just, you do have some kind of support. It's looking like anyways around 170. So if you sort of absorb all of this negativity where you get pretty much 30 days down with 4 or 5 scattered in their upside, bounce again off the 20, then make a move back down, I'm thinking that you do have something here at about 170. So that's a little bit of a look there on Boeing.
All right, let's touch on Ford here real quick. GM and Stellantis as well, moving around on this. I saw STLA, there was positivity in Canada yesterday, so they made some progress as far as the labor talk here goes. But yeah, UAW tentative agreement with Ford saying GM and Stellantis next up for them. So 2 days in a row here, we're back to the upside for Ford.
And from a logical perspective, this is going to put pressure on the other two now that Ford has a tentative deal with the UAW, because they don't want Ford to start, producing cars while they're sitting on the sidelines. So it's going to be interesting to see how this gets done. But let's talk about the deal. Includes a 25% pay raise for the top earners. The top salary is going to be about $40 an hour. It's a 68% raise for the lowest income earner, which is going to be $28 an hour. It also includes a cost of living adjustments, Brendo, and the tentative deal still has to be approved by management and only a simple majority of the actual union members themselves. Ford reports tonight after the bell.
Convenient. A nice look here, but guys, this is, what is it, better part of 6% almost here in 2 days?
Well, I'll tell you this first. Like, the example of why stop orders get used by day traders is perfectly exemplified in Ford and GM yesterday, I would want to say, because, this was something that was, trending to the downside, giving like VWAP scalp trades short pretty much all afternoon, and ho-hum, and then this happens. It breaks out. GM's going to be the exact same chart, and I can tell you, I got my stop out nice and clean on both of them. I was in both, and 1 cent worth of slippage because you're early in the move, and you always trade with, I always trade with a stop. So they got earnings tonight. It already bounced off, for intents and purposes, it did bounce off 11 here. It got to 11.20 yesterday, so that's been pretty much the go zone for Ford. If you are going into earnings thinking maybe some kind of you get an extended relief rally, it's rejected on the daily, the 50 period, multiple times in this move, and that'll be up here just above 12. So I think, looking at this, you get to that 12.10, which is exactly, that's that move off the 50 period. It gets up there above 12. I'd at least be looking for a scalp fade, 12.10, 12.15, something like that. GM's more the even dollars, and GM's, because you've already got their numbers, it feels a little bit more simple. Like, it's got a big 30 resistance on it, and it's reestablished 29 potentially as support. So I like those levels as well. I might lean to GM just because that's what we're trading the last couple of days. But yeah, I'm not completely Ford gets a deal done, the other two are getting a deal done. So I don't think there's going to be that much uncertainty. The template's been set by Ford, so it's really just a matter of time. All that said, you don't know exactly when those other deals will get launched. So if you're trading General Motors, regardless of the direction, this is a stock where you're going to want to have a stop in, because as you saw, you don't want to have a 5% move, or 3 to 5% move, rip your face off, and then you don't have any kind of protection against it, just in case an announcement happens while you're in a trade.
Yeah, I just wrote, that's actually a good point about being in it while something's happening. Ford, I wrote down on the sticky note, same kind of levels there, 12.30 to start the short. If we do get a bump up into that area, it's something that I like. You have this high of 12.60, 12.70, 12.80, 13, like in the here. I don't think we're going to get up to those levels. The 50 period on the daily is at 12.10, so we could definitely start it going there. Here's that high, 12.30, that I'm trying to talk about is right into here. So a little bit of a bump up, clear some of the last couple days going. But can it continue? I don't know. Ford is still not in a good place, and you're going to find that out tonight when they drop earnings. So I don't like Ford here, and I think that tomorrow we'll probably be shorting this name even more. So Ford to the downside for today.
All right, let's talk about, Sharif's getting excited about small caps. Let's talk about some analyst moves during earnings season. As we say all the time, there's a ton of them. Dara has a few over at the screen.
First, we have Adobe with an upgrade from D.A. Davidson. We also have Snapchat, that one reported earnings recently with an upgrade from China Renaissance. Okta with an upgrade from Daiwa Securities. This one is of note after that massive loss in shares with that security breach. We also have CP with an upgrade from Raymond James. For downgrades, we do have Bath & Body Works with a downgrade from Jeffrey Financials. Barclays with a B of A Securities downgrade. B of A also downgrading F5. Last but not least, we have Papa John's Pizza with a downgrade from Wedbush, guys.
Yeah, it's okay. So Okta with the upgrade. Hey, it's down. Maybe it's down so far that it's gotten into support. Yeah, that's the story here. Obviously, they had the security hack and they got destroyed. 67's been a good bottom for it, sort of. 67 to 70 in there. That's a weird one, man. Interesting time to get an upgrade. The way I usually approach something like this is show me after a Huadunk or an extreme event to the downside, show support first. Like where does the selling stop? Well, it does not stop, but like where does the heaviness of the selling sort of abate and then the buyers step in to sort of find a balance? Not necessarily to get a huge bounce, but where is a balance found that you can find a consolidation? It looked like maybe it was doing that around 69.70, and then yesterday happened. So this needs to at least solidify for a day or two. If it just sort of crazy bounces up, I wouldn't want to trade it. But if this catches a double bottom where you get a decent consolidation, maybe it is this 67 level, then I think a stock like that can give you a much better bounce trade at least. So I just prefer to see it go sideways off 67 and make some kind of a low that's established. But yeah, they got beaten up. You just want to wait patiently if you're looking to buy dips like these, because what happens if it does another flat bottom break? It's the kind of stock that could be down another 10% in a heartbeat.
I know we're going to be checking on Meta here. I just want to check to see what it was doing. It's holding this 288 right now, bouncing off, in between 290 this morning and 286. So right now, Meta just trying to go back and forth here. I'm probably just going to stick with, we're going to talk all about tech names, obviously, throughout the day here, but I also like a Microsoft bump as well. Could come back into this 242 area. So if that happens, I think we'll like to short, but we're going to have to be patient now because the market's changed a little bit since we were here talking about some of these shorts and how much we liked the short in for today, because the market on a nice little rally back upside now taking out 14,400. So, nice move back up. We'll see if we can hold. Even Apple just took 170 again, which is great. Almost got to 171. Actually, I think it did get to 171. Yeah, right there. So pretty much 171 right there. A nice move back up for Apple here. This was bouncing around 169, and it's like, uh-oh. I almost wrote down, like, we broke through 170, like, look out. But, it's too early right now to judge anything. We do have the imbalance locator coming out at 9:25, but for right now, on the New York side of things, you got Ford. We've already talked about that with the buy. Snapchat still reeling from yesterday, plus Meta. This is going to be a name to look at, actually, on a day two play, because Meta's downside. Snapchat also warned of the Middle East and some tensions over there affecting future guidance. So we'll see. And Ryan, there's your Palantir. But since we talked about it possibly going to 14, it has just kind of moved upside right now. So. Maybe I'm feeling a little bit better. Some of these names are starting to catch a bid.
All right, let's get into it. Sharif's going to kick things off here and have a look at the futures to start things off at 9 o'clock.
4210 is where we closed out yesterday. We're below that right now. We're sub 4200. So look at 4200 as a level of resistance. No two ways about it. But let's look at where we could find some support if we continue to make our way down. Back in late April, early May, we had a bit of a double bottom here at about 4150 to 4160. Look for support there if we make it down there. If we get above 4200 and stay above 4200, let's look for the long.
Lots to get into this morning as far as individual movers are concerned. If you haven't done so, go to watchlist.tradertv.live, or you can scan that QR code as well, enter your email address, and then you get that right in your inbox. every single day for free. Let's go. Spend lots, says Meta. 3.7 billion loss for the metaverse reality labs, essentially, in the latest quarter. They said then during the call they're going to spend more next year. So everything else, as far as the actual metrics are concerned, are enormous and very, very positive. But it seems like everyone's stuck on this.
25 billion they've spent on reality labs so far at loss. Obviously, they haven't made much money on it. Let's look at how they did. They did really well. Let's know two ways about it. Net income rose 164% year over year. Revenue increased 23% year over year. The guidance, not bad. They're looking at 36.5 to about 40 billion. That's a little bit less, and that's why we're kind of selling off, because they narrowed that window a little bit. It was about a 4 billion spread between the low end, the high end of the guidance. They tightened that up a little bit, Brendo. Middle Eastern spending, as Sean mentioned, being reduced here, probably either an activist side from them, or in anticipation of more turmoil there. Daily active users, Brendo, for both Facebook and Instagram, about 2.09 billion. That's ahead of expectations. Monthly active users, 3 billion. Average revenue per user, Sean's favorite metric, $11.23, ahead of the $11.05 expected by the street. So good all in all.
Yeah, really nothing negative to mention. Just a quick side note, we didn't talk about it when we came on here at 8:30, but Powell, after the close yesterday, did not talk about monetary policy. We had Fed's Waller making a speech right now, also not talking about monetary policy, guys.
Yeah, so you heard all the numbers from Sharif. Something that we've been sort of discussing. You knew they were going to be good. No one should be surprised that they make a lot of money, and there wasn't going to be too much to point to in the raw numbers that was going to be negative. However, with the VIX over 20, with rates where they are, and things feeling the way that they are, it's going to be difficult to punch through a top like this. It's just, that is what it is. Like, look at that 3/4 top that just made a double top, and we're pulling back in there. Do we really think we're going to punch through a level like that? Like, what would the quarter have had to have been to be going through there? I can't even imagine it. However, when you look at the range, I heard many people say 280 yesterday. That's where this could be headed. If you look at the weekly, about 282, 283, it looks like the dip support on the weekly chart, which is the one I'm kind of going to. I like that weekly chart. On the daily chart, you can see the 280 level, just not nearly as clean. I like how clean it is on the weekly. So I think there's support there at that 280, like the low 280s. 282 is what I got marked off. I don't know if we get there today. I always find that on earnings, sometimes you end up with a bit of an inside day. And if that's the case, like if you do have a bit of a disappointment in terms of volatility for Meta, then you could be thinking about the low 290s as a turning point. Now, if we see 300 again, that is an automatic. There was so much accumulation at 300 the last few weeks that if we see that level, it's a short. Like I'd have to try to do way too much accumulation and volume occurring at that price not to want to short in and around that level. I have 302 marked off because that was actually resistance in the afternoon. So this 302 is from yesterday. It was kind of like morning bottom and then afternoon resistance. But so much accumulation at 300. If we see that number, I think it's a short at that price. I doubt you get to 282 today. But if you do, that's where I would definitely like the long. And as a matter of fact, like when things calm down a couple of days later, like maybe early next week, I don't want to forget about those low 280s either.
I was looking to see if there's any other news here as we're still continuing to hold this high side, and there really isn't because Meta right now is starting to rip, so I don't really see anything coming through here other than the fact that, yeah, people probably buying up a good quarter, right? It wasn't bad. We already know Reality Labs is a disaster. They've talked about that. It's supposed to be the year of the efficiency was coming to an end now, so we'll see what happens in 2024. But yeah, net income, like when you're this huge and you're beating net income, you're beating some of these margin numbers, like they continue to do it, man. There's 3 billion active users monthly. Like that is just like, it's insane. The numbers are huge. Advertising still remains to be pretty strong, but I'm still wanting to fade this name. So back up here into 300, anything like that. I didn't even look at longs. So if this continues to drop down, I don't want to be sitting there. But if it does base out in and around those low 280s, and that'd be great. I almost feel like right now you've already got your base, and it could be right here at 286. So that's still $5. You get to move back down for $5. Maybe that is a buying spot. So I'm still here for Meta. I think it'll be. I don't know. I don't know if it's going to be the most active stock for me today, but it wouldn't surprise me. Yesterday we were trading. Microsoft was my #1 name. Google was on the board as well. We had a really great day there. Let's see if we can continue that here today and be patient with sticking with what we're sort of feeling. Right now it's short, but the market could get green. I mean, the market could get green by open, and that wouldn't surprise me one bit because we've just moved right here 100 points straight to the upside in the last hour or so. So, you know, I could see us continuing this momentum higher and then possibly getting close to those levels. And if that sparks a Meta rally, I think it's a no-brainer to fade it near 300.
All right, let's talk about some tech here. We had a couple of big movers yesterday, obviously, in this group. The angle, essentially, this morning, I was looking at Tesla here as well. Just side note, BP, British Petroleum, is going to buy, $100 million worth of hardware for superchargers from Tesla. So BP Pulse, they have a charging unit. So BP Pulse is going to spend $100 million and buy hardware, quote unquote hardware from Tesla, which is kind of interesting. As I was saying, tech, let's talk, I mean, the angle here was more, you know, we were initially seeing a move higher in yields, higher in the dollar. We've seen a reversal across the board in all of these. Day two, obviously, coming through here today after Google and Microsoft.
Yeah, I'd say just play critical levels on this, guys. I mean, there's really no catalyst today specific to other than Meta, of course. But, you know, if you're looking for Microsoft, Google, look for levels. Don't jump the gun. Look for a trend. Keep your eye at 14.4 on the NQ, 4,200 on the ES, and participate. Don't anticipate.
Yeah, here's this BP note just real quick. So they're boosting their own EV charging network with a $100 million order of hardware, ultra-fast chargers from Tesla.
Yes, sir. So yesterday's close, so Monday and Wednesday's closes on Tesla are basically the same thing. Yesterday it was 212.42. I think it was maybe around the same, or like 50 on Monday. So that looks like it's going to be an obvious level for Tesla. If it can punch through, get green, you know, that's, it's not just, we even closed last week at about that same price. So you can throw that in. So Friday's level as well is right around that level. So I think that's pretty significant on Tesla. Yeah, it's big tech. So I know in our graphic, we don't have Tesla on there because you can only fit 5 of them. So who else is missing? We're missing somebody else if it's only 5.
And Tesla was down to 206 earlier?
Yeah,
wow,
Tesla, it's on one, but when it gets to 212.50, like that looks like the resistance spot for Tesla. Punches through there, fair enough. I don't think I have to worry about the 200 long, at least in the short term, at the open. That might not be the case. I wanted to get to Amazon here, so they're the last of the big tech this week. Anyways, we still have some ones to come. Amazon, in this market bounce, Amazon is down 1%. The NASDAQ's down 0.5%. So Amazon feels a lot weaker. The 200 period looms today at about 117.25. If we do have a red day, I think it's got room to that 200 period, at least close enough to it. And this is, like, everything was nasty, but I'm just noticing a pretty muted response off the bottom here for Amazon relative to the other names. So this feels like it should be a little bit weak relative to the group, at least for now. If we were to head back red, it wasn't necessarily front of my mind, but suddenly I'm looking at that range from the afternoon and saying, why not? If you're looking to fade a pop, well, this isn't really going anywhere when the market's bouncing. Let's look at some Amazon here at that 121, 121.5 where it closed.
Please do not direct your eyes at my cup.
Yay.
Hopefully, what did you get? Oh, you didn't get your refill yet.
I haven't got my refill yet.
We'll wait for that, Rob. Rob will bring that in.
He never uses
Then we'll do a cheers. I don't know if we're feeling the market like that today. I mean, that is kind of what it was yesterday. But for today, I mean, we're going to talk about big cap here. Day 2 play. It's on the sticky note. It's Microsoft. I just like it if we get back into this area, 342.50, 343-ish, to short up into here. This level is 40. 41.50, but then you can go back to beginning of the morning, well, I guess late morning here at about 10 o'clock, 10:30, where we touched out at 42 before falling down, and that would have been the high right there of the rest of the day. So a little bit of back and forth. Remember, we were playing the long play. Microsoft was #1 stock yesterday off earnings. Nice move to the upside, then gave it all back, almost all back anyways. And remember, Microsoft, I mean, you're going to talk about all these bad earnings coming through, but Microsoft was at 330 before earnings, ripped up to 350. Some traders got out up there in and around 340. Then you had the same kind of level, 345, pretty much all morning, and then the market opened up and we faded back out, and then we held 338 pretty good. And this morning, we actually held 337 pretty good. So there are some nice dip buy opportunities also in Mr. Softy here today. So again, if we do get that move up and the market turns green, then potentially we'll be able to change our mind and maybe do the change up there and start to go long. But let's just wait to see on Softy. For now, I'm liking this short in and around 342 and change. Let's see it make a move, the market start to turn around, then we'll hammer that short back into 340 for sure. But a nice little dip down might get us long at 337. The market's just, honestly, it's a nice move back up. We've just made 150 handles in the last hour and a half. So, you know, maybe we get going, but it's stalling out a little bit here. So, all right, Intel on deck, guys. Is chips a trade?
Yeah, let's figure that out, because downside we go once again. This was yesterday, obviously, across the board. They were very, very weak. That's just AMD. I mean, most of them look the same. We were noting, Sharif and I were noting just before we came on here, that some of the stocks that trade over in Europe, STM, Micro, ASML, all the semi-related stocks over in Europe, downside really early this morning.
Yeah, and ASML having an interesting day today. It's up, what is it up right now? 2.17%. But here's a story that came this morning on the wire. Very interesting here. It talks about China Semiconductor Manufacturing International, SMIC. They've been reportedly able to use ASML's extreme ultraviolet lithography machine. Basically, they're circumventing the U.S. sanctions on the export of those machines into Chinese companies. There are 6 specific fabrications in China that are actually banned from using this, and this revelation is leading to speculations about the effectiveness of the export restrictions on Europe's leading tech firm. So keep an eye on ASML today. Could move.
I was just noting oil making a move here again as well. Sean, you were saying Intel to come. We were out with someone the other night who was making the case about this being the next one to buy. I told him, yeah, we talked about how there was earnings coming through, and that how we know that was actually the day, it was Tuesday, the day that NVIDIA sort of dropped that bomb on Intel, on the whole market. It wasn't a bomb, it was just nice news for them. And where were we? It was right into here on Tuesday, and then all of a sudden NVIDIA was like, "Oh, we're also, by the way, gonna work with ARM and get some chips into PCs," and then that was like, "Uh-oh, that's exactly what we spent all this money on for the foundries and all that kind of stuff." Where Intel hear us roar, but then it went to the downside. But that spot stopped at 33.40, right? And so it's just funny that that's 33.50, and then we're gonna go forward to what we are right now. And this is kind of like where I want to get short. If we can get up into this 33.50 area, 33.40, then I'm going to play the short heading into earnings here again. You know, AMD broke below. We talked about where SMH is. SMH is below right now. SMH right there is below that 140 mark. It hit it yesterday, didn't even stop, went right down to 138. So there it was right there, 140. It's been really great on the daily chart for SMH, and now we broke lower. So for me, that's still Intel chart, but here's the Intel daily chart. You know, it's been up, now coming back in. I was trying to get SMH over here to show you guys what that looks like on the daily, but 140 broke on that. It's pretty weak. NVIDIA continues to also make the move to the low side. Intel's going to kick it off right now. There's 140 here on SMH. You can see again, these are those these are those summer lows that were just broken right here at 140. Now you're starting to head to the downside. So yeah, I'm not super confident about this whole chip sector right now. I mean, if NVIDIA ever loses 400, and their report's not till next month, but if they lose 400, then that's going to be also, you know, a pretty disastrous moment here for the NASDAQ, I would think. So let's wait to see what happens. All these names are just bouncing around pretty good. And as Randy
in the building.
Back up.
BP, what's up, Ranster?
BP buying some Tesla hardware.
100 million order.
That doesn't impress Randy.
No, you don't care?
100 million order? Yeah, you liking NVIDIA there? I mean, look at this on the daily here, Randy. Let's go to the screen, guys. We'll show this daily. This is 400 bucks. Bouncing off of it back in August, bouncing off of it again here in September. Yeah, exactly. So it's a nice little move to the downside. Yeah, it's a 50 period. Nice move right back in. What do we think it's going to break?
A bounce.
Looks like a bounce. Looks like a bounce. I would agree.
Randy says buy
Oh
NVIDIA.
no,
400
here we
Still a
go.
bear. Just
Oh,
straightening them
still
out.
a bear. I thought we were getting the change up there.
That was kind of like a psych moment. Okay, I see how it is.
Okay,
You're trying
okay.
to throw us off.
Meta's down 3%, almost 4%.
Yeah, it's
XOM.
the market's bouncing nicely though.
Exxon
For now.
Mobil.
For
Exxon
now,
Mobil.
we're
What is?
bouncing great.
Have we even looked at oil yet today? XOM 108. So that's another not decent little level there. Did you ever step in? I know you were looking at this one there.
I thought about it, but no.
Yeah, so you're just still, it's kind of just pretty choppy. Nice move up to 121 back in right now with tensions in the Middle East. I mean, it would not be a horrible play to think that oil does have the opportunity to get back up to the upside. There's your 120. Here's a nice bottom at 100. I think, Randy, it might be a better play to wait a couple more dollars until you get into some more support. But for right now, XOM looking pretty good. And the name that I like, I'm actually in XOM and not in CVX, but I like Chevron as well. As these charts will load when they want to. Because look at this. This is a little bit closer to support right now.
150, that's a lot.
150 right here. So they're all within dollars of good buy spots.
Chevron's the one I'm in, and that's the
I don't know if I like
buy.
oil. I mean, it's not a.
That's a solid trade.
I guess it's there for now. You got global uncertainty, production still. We just got to reload. And
I
look
think
at this
Rob's
cup.
getting me
got
one.
the poop cup here, so.
Thanks, Randy. Appreciate
Thanks,
it, though.
Randy.
If Rob isn't getting one, I will take one. Thanks, brother. Very quickly.
What happened to yours? By the way?
I don't know. I said yes to Rob, but it's fine. It's fair enough. I'm sure I'll get one. Just very quickly, until we get back above the trend line on Intel, it's been resistance and clear trend reversal. The 200 period looms in front of earnings. That's right around $32 even. So I would expect some support at 32, but until then, you got to look back up, and every time there's a pop, you look to short it, you can see the stair step down. But that's not the only chip name that's going to be a trade. Got to highlight Micron here because, like we were saying with Intel, the trend on Micron is a little bit unbroken for now on the daily. For the entirety of the year, there has been a single trend which is held for Micron, and now you got 65 is the trend, 64 is the 200 period moving average. Maybe a chance that we get down in there today. If it gets back above 67, that's a great relief rally and maybe potential break back out for Micron. So this one is going to be on my radar. And ARM is back underneath 50 bucks, although temporarily. So that 50 level is back in play on ARM. But we're right here on some strength in the market. I need to see it fail that top at the open and then think about jumping back into this. But Micron on the radar, it's got so close to that support line, looking for a bounce off that 65.
Let's touch on XPeng here. Back to the upside, as we said, if you joined us at 8:30 this morning. Couple of things. This was yesterday. I mean, all of these were just wild yesterday, but decent bounce. That's NVIDIA. Yeah, there's a new robot in town, so move over Tesla's Optimus. XPeng coming through with their own autonomous robot, I guess. And, I mean, we were talking about the driving side of things as well.
Why don't they just change their name into China's Tesla? I mean, like they took their driving software, their full self-driving software, they adapted it as their own, YouTube it, and thank me later. All right, let's talk about what XPeng plans on doing. It wants to roll out its driver assist technology in Europe by the end of the year. It's already done that in some 50 cities in China. It says more than 90% of the users in Beijing with driver assistant features turn it on and use it on a daily basis. You'll know that Tesla's full self-drive is not actually available in China. So they really don't have any competitor there right now, Brendo.
This sounds terrifying. The CEO saying the Optimus robot is actually from their next generation flying car that will also have humanoid robots in them. So not only will you be flying in a car, there'll be a robot driving it for you.
Great.
Why in the heck? That doesn't even make, first of all, that doesn't make any sense because if you have an autonomous vehicle, Why the hell you need a robot in it? It doesn't make any. That's just the dumbest thing of all time.
You're like a chauffeur.
No, but it's literally.
Trying to talk to somebody.
If anybody's seen the movie Airplane, it is exactly that. One of the best gags of all time in a movie is in the movie Airplane when the autopilot turns on and then a giant inflatable pilot jumps up into the seat, as if you need as if someone has to be sitting in the seat with their hands on the sticks. It's a gag out of Airplane. I don't know what the heck that means, except for it seems stupid. Anyways, XPeng, we kind of talked about this one. So 13.5 is the support zone. If it gets down there underneath 14, that looks like a bit of a buy zone on the technicals. It doesn't even make any sense. Yeah, look, it would have to. There are some fade levels on this stock. I just feel with its strength, I don't know if we get up there, but there's a decent chance that you could test some of that support, 13.5 to 14 even. This is where I want to talk about Rivian, so I'm gonna get away from that to talk about Rivian. Rivian broke that 17 bottom, and it's still underneath. So even with this move to the upside that the market is seeing, that 17 is very much in play. If you want to be patient, obviously the market's coming in at the open to the upside, but this is where I would like the first idea of a short for Rivian. There's a lot of chop in here from 17 to 17.30, so I will acknowledge that it could curl anywhere in that 30-cent range, and to me that would still be valid. So either I want to try to catch a pop in a curl before 17.30, 17.35, or just a simple failure at 17 even. But that's the one I'll be watching at 9.30 if I'm going to make a play relatively quickly on one of the EV names. That isn't Tesla. That's it. See, that's what I'm talking about.
There it is right there.
Leslie Nielsen.
Such a classic.
He was
so many good movies. Yeah, if you haven't seen Airplane, definitely give that a shout. To Naked Gun, everything. Naked Gun was like Naked Gun 1.5, 2.5. Like those are so stupid.
I chuckle even thinking about Naked Gun.
O.J. Simpson. I mean, there's some great.
Nordberg.
You have to, Nordberg. The police in that are too much. Okay, so here we go. XPEV. I just think you shorted at 16 bucks. Wait for this thing to, head to the north side if it's going to get any more gas into it. It's only 169,000 shares. It's not very many at all. The FXI here again, bouncing off $25. This is the ETF for large cap China names. So I feel like this is where the buy is at. You don't have to worry about picking names or anything like that. We've seen this hold $25. This goes back into, again, summer, where you had that bottom. We broke a little bit below it right now, and now we seem to have held up there at 24.80-ish. So we can look at this as a possible buy zone now for FXI. So whether or not you want to buy individual names like a Li Auto, we've talked about that a lot here on the show, down to $34. NIO is what, bouncing around 8 still? Ooh, 760. Is this a 52-week low for NIO? It must be somewhere near it, right? I don't know if it ever got down to 7 flat or not for NIO. What is the? Oh no, 52-week low is 7 flat on NIO actually. Right there, I just saw it. We must have had a wick. No, that wick is set. Like eSignal is showing 7 as the exact bottom there. So that, honestly, if there's anything about it, this is a great one. Down here being this low, but if you want a Chinese name, you pick this. You get Lucid down here as well. A little bit of a different feel on what their car is going to feel like as opposed to a NIO and what they're doing with the swapping battery and everything. And then the Saudi money-backed Lucid right now. Look at how low this name's gotten to. Wow, 4. I wasn't even sure. I was going to say maybe 5. This is like okay. We got to figure out what the solvent number is here, because insolvent number, because at what point does Lucid just continue? I don't want to say cease operations, but I guess they almost have that's Lucid's symbol, logo.
That cannot be right.
Their market cap is still 10 billion. Short float still 25%. Wow, there's
their logo.
There's some destruction here right now in a lot of these names, man. Lucid just continues to be another one down at $4. Maybe we get a bounce of $4. Actually, I'm going to look at Lucid at $4 today. There we go. We just got another name that we'll have to look at here. $4, eh, guys? Doesn't that seem ridiculously low for Lucid?
When is Lucid mulling? That's my question. $4, yuck.
They're selling $300,000 cars?
Exactly. What's the scam?
Yeah. Let's talk some airlines here just to wrap things up quickly. Southwest, the latest to come out. Not good. Domestic, obviously. So, I mean, the daily chart already kind of tells the story here. We're gapping down even further this morning, but not a good outlook specifically.
When you compare this chart or the company's fundamentals to, let's say, American Airlines, United, Delta, the ones that have transatlantic flights, fundamentally different. That's because there was a surge in demand for overseas travel. Southwest doesn't fly overseas. They're all entirely domestic. Let's talk about how they did. 30% drop in income year over year, Brendo. Despite that, they say they want to grow capacity next year. They're going to grow it, but they're going to slow it to a pace less than they projected. They're also citing moderating travel demand, and booking patterns are shifting back to pre-pandemic levels, so not a good look for them.
A trade, though, today, guys, possibly.
Short.
Ultra long?
Well, I don't know. Like, does anybody like the? So here's. Okay, like this is not necessarily the best. So I'm just looking at Spirit. Like it just, I was looking at Spirit Airlines because it's at a key level of 20. So you kind of caught me there. I'll get to I'll get to LUV in a second. Like you look at all of these, they're pretty nasty, but Spirit's at a pretty good level at that 20. I'll go back to Southwest because that's what we're supposed to be talking about. But anyways, Spirit 20, if it can hold, looks interesting. If you're at pandemic lows, things are going really bad for you. And on the weekly chart, the only thing left is the absolute pandemic bottom for Southwest. Like that's it, 22.5, that's it. You're 50 cents away from it on the bid, the actual pandemic low. Like that's ridiculous, first of all. So, I mean, I don't know if there's a defense at that price. We did tag it in the pre-market. I try not to count that if it goes to a level like that. You're talking about a level on the weekly from 2 years ago. Whether it trades a couple hundred shares there in the pre-market, to me, doesn't really matter. If it gets down there, that is that fresh bottom. And if there's a bounce, that's where it's got to be. It would not surprise me after that kind of a flush and even with all the concerns that you get a relief rally, especially off a level like that. I would not short 22.50 or down at that price because it's way too big of a theoretical profit-taking center for shorts and kind of a bounce play for the longs on Southwest. I don't know that I want to trade it otherwise. It would have to be at that 3-year low is what I'll call it, or pandemic bottom is probably the better way to say it.
3-year low is pretty good. Right there, but I was just going to look again at Boeing. We did see a little bit of movement here today. Boeing, not down as bad. They had a huge move there yesterday, and then a nice bounce back. So there we go here. The call at 10:30 yesterday, and that was the bottom. And then we made the move all the way back up. So whatever sparked these rallies there in Boeing, I want to try to see if it can hold again there today. So, you could, I mean, $1 down. I'm not going to sit there right now and bid 176, but that's going to be something that I want to look at some point, Boeing. So I'm going to just sort of make a little note here on my sticky note and add it right now, BA, to look at 176 there, just so we don't forget about it. And then, so that's going to be a little bit of a level there. And then we just also got, whoopsies, we just got the imbalances out right now. So let's just go and have a quick look there. BBD, I don't know, Bombardier, that shouldn't be doing anything on there. Oh, no, I always say that's Bombardier, but it's not, right? It's Banco Brazil, is that what? Yeah, Banco Bradesco there. So, okay, BBD is in Canada there, Bombardier. Ford with a buy. And then there's, like, I almost feel like we're not in the right zone here. Like, these are not big levels. I thought it would have been a little bit more with Meta today. Obviously, that's going to be on my mind early here. Oops, not Meta.New York, Meta.NQ. Wow. Okay, I did not realize this. We're up to $300 right now on Meta. So wow, what a pullback here. We were down 4% on Meta. Now you're only down 2 right here, starting to get rallied up. Like what?
Oh, dark pools.
Yeah, but that was a pretty good move back in too. I mean, hold on a second. Let me just zoom this back so everyone can see. There it is, a nice little flush $4. So that was actually a pretty good move right back in there as I minimize this size thing here. But there it is right there. So, nice opportunities there. Oops, I just It's happening too quick. I just saw Snap. That could be in for a rebound if Meta is as well. I could see that. And then I just saw Google. Where is it? There it is. So Google's a sell as well, but only 80,000 right here. Google making moves back in. So there is a couple of good plays that we're looking at right now. It should be a little bit of an interesting morning despite not having big size here on the imbalance.
Yeah, it should be spicy. Oh, I wanted to mention one more thing. If there was a bounce happening in the market, but Shopify underneath that $50 level, 49 was the local high. So that's the first place I'd look for a fade is 49 and then work back to 50 on Shop. Flat bottom break on the daily. Look for continuation is where my head's at there. And the payment names. Yesterday, all of them completely squashed. Affirm, PayPal, Square. Square's got a double bottom on the daily, just underneath 41 at 40 bucks. It's actually flat today. So not that bad, but not that much of a bounce just yet. If it does get back down into these lows, double bottom at 40 on Square looks interesting and juicy to me. I like a level like that just simply because it's been so badly beaten up that if you get to 40 on that bottom, I'd probably take a shot at it to the long side, but always have a tight stop there. SoFi, $7 is actually not a bad look, but that's not a stock that's on the radar for the open. Got enough to look at here today with Shop, Rivian, Intel, Micron, Meta. It'll be hard to fit something like a SoFi in, especially without a catalyst. With 15 seconds to go, can we get back to the upside today? It felt like it for a hot minute.
Yes,
and then that Meta thing happened, like $4 to the downside. That was a bit nuts, 98 to 94. We'll see in about 3, 2, and 1. Ring it.
All right, I actually was just looking as well at, we're going to watch out for Intel because that could be something that flies through here eventually as well. I was looking at if the market does want to go 172 here on Apple to break long. So if that does come in, we do want to look at Apple breaking 172 long. I just put that order in, and there's the flush on Meta. So we talked about a possible flush happening early on this name, just like we saw yesterday with the market in Microsoft on what was, we thought, a good report, but flushed back in. Little opposite for Meta as it started the day down, but Google also yesterday had a nice flush, and this is exactly what we're seeing right now with Meta, with a nice move back into that 290 area of possible support at 290.
Wow, for it to just drop that 8 so fast is a little bit surprising. Square making a bit of a bounce here. Watching closely at Rivian, as it got right up to that 17. I thought it would be a bit of a chop zone above 17 on that press up, but it has yet to hold above. It got to 1701, and that's pretty much it. Shopify is also at that 49, so going to be in Shopify at 49.
All right, I'm just in now into Meta, so I got to get this all figured out right now. We're long at 290.60 right now, but it is bouncing around, so we should be able to get, wow, now there it is. So I'm trying to get something, there it is. Okay, nice little pop back up to the upside as we are now long on Meta, but it's not necessarily doing too much there. Watch out for that 290 break on this one. I got to get my orders set up here, but I'll give it a little bit more room, but it looks like it's going to be a weak one here with Meta today. But we do have the long temporarily, but we did just cash out at 30% on the high side there.
Yeah, quickly, we didn't mention too much. Well, you did mention Apple. That 170 level has been reestablished on Apple, and it just bounced off the open. I mean, directly off of 170. It's not even, that might even be to the penny. So this is the level here on Apple. If we get back down, going to respect that. Opening range, if you find a support level played, if you find resistance, I think you can do likewise. Rivian just wicked 17, so that's going to be the entry for me there. We'll see if we get Apple. There's absolutely no guarantee that's going to happen. But yeah, Rivian just wicked 17 even and came right back in. So this is my shot at the first shot at the 17 level if I even get filled here on Rivian. Meta's at the pre-market low. Okay.
Yeah, it just got down
That's
there.
getting pretty darn close. Come on, pick me up on Apple or pick me up in Rivian. I wanted to get something to the long side the second I saw that hold. But Apple, still in the 40s. I'm trying to get close to 170 here. I don't want to compromise on price. Brendo?
Guys, right back to positive and then some, 2% in fact to the upside here. This is a strange one, 12:30 today for their earnings call, not until lunchtime.
Did you say?
I couldn't even see that stock.
Southwest is already green?
Southwest. Yeah. Wow. Okay. Well, the market is starting to head up to the upside here, so we are just going to try to stay. So we do wind up failing there on Meta, but like we said, we've learned our lesson. Digging into things for too long right there. So in and out quickly. It looks like it does want to pop back upside now. As here we go again, man. It's time to change possibly to the long. There we go, going green right now as we speak. So let's wait to see here what this market wants to do. I mean, it's not green yet, trying to get there. Nice move back up for the NASDAQ. And then if we're going to just settle down a little bit here and let these markets go, here's what the charting looks like right now. You are making a nice move back up right into yesterday's spot. We are looking for 14.5 though, right? That was the spot that held yesterday back down to the downside right near the end. So we'll have to wait to see about 14,500. Right now the NASDAQ at 14,450. So 50 more handles upside I could see right there. And then you're going to have a decision point, but we could also get exhausted now. It's a nice move back up. Meta's flushed, right? It had a nice move, couldn't get going, could now hold the bottom. Let's see. I'm trying to test this into 286. So if it drops out through that, then yeah, we are going to have a problem here for Meta. But one more try for the long. Let's try to let it base out. Microsoft was the short that we liked as well, but again, just didn't have the stones to sit there and take it in the pre-market. And there it is falling back down now. So Microsoft heading back down into the downside.
Yeah, we're starting to dip back in here in a few things. I just got in front of VWAP, or it doesn't really matter this early where VWAP is, to be honest with you, but 1695 on Rivian. It's also that pre-market breakout price in front of 80s. That's the first take. This looks like it's relatively weak, but Tesla is starting to come back. If I get Apple 170, you'll see that one pop in. I don't know if that's going to happen, but Tesla, that 212.50. Remember that was the close price-ish yesterday, then Monday, and on Friday. So this is where I'd look for it to hold. If it can hold here, you're holding previous close. That's where I'd like to get involved if it's going to be any kind of a long on Tesla. So that one, it's trying to hold, but not really doing it. I just don't want to make. I want to make sure that Apple here is still showing tremendous relative strength. The Tesla's on the dip. Apple doesn't even want to make a dip right now. Apple is very, very strong at this moment. It doesn't even want that 170. So it looks like it's going to be more likely Tesla off of this level. Now it's showing some strength. I'm going to jump in here, give it to the local bottom. This was the key level. Obviously, it broke it out, so looking for resistance to turn into possible support here. Brendo.
A little one moving penny stock, RNAZ up 27% here on positive cancer related data here. So biotech moving to the upside.
All right, we found Microsoft there at that same level as yesterday, that 338 level. So maybe now that can hold a little bit, and then we can see about getting a little bit into the long side of things right now with Microsoft. So here we go, 338 and change long Microsoft, trying to get something out if we can come up into the 50s here, back on the other side. So 339.50 or so. It's not about the dollar, it's about hitting that VWAP. So if we can make that move all the way back up right there, that's exactly where VWAP is. But actually, I'm just noticing now, the 200 is also right here, right now. So let's just do that. If we can get it out right here around 20.25, we'll do that and then cancel. What? Cancel, Sean? Okay, good. Woo, there it is. Yes, sir. That's a good little trade right there to get back into the saddle. Right now, that's $1 right there on Microsoft. In twice and out right there at quarters. I canceled the 38 fill right there. We should have kept it, though. But nice little move upside for Microsoft right now at $1.40 in the money on this name. And look at Meta. Wow, we had the long, but again, just, I'm not digging into it, not this early. It looks like the bottom there, 288. We were playing off 289 being the bottom, so we miss it by $1 there, but make $1 back here on Microsoft. Let's see if this can get back up to the 50 period of 340.50.
Yeah, Tesla is not nearly as strong as Apple. Like, it's obvious at this particular point, so it did not hold on. If it's going to be a tight stop, I'm going to live with it, at least for now, because I did not feel like that was worth jumping in on the back end and giving it all the way down into like 210 or so. But it is trying another salvo here to hold on. I don't mind getting back into it, but I would much rather, if playing longs, look at something like an Apple, which is absolutely stair-stepping to the upside. I'm going to go to a Breno in a second. Next available pop, I do want to get out of Rivian, but the way the market is going, shooting to the upside, I'm going to respect the opening range going all the way back into Monday. This is 16.5. We bounce from there. I'm just going to take the profit and run as the market is still holding that 14.4 level. Looks like we're all green so far in the NASDAQ. Brendo?
Not a lot of tension or volume on this, but worth a note. Mobileye, we didn't mention it in the pre-market, on a beat. Better than expected results here, up about 10% at the highs there for MBLY.
Okay, it might be all about. I saw that earlier, and I was like, "Yeah, we're not mentioning Mobileye."
So much for the
There wasn't that much volume in the pre-market.
my stink bid obviously didn't hit.
Yeah, yeah, we'll have to see what happens here. The market's still young. I was going to say we are back into Meta, and we just got out of Meta real quick right there, trying to play off that. We got 287.50. I thought a 288 break would get us a nice bid, which it did. But that bid did not hold, and there it is right there. That's a quick 50-cent hit. So that one, much more reasonable on there. We were $2 in the money there on Microsoft. Microsoft did touch out to, well, almost actually, it wicked that exact high of 340.25. So I'm sitting there now, see if we can get that out if it does bump back up. But yeah, there is no stopping Meta, man. I mean, we talked about it right here, looking for that short at 300. So realistically, all the money that I've lost here is going against what I was thinking. But it had a nice fall down in. I thought the NASDAQ had a chance to hold it. We never switched these guys over to bulls, and we almost got green, and then there is the fade. And it's really too bad because my offer on Apple was at, was on 170, 175. How high did we get there? 171. 40s. So that's, again, didn't really come up to my offer, but it was close enough. We talked about 72 as a breaker long. So, we were looking at that, but with this move back in, wouldn't mind catching a little bit of a short. Man, that Meta is 284 now.
Support on the weekly was, I was looking at that 282, 283. So we're going to get there really fast. I really missed Shopify. Like, really, really missed it. Like, look at the move. It does the wick above 49, comes right back, fire it. I'm at 95. That's not going to come in. I'm at 95. Now you're seeing it flush. Probably need a bounce to get back in playing off of that level. But as I say that, is this the way we want to get Apple 170? It's too late to make that decision. I was on the bid, like I said. That 170 was pretty strong. If it doesn't hold here, I really do not want to fight it off this level. And if we get back into the 50s, it's probably worth taking it. That is one heck of a rejection candle that has me thinking, is there anything available at a short that I liked before? Intel just wicked 33. That's a possibility. I hate you, Shopify. Damn it. Like, Shopify should have been the one at 49. That's kind of annoying. Intel 33, it looks like, could be a bit of a play. That was afternoon resistance, and it's kind of battling it still. So it's relatively strong, but with the market pulling back in here, I want to find something I can not have to chase and have a ridiculously terrible stop by going short at this price. So I'm going to jump into Intel here. We liked it. Hampton's trader, ARM, I missed it. Well, if ARM's going down, then didn't we all miss it? Oh, no. You know what? ARM volume is 200,000 shares on ARM. Yeah, I'm not touching this till 10 o'clock. Yeah, that's 200,000 shares volume on ARM. I'm not trading that thing until at least, okay, I'll give it like 10, 15 minutes, but I don't think you want to trade that at 9:40 with that kind of volume. So there was VWAP. It only went up to 170.50 on Apple. I gladly took it. And now if it breaks the bottom, it'll at least be a flat trade for me. But this looks very, very heavy, and I'd want to be very patient with anything to the long side. Meta didn't get to 83, got to 84. So I'm going to sit back and wait on that one. I got to trail in on Rivian to see where it can go. And Mattel, we didn't talk about Mattel earnings.
No.
It's too late now. Mattel down 11%, but was down a heck of a lot more than that. Looks like it made an SSR bounce. Where do I think it's a fade again? Yeah, actually about 18. This could be a fade. Mattel might be a fade here off the pre-market highs. I kind of like this one.
We just made a little bit there on Apple, we did buy that 170 level there, so nice little move back up to the upside as we'll get out of it. Now it's starting to go back up here, so good little trade there happening hopefully for us on Apple, as now it's into the 60s. It's just 30 cents, but we'll take it and see if it can get back going there for Apple. Bouncing off VWAP is the futures, so we'll see. Maybe we get a bottom, but we don't have a bottom. Well, first of all, we just reloaded again on Softy. 340 coming into play again here to the upside. So we're not going to, we have another dollar right now in the money on this. We just got 338.40s. So again, we're going to get out at 339 anyways at some point. So we'll take a piece out right here if we can. And there it is right there again. That's back-to-back dollars on Softy. Softy's been such a strong stock. for me. I don't know why we just don't stay there. And then here's Apple as well. Apple now trying to get to the dollar club, but only 50 cents right now. 170.30 off the bottom. Again, these are just simple VWAP plays on the futures. It has nothing to really do with individual levels. Apple did come down, but it didn't get close to 170, where we would have put on some more shares. But so far, so good, and hopefully this market can hold this bid down here. But again, a rate retracement back to the 50 period, you know, decent spot to start to sell, which is why, you know, you got to take profit. If you don't take any profit, then you are Deadsville. Also, Lucid as well went down to $4.
Even?
Thanks to you guys in the chat there. 404 just hit there. Now it's back up to 410. So if anybody was able to take that long, you might want to just take a piece out.
Congratulations on that.
Yeah, back into VWAP.
Those $4, those even dollar levels, sometimes right at the open, you just see bids start to stack up, or if they break sometimes because everyone has their stops at the same places. People aren't that creative. I'm not that creative at times. Not creative with my out there. I give it to a local high on Intel, and if it breaks, I get out. Like, I wanted something that if the market continued to flush, could have a big move downside, but that I could throw a tight stop in, and Intel presented itself. Now it seems like Apple, okay, so took up VWAP. I'm back on the bid at 170, so this is the level to play off of until it breaks. If Apple gets green, I think you just stair-step it to the upside. I'm now in Mattel off of that local high. It's just above 18 where that out is. Berendo.
Earnings. PI, which is a software company that does location-based services, so tracking essentially for packages and shipments and things of that nature. So better than expected results here for Q3 for PI today.
Magnum.
That showed up, that's funny, yeah, 'cause I think I said something like that yesterday. That showed up on our scanner yesterday, and I was like, I have no idea what this is, but Brendan just brought it to our attention there as well. PI trying to blast off a little bit.
Move.
123, Google, first of all, I don't know why I'm still on Lucid. I was looking at Google over there. This was a decent level as well, coming back into 123, but we did get that bottom of 122, which we also made a bottom down there near 122 anyways, back on the pre-market trade of 8 o'clock with those dark pool prints. So Google with maybe possible nice little dip by opportunity. That wick is going to kill this look right here. But that top is 125. So, you know, Google could get a chance going there, kind of like how I wouldn't mind shorting some of these names if they ever got going back up to the upside. But right there, Google needs to get to 125 before we really think about doing anything. And again, still a Dollar Club member. And now almost $2 here is going to go over with Microsoft. Let's see if we get through 340 right there. Oh. That's the professor. See, he's all about the remixes right there. So there we go. Let's see if we can get going. Apple still. So we got 80 cents in Apple right now, and we've got $1 and change on Softy. So we'll stick with these ones. Meta trying to get going as well. It bottomed at, what, 282 or 283? So, wow, I was not thinking about that one, but we lost enough money on Meta to ignore it for now.
Yeah, got to stick to your plan, stick to the guns. The market is slowly trying to regain to the downside, but Affirm, we talked about the $17 area. There's a wick. There's a secondary failure off of 17. That's where I look for the entry. Look for some confirmation, or confluence is the word I should be using. But once it gets to that support level off the pre-market, that's where I like to get out. Oh, just rang the register. Looks like Rivian trailed out. So this market, if it wants to go green, you got to respect that. I don't want to get trapped on anything off lows if we start ripping faces off. So I do have a trail out in Rivian, going to take the profit and run there, as that has been a good runner. I'm only in the one long on Apple, and for the stocks that I'm looking at, that's the one that sets up the best. Mattel, the other short that we have, that one, yeah, it just got in there, gave about 20 cents. Not really following through yet. This feels a little bit strongish. This is an SSR play. Maybe it's not going to have as much juice as I want it to the downside. And the more that I look at it, you'd think that would at least bounce a little bit more to the downside after that play. I want to get to Amazon. We talked about who already reported, but not so much about who has yet to report. So if Apple is holding on to 170, Amazon has been holding on to 120. Sorry about that wick, but 120 has held at least a couple of times here. Let's see if it can hold it this time. The market's really starting to come in. If Amazon can show a bid at 120, maybe that's a little something. But I do much prefer the strength in Apple at this point to Amazon. Ooh, it looks like the old Neil wick out on Rivian is going to turn out to be a bad one.
Yeah. Well, that's what we talk about, putting stops in and all that stuff. And
Trailing stops
you
are.
just- oh, I don't use trailing stops. Yeah, but it does.
No,
you
okay,
get
no,
like
never mind. I call it a trailing stop.
Yeah,
It's not technically
not.
a trailing stop. I put a stop at what I find is a key level on the chart. A true trailing stop is like a retracement of like X number of pennies or a percentage. I don't use those. I just call it that. That's my bad for the confusion.
Oh no, I don't think. I think it's good. Yeah, we talk about that all the time. Just keep adjusting your stops as they move
what I
instead of trailing it, because especially in a market that's moving the way this market is, you could be like we were just with Microsoft. Remember, it was $1.80 or whatever it was in the money, and then it fell right back in, right back into 338 again, and looking to break through VWAP and go lower, lower, lower. So there it goes. So if you have a trailing stop in, like you could just get activated just within the same minute. Because it could rip down 50 cents and get right back up, and then your 50-cent trail has naturally hit, right? So just watch out here. Here we go. So my out for Microsoft is 337 breaking. So if that happens, we are out of Microsoft right now. We are long at 337.80 right now. So hopefully we do get a little bit of a retracement back to the north side here. But if we do lose this, we will lose 80 cents or so on this trade. So watch out for Microsoft coming back in. And then here comes Apple right back into 170 as well. We're about to lose everything here maybe. But nice move back up for Apple, trying to get back into the early teens on this name. But there it goes, now moving back upside. But it's Apple, it's Microsoft, and we're teetering right now, man. This is a nice move back down into VWAP. This has to hold, guys.
Yeah, if this doesn't hold.
If you want your longs to win.
No, if 170 doesn't hold on Apple, I mean, that's the big one. I am back into Intel. Sometimes it'd be like that. And when I say that, that's when I make a top wick on a short. So I talked about a tight stop on Intel. That's very, very tight stop. I think I ought to give it more room if it comes in there again. I just grabbed back in the 90s, but obviously if you're looking at the market, there's more concern about longs than there are shorts. I'm going to need a muted bounce again here, because if you can get to the 50 level, I think that's probably pretty good. This third time through an Apple. Let's go to Brendan. What's up, bud?
Not much to show on this, unfortunately, but kind of an interesting and fun fact, guys. I was just reading about X. A lot of people talking about X on X, formerly Twitter. It was a year ago today that Elon walked into the lobby of Twitter HQ with a sink in his hands and officially owned the company. I remember I was sitting in this chair a year ago today when that happened.
I mean,
I remember that as well.
in fairness, Brendan, you're always sitting in that chair. I'm just saying. It's like,
I mean, it's a valid point.
And something happened in the market, and I was sitting in this chair. We're here every single day in these chairs, and although my chair probably needs some replacement, I need to replace the leather on it. I don't know what's going on. But here comes Apple. I was able to get, you can't see it because there you go. Now you can see I was able to get a couple of fills into the 170.50. I'm not reloading this one another time. This market's dropping too far. So happy to have gotten that out. Jumping back over to Intel, which is falling like a rock. Thank you, Neil, for making top wick on that one. No, it's solid like a rock. You got to sing it correctly. Anyways, Sharif likes to sing when you drop it. It's solid like a rock. But I'm now out of Apple. That just broke down, so I'll slap the fail on that one. Although,
yeah, where is my Apple?
It was a good bounce a couple of times. Really should have just taken it out at 171, reloaded. Now I'm out. Now I'm only into the shorts. Mattel is suddenly the one. Yeah, the SSR play here on Mattel means this 18 might not be so great, and I'll just take whatever we're able to get. But everything else is sort of rocking down here. Firm is flushing. What else we got that's flushing here? Oh my!
Everything.
What Meta's at 280?
What? I mean, Microsoft just took 336. We tried that one and went back into the red spill right there on Microsoft as it just hit it, went red, now down 1.5% as the NASDAQ continues to bleed today. So all these longs are really just been disastrous. And again, we looking on here, we did talk about looking for, actually we should go back to Boeing. That was the only long that we had written on our sticky note. We had Microsoft short, Meta short, Intel short, Ford short. You know, we haven't even looked at Ford.
Oh yeah, Ford.
Let me go over and look at Ford quickly. Wow. I mean, it's just, it's not like it's wow, look at this market. I mean, the market is down, but we called this
$12 level on Ford. GM rejected the $30 level on it. It is what it is. Like, I'm looking at Shopify right now, and part of me just wants to like pukage. Lower high right at 49 on a dime. Like this is just stair-stepping to the downside. But attention meta here. Although Apple just got back to 170, so maybe Apple is the one. If you see me in a long, it better be at the most ridiculous price level, or it should just be Apple at this point. Meta 280 just wicked. There has not been any chill in this stock. I don't know if I want to fight that one. Let's just stay away from fighting that stock. There was one more thing that I did not want to ignore. Remember, these guys reported, Snapchat, these guys, tried to get back to the upside, bouncing off 9.
You gotta be patient.
All of 15 cents this bounced off 9 this morning, and you can see the tight consolidation there. If this gives up $9, I mean, on the daily, there's room to like at least 8.50, if not this 8.25 level, which $9 stock's pretty darn good. So it just took out 9 even. The local bottom is at 8.95. I'm going to be looking short if it can hold under VWAP on Snapchat. So I'm looking for a consolidation underneath this $9 level.
Yeah, I was saying to myself, we've got to be patient here. We just did have Apple nicely in the money as we took out 170 again, and then we just flushed right back in. This market is not holding anything right now. And it's a good thing we got out of Meta. That's the one thing here. Microsoft, we just danced back and forth with, but Meta was a disaster waiting to happen here today. And the fact that you're able to get something, well, first of all, we took the long. We had some money in our pocket the first trade, but then we got out for flat, and then it was sort of this last one where we took the fill at 287.50 and then got out at 286. So that was like the $1.50. It doesn't look like $1.50, but it is right there. That was a pretty aggressive candle back down. And then I was thinking right there that if we took maybe 282 back to the upside, then we could maybe get going on Meta. But it's now just kind of hovering around this bottom. You now have 4 or 5 minutes here. Well, 4 minutes to be exact. Those are 4 candles. Right down there at 279. So that's going to be an area that you could possibly find a little bit of strength in. So right now you're bouncing off of 280, now 281. Okay, so now you're really starting to go there. Maybe that was the bottom that we were just indicating there, 279.25 or so. And as the market's trying to find its legs, we'll have to see. Boeing right now, 176. We wrote that down as a possible bottom. That looks like it got to 176.50 right there. So not bad, bouncing off that level, $3. Wow. Liquidity must be pretty sparse. I mean, look at the level 2 right now, 17 cents, which is why you get those huge moves back, when it really starts to go. So that's what that is right now. I do see SoFi crossing near VWAP, so we can have a quick look at that, unless this is just like a fugaze, because if VWAP is just where it is. It's a nice little bounce back up. So again, 695, maybe a bottom there in SoFi. It seems like we're catching a little bit of a bid now. Meta going back up $3 from that bottom, so that's a nice little spot. If anyone got that, good on you. And then Microsoft as well, bouncing off 334. So maybe we're starting to now find a little bit of a bottom. May not make sense on the futures though, because I'm looking at the NASDAQ and I feel like we could still have we could check TLT too. Could still have a little bit more to go to the downside. 14,300. I mean, that got pretty close, man. 14,325. I could see us pushing a little bit more, but let's watch out here. The NASDAQ could be at a turning spot of 14.3 again.
Yeah, sort of where we're at. I'm looking at TLT here, and the only reason I bring it up is this is not really flushing. It's actually holding green and stair step up. So unless this isn't really breaking down at this moment. So a lot of this flush that we're seeing is going without treasuries. I'm not really looking at the dollar right now, but that's probably worth a look. But Apple underneath this 170 looks a little bit heavy. I'm going for a reload in Intel. I just think maybe off of VWAP in here. So probably should have got 65s or got 70s as an out, but I'm going to look for a re-entry around this 32.90 area. Not re-entry, but like a reload is the right word for it. A reload off of 33.90. Shout out to Carlito Brigante.
Yeah, is that his last name in that? I didn't even know that.
Yeah, and you have to say it Brigante. You can't say Brigante.
Yes, now that you say it like that,
you gotta say
that's
right
hilarious.
Way. And Benny Blanco from the Bronx. The most underrated gangster film of all time, I would say, is Carlito's Way. Mostly because all the others get their credit for sure. So I'm back into there. It is. I don't have that key.
Yeah.
So I'm reloaded. Third time, hopefully a charm here. You can see the first time. I'm hoping this doesn't age well, because that'll mean that Intel continues to flush. Oh yes, Micron. So Micron's still green. I mean, I talked about Apple as relative strength, but Micron holding trend, yada yada yada, trying to hold green. This is right where we closed yesterday, so this is the key area. If Micron can bounce here in the futures, show some chill off of these overnight bottoms, then I do like this one for a long. I said a couple of names I like for a dip buy, but I did acknowledge Micron does have a good upward trend on the daily chart that's worth respecting.
All right, so we've picked the wrong horse right now because it's Apple that I'm kind of digging into, and it's just kind of falling into day's low here, as are the futures. So this is not, it's not like it's trading counter to anything at all. The reason why we're kind of digging into this is because we like to trade a little bit of relative strength and or I might get something out if this goes back like near 80. I'm going to get 10% out if it goes back into the 80s here. Well, you know what? Let's see if it gets it back into the 90s. All right, just trying to play relative strength. So, you know, down 0.8 against 1, so you got a little bit of better action there on that move. But again, if this future these futures won't hold down here. And I think it's getting hit also as Microsoft's trying to have a little bit of a hard time getting going here at some of these levels. So I think Apple, Microsoft, look at this. There it is. So I don't know why we're not stopped out. We should be stopped out soon on a breakthrough 50. So there it is. There it goes right now. We actually waited for 47. So again, we're going to flush ourselves down the toilet when it's quite clearly been a down day and all we wrote down was shorts, and then you could see right there, nice move. Just was not patient enough to catch any top and thought we would try to be cute to catch bottoms, and that has not been the recipe for success here today. Try to find those shorts and hold on to them, unless you're long Meta, which continues to go to the upside here. Maybe that's a good fade spot there for Meta, but that's too bad. Apple's trying to bounce again here, of course.
So first things first, Micron is not holding on to this level, so the strength that I was looking to come in has not happened on Micron. Intel just came right back into the same 3270 area. Like wicks underneath 3270, then regains 3270, so that's the place to ring and register. If it continues this pattern, then I guess short the pops in and around 3290 is going to be the play. Mattel, which looked like it was under a lot of pressure, well, it did it again. So, you know, wick 18, don't break 20s. Wick 18, don't break 20s. So I jumped back into this. However, that is a obvious volume rejection bottom on an SSR name and then higher lows on flag. So when I see that, that means get out in front of VWAP. There's other things that feel like better shorts to me than Mattel, and Mattel has been somewhat relatively strong. I did want to acknowledge at least one company is not looking like absolute crap today. ServiceNow was up 7%. So if you want to put a smile on your face, then this is the stock that is up today. Maybe there's a small cap or something, but yeah, ServiceNow up 7%. We won't trade this thing because it's like $570 and there's a ridiculous spread. $2 spread at times actually on the stock. Brendo, what's up?
Well, we got a number at 10.
Yeah, just waiting on pending home sales here. There it is, finally. 72.6 versus 71.8, so a little bit higher than expected there for September. Again, that's on the index itself, month over month, up 1.1% versus a decline of 1.8% expected. If you missed it, at 8:30 this morning, Q3 GDP, again, this was an advanced look, so an early look at how Q3 is shaping up. Up 4.9% versus positive 4.3% print expected there. Meanwhile, market, continues to tumble here on the daily time frame. That's the NASDAQ just tagging 1% on the day, back to pre-market lows overall. For the Qs here, it is tech leading the way back to the downside this morning. I did note there was a little bit of strength in the banking group early on this morning, but that was about it. 3% so far for Google, among the worst off so far as the big names are concerned. First 30 minutes of the show brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million. Keep 90% of the profits. Program has simple rules, no time limits. SurgeTrader.com/TTV for 10% off.
Yes, sir. Fantastic opportunity there. The housing number might not be the story. The story is a reversal after that GDP number. Wild trade action here today. And if you're if you're looking at the quick moves and how we find these levels and the quick trades, one of the things we talk about is it's a little bit different trading retail and trading on a prop floor, which is what we're doing. So some of the advantages with the market access we think are valuable if you're a short-term trader. That's why I'm going to bring up the campus.daytradetheworld program here. The campus program is all about gaining experience and trading real money and doing it for free. This is not, hey, we're going to sell you this program. No. This is a free opportunity for you to be able to learn. It's a very, very simplistic structure, which I think is fantastic. You get an introduction to the markets in phase 1. Phase 2, you get to go into a fantastic simulator. Everybody that's on this trading floor goes into this simulator at some point before they go live, and they learn this platform like the back of their hand, the stop orders, all the different gateways that we have. So you start there, you go into sim, you get one-on-one coaching the entire way through. Eventually, you're going to get into live trading. The opportunity to be a funded trader is there, but you got to spend 4 to 6 weeks in live, hitting goals, and then you can possibly become a funded trader. It's going to be 16 hours a week. So it is definitely available and an opportunity for people who might have a part-time job, or maybe you got a full-time gig and do this part-time. All you got to do is put the time and effort in. It is November 6th. That is the start date. So you have to get the applications in now. You can scan the QR code below or go to campus.daytradetheworld.com. Apply right now if you're interested in it. Unfortunately, as it says, U.S. citizens and residents are unavailable to participate, unfortunately. So got to get that one out of the way. I know a lot of people are interested in from the U.S., but we have to say it because I'm not going to hear to. I don't want to get your hopes up and then you apply and then realize that you can't. So if you're in the U.S., unfortunately you cannot. But everyone else, apply. It's a great program. Again, it is free. Just put that time and effort in, and then you can potentially miss trading opportunities like the Shopify short at 49, like I did. I'm just joking about that, but I got to hold myself to account for this one. Because actually, what's weird about this is I'm not making this up. Shopify was like the first thing I wanted to look at today. It really was. So it should not have been the thing that I missed. It shouldn't. That's not how it should go. Like what was at the front of your radar should be the stock that you hit. So 14.3 is bouncing. Affirm is holding red-green here. I know I like Intel for the hold. Affirm the 17. That's a bit of a chop zone. I'm going to look for the reload here off of afternoon resistance and VWAP on Affirm, but I feel like this should be a load up into it if we're getting a red day kind of situation. And if you end up losing on the way back, I think it's worth it here. Mattel did not get me that. See, Mattel just keeps on making higher lows.
Mattel, huh? Higher lows.
Yeah, I'm getting out of Mattel. Like that is just, this is probably screaming into a squeeze. I never checked the short float on Mattel this morning, by the way. That's on me. You should never, SSR play. No, it's only 1.5%, but still, that's higher lows, not even getting to VWAP anymore. Like, what are you going to do? I'm not going to fight that the entire way. So I'm out of Mattel, going to ring the register on that one. And it really only gave you 15 to 20 cents each time. And then after that, it's pretty nasty. Want to get to.
Is nasty today.
I want to get to it was Southwest. That's the one. So Southwest was absolutely screaming. Brendan's like, it's already positive. Well, that didn't last very long. The pandemic low is $22.50. So if there's a line in the sand that I would take along, I don't think I'd long it anywhere but that pandemic low. So that's 22.5. I think there's a chance we get to it. My reload on Intel hasn't happened, but I think that's going to come in on VWAP pretty soon here.
Oh, man, I'm just like, I'm not astonished by some of these moves. But first of all, there's Google. We'll make a little bit of money back on Google. We're 40 cents in the money on that one. This is kind of like a little bit of an undercover play. We just kind of put this on right now, waiting to see what's coming through. But what I was looking at here was Microsoft, looking to put some bids out now to get, just ripped up, to get a little long. And the reason why is if you come over here, you're kind of bouncing into that 332 area that we've been to before. Obviously, this is just coming back in from earnings, right? So we could still drop down. Microsoft's still up over the last 2 days. There's not going to be many stocks, especially in the Mag 7, that are going to be up over the last couple of days. So Microsoft is one of those names trying to bounce off of that. It looks like we missed it. That sucks because, again, just not putting it at the right spot. Could still come in into 332, but it did go to 333.50. So I'm sitting at 333.75. So that could easily fall in and give us that fill. And if we do get it, I do want to then put that on to start with and then buy some back later on if we do get into 332, and then if we lose that level, I think it's 332.50. I think. Let me just zoom in a little bit here. I got to change the DPIs on this mouse. There it is. That's a little bit better.
What's a DPI?
331, the dots per inch. It's the way it.
Oh,
Like that.
that's what that is.
All right, so you know, it's like when you had like those old school gangster printers. It was like a certain amount of DPI.
It's how fast it moves, essentially.
Yeah, it's things like that. So, all right, so 333
I'm old.
looks like might have been the bottom, that or the top. That little candle, if we can go to the screen, Fabian, just quickly there. That candle is 332.50 top. So yeah, maybe buy some 333s and then watch out for 332.50. So, anyways, that's what I'm thinking temporarily here on Softy. Nice move back up for Google. I'm now waiting at 40 for this name. So hopefully we can get a nice upside move and take us out a little higher than where we are now, and then we will start to. I don't know. Do we take Microsoft now? Is it just a little bit too far to the downside right here? Let's see if we can get a little bit longer somewhere lower.
So maybe James was the right pick for Morgan Stanley.
LeBron?
No, so the new CEO of Morgan Stanley is actually named
I know it's
Pick.
not LeBron James.
No,
it
his
might
name
be
is literally it's like James Pick.
Okay.
It's
That's what they picked.
Yeah, I know they picked. It's a stupid pun, but they're up 1% today into this weakness. So I'm going to check JPM, but this chart is kind of messed up because this wick. But let me just zoom it to this level. Oh, there's that one too. So 72 has been resistance for a couple of days on Morgan Stanley. If it can hold out this, that actually looks relatively strong. JP Morgan, they are also up on the day and looking to try to break out some tops. So you're at major resistance on the bank's upside as the market's pretty much sitting on the lows. I just reloaded Intel. Just noting that because I saw people say, hey, look at the chips. Not the chips. Look at the banks. So they're showing some strength. Getting a reload in Intel, I'm going to go right back to the same initial bid. And if it breaks the low, great. If it doesn't, then we'll probably have to stop out 33 again. Amazon, is it at the 200 period moving average? No, it bounced in front of it. Amazon stair-stepping to the downside as well. 200 on the dailies at 117 and change. That's where I like it. I mean, if it gets down to 117 and change, that's where I like the Amazon long. Instead, this might be giving you a short off of 119 and a half. The more I look at it, I don't know the reason. I just saw Mr. Westermeyer, JPM up on Coin Story. I'm unaware if that's. I haven't seen that, so I'm not going to confirm it or deny it. But JP Morgan is strong, but so is Morgan Stanley, so it could just be the banks in general.
Yeah, I don't know anything about that, so I didn't see anything with coin, but we'll see if there is something coming through on that one. Okay, well, sometimes you get what you wish for, and here comes Microsoft right back in. So we are long now at 50s. We were long, by the way, at 90. It went to about 40 cents in the money there initially, but there's the dip down into 333. Now we're long at the 40 spot. So if we can get back up a little bit here, let's take something out at 334. If it does, okay, here we go. If it does get back going, now we're 25 cents in the money. But this is a very, very slippery slope. This NASDAQ is really losing its liquidity here, I feel like. Like Microsoft will, like right there. I know it's a $340 name, and I know it's day 2 off earnings. So not much to expect except for volatility. But nice move here for Microsoft right back in. And like right there, it was just at 70, and then you sort of blink, and you can't even finish speaking, and you're down another 50 cents, and even more than that as there we go right now. So now it looks like it wants to test. I can't believe we're losing patience here with this name, but Microsoft, again, back down in. I'm going to take a little bit more, and then we're going to watch out for that 332 break. So, yeah, they're at 332.50. So here it comes in right now for Microsoft, a nice move to the downside. And then we didn't get out. We got out of half of our Google. But we didn't get out of enough. A majority of the shares at O's, and then we got something out at 14, as you saw that. But here we go, coming right back in. We will test Google as well down here near 95, near 121, as here comes Google coming right back in.
Yeah, and here comes. So Micron did end up holding that bottom. So the first consolidation after it held, it's not really the bottom. Okay, so it's the pre-market high, and holding the break of the pre-market high back in, and then there's the wick. First consolidation above it is right here at 70s. So this is holding on to trend, as I mentioned. That's one of the reasons I like the long from here. Whether or not it can even get to the 50 period today would seem extreme. That's $68, but I do want to give this a little bit more room. So I would add to it at around 66.5, give it to that local low, and then worry about it from there. It is going to be weird because if this bounces, I do anticipate that we're going to be in trouble on Intel if that makes a good bounce. But I like Micron where it is on the daily for a long a heck of a lot better than I like looking for longs that aren't 32 or closer to 32 even on Intel. That's why I have it as a bit of a preference. I did want to go over to, it was Tesla. So I was in and out of Tesla. Did not hold on that dip. It's trying to battle VWAP right now. So it just did a liquidity grab over VWAP. I'm going to look for the, forget about looking for the short. I'm going to try and grab it in here. There was a liquidity grab over VWAP. That's 210. I have this tendency to say it and then not even get into the position. So this time I punch in at the mids and I can just throw my stop above after. But you guys kind of get the idea. Comes back into VWAP, liquidity grab, short it as the market goes down, and then give a stop to the local high on Tesla. I have a lot of times where I will just try to say the whole thing and then miss the execution. I want to get some out right in here. That local bottom where it made the first run was about 209, so I'll take some out there. Then look for the low of the day at that 207. And probably get a reload. We're taking out 14.3 on the NASDAQ. That's the other thing.
Yeah.
So 14.3 on the NASDAQ is being challenged. If we don't hold on here, obviously then nothing good comes of it because there's no levels at these prices, right? Like once we get down here, you don't have a lot in the way of support. The ES as well is getting down into some of those lows. I mean, Christopher Mulligan just said, just short everything and call it a day. I don't know that it's that simple. It's never quite that simple. Just short everything. You're going to be short service now? I'm throwing it out there because I know it's green, but it's the first thing that came to mind because I know it's strong. But service now has been strong. I'm not saying I'm going to go long that stock, but it has looked pretty good. One more thing I wanted to get to before I throw it back was going to be Rivian. So obviously I'm into Tesla. I told you that was going to look really bad by the end of the day. So Rivian's probably going all the way down to, key level here is actually 16 even on the daily because that's where it did the big breakout from. And if it doesn't hold on to that, every even dollar until you get to 13. That's a monster level that this is retracing back into on Rivian. And it's a double bottom here as well on the daily at 16 even. So if it's going to bounce, it's going to be at 16. I should have just held on for that level, but I didn't. So it is what it is.
I don't know if this market, I mean, we just had a try at a bounce there. We did get, we took that long on Microsoft right now. We just got some out a little bit above right where we are right here, 333, so we got some out at 333 and then some out at something in the teens there, but hoping that this can rip up now. So right here, we're, whatever, man, it's 25 cents in the money, but we need this, let's go. Are you bouncing off 14.3 or not? We've sort of talked about that level here on the NASDAQ. Well, here it goes. All right, okay. All right, well, all right, now we're 70 cents in the money and ripping, so that's good. But that's that 14.3 level that we're trying to look at right there. We bounced off of it yesterday and back in now again. Sorry, not yesterday, that's the 26th, it's this morning. And now we're getting a little bit of a bounce back. Okay, I have absolutely no choice but to attend to this as this is a nice move back up to the upside. Let's just punch a little bit out there in the 50s as we're waiting for 334. It's $1 back in now, but it's back in. So we had to hold this a little bit against ourselves. So let's see now if it can get going back up to the upside as we stay true to Microsoft. We did not get any more long down here, unfortunately, on Google, but let's take a little bit of this out as it's starting to make a move back up to the upside, and we are wrong. Okay, so Google right there, you see, that move did not continue there on Google. It actually started coming back in a little bit here, so that's making me obviously extra nervous about this long as we can easily see what Microsoft is doing. Microsoft is now $1 in the money. Let's take something out, maybe. Nah, let's see. I'm rating out. Well, no, okay. Let's take something out then in the 70s. I was going to wait for 334, but there it is. It looks like you are fading back out again right now. So it's pretty interesting movements here today.
That was a very quick bounce. So you'll see I'm no longer in Micron. My local bid filled on Tesla. I'm looking at 07s now. That didn't really last very long on Micron. 3 seconds ago, we're like, well, maybe it's not as easy as short everything, but The second I was in Micron. Like this is, I don't want to get away from the Tesla chart, but like look at that local bottom. Stop out on Micron and it drops 50 cents from the point that I get out.
Oh my.
So if you were like just, if instead of saying this is an out of a long, if it was a short, whoops, I just full screen that. If it was a short, it's just an instant huge winner. But that's what it is when the market is falling like this. So maybe you're right. Maybe it is short everything. Because every time I'm in a long, it's not lasting very long. Pun not intended with that one. As far as Southwest, I'm still thinking I do like it at 2250. Heck, it's a 3-year low when it's the pandemic bottom, right? If there's going to be a double bottom on this stock, I figure that should be it. It's not really doing much of anything off 23. What is Boeing doing just out of...
It had a $4 move off 176, but I don't.
You know what? Absolutely nothing is the answer to what is
Right,
Boeing
okay.
doing. But you know what it's not doing? It's not falling. And it's higher lows, holding VWAP. If the market bounces, Boeing might just be a breakout at 180. Like, look at that. The breakout seems like a stupid thing to say on a weak stock in a down market, but that's what it's setting up for. Probably a trap now that I said that. But
It's a drop.
No, but it does look like that is setting up for a classic flat top break. You're getting higher lows into the 180 level. The stock is absolutely beaten up on the daily chart, and it stopped falling when the market is continuing to go to the downside. So the good news about Boeing is it is no longer the weakest thing when I look at it on the charts. Right back into 3270s. 3270 on Intel has been the spot where we consistently take a third out and it doesn't go any further. I feel like this time it needs to go further. I'm going to get a bid in the 50s to see if we can capture that. So for now, only shorts. Meta 280 is still holding. Look at Meta hold this 280 line. That's pretty. That's a higher low too.
I've just been so wrong. I've tried that long twice, trying to stay away from it. We're now, I don't know. You like it? Are you gonna take it? I don't know. I do see what you're saying. I was looking at Apple too at 169.
I might take it.
Right there, $1.50 right now. So we'll go a little bit of bang, bang, bang right there. Get a little bit of this money back in. It's almost like it needs to go back in instead of flying out. It's already flew out of my account right there. But there it is, a nice little move back up. So hey, you got to hold on to something sometime. And there it is. Microsoft is the name that I choose. Pikachu, I choose you. But there it is, a nice move right there, back up for Google. We got another piece out at 60. It's not great. It's lucky that we were able, not lucky, I mean, we sat there, but to get a 33 fill, which gave us a better average price. But still, 49s, like it's at 60. I mean, if Google's going to bounce, I thought it was strong. Like we were playing some strength there, and then we got it. Went back up to the upside, but as the market trying to hold out, and I'm just doing this kind of doubled 2-day plays, right? Like Microsoft.
Crap.
Their 2-day play, that's been working, buying the dips. It has not been working going long. We lost early and only making money late now. And what a surprise. We check the timeout, 10 o'clock is a much better time to trade for me, as we've seen some different levels go. And look, if you're down for like catching those big moves and sort of like willing to, I don't want to say risk it all, but it is pretty risky for me to trade early on, I've seen. So I do have to slow that down, and I think we've been doing a pretty good job of it. There goes Google back up. We'll take another fill around here. It was a little bit less than that 60 mark, but as we continue to go up, I'm now at 65.70. All right, there it is. Nice go. Let's go. Nice little move back up here for the futures and for Google getting into this. I'm at 74 right now. Can we get it? Yes, we can right there. So we'll hit a siren alert. Your boy's back right now off some of these longs finally starting to work. You take enough shots and eventually you get a hole-in-one, but I've never got a hole-in-one before. So I don't.
Look,
I got to golf more than that. I golf like 5 times this year. You got to golf like 5,000 times. Adara, are you a golfer?
A hole-in-one, no chance.
I am not, unfortunately. So trading news is actually provided today by Benzinga Pro, which is the official news source of Trader TV and a game-changing tool for active investors. Lots of stuff to find here, real-time updates, super exciting. And you can actually take advantage of their Halloween sale now just by clicking the link in the description. All you have to do is use the coupon code TTV for a whole 50% off for life. For small caps, we have Pax Medica, PXMD. So this one is basically holding an FDA Type B meeting to review some trial results for one of its treatments. We also have ABVC Biopharma. ABVC is the ticker there. This one is entered into a term sheet to license the global rights for CNS drugs, and this is valued at $667 million. Very big deal. Lots of movement in the stock here, as you can see. Last but not least, we have Transcode Therapeutics, RNAZ is the ticker for this one. Basically, they've announced prolonged survival in a test for their glioblastoma treatment. Keep an eye on all these names heading into the rest of the day, guys.
I actually don't know what's going on with Micron right now, but I will say this. Whatever it is, it's not good.
No.
This is an example of why stop orders can be good. But Micron's now down like $2 in the last 4 minutes or 5 minutes.
That doesn't look good.
No, it's again, I don't know what the story is, or even if there is one, that caused that recent move to the downside. In sympathy, I can only... What's going on with that chart? Sorry, but here's my black chart. I just got that fill. You can see the triangle, but that chart's not loading. So in front of 50 on Intel there, so that on sympathy came to the downside for me. Even though the market didn't make that big a move, you went 10 handles in the market to the downside, and Micron decided to completely flush. But this is now, the 200 period moving average is at 64, and that's where it's attempting to bounce. So in the absence of any news specific to Micron here, the 200 period moving average on a liquidity vacuum, that's a level that I'm gonna play. So I liked it anyway. So probably gonna take a shot in here and wet the old beak in front of the quarter mark, and then see where it goes from there.
Oops.
There's no wet the beak graphic actually.
I know, that's why I just hit the bang and then.
Yeah, why don't we have that actually?
What, did I hit the green marker?
I say that a lot.
This one. Is that red or green? No, that's red. Okay. Well, at least I hit the appropriate.
Well, the market's red, that's for sure.
Yeah, I hit it there today as well. Yeah, you were just talking about Micron. That is a little crazy.
What's AMD or anything else doing? Because
I mean, Google is ripping up. I mean, ripping. And right now, Microsoft is tanking.
Oh, AMD's tanking.
Yeah, so there definitely is some weakness here in the NASDAQ.
Okay.
We got to take advantage of that and maybe just get out. One more piece here on Google. We'll take it out at 80 there. And just watch out because things are not moving appropriately here, in my opinion. Now, Royal Caribbean, some news coming through. Let's see what's going on. Oh, $82. So
isn't there call?
Yeah. I think that's what it was. Earnings report earlier on RCL. Nice move up to 84 right now. Let's check out Western Digital today. Okay, let's see. Merger. Oh, it's merger talks broke off on Western Digital. I'm hearing now.
That's not good.
I don't know if that has anything to do with Micron, but there goes Western Digital, and there goes Microsoft. Microsoft's back into a kill spot here, so I got to attend to this. 332.50 again for Softy, guys. Wow.
No, it's absolutely wild. So there is movement in some of the other chip names. Like Micron is at the low, but it seems as if like AMD's at the bottom as well. So this is not isolated to them. NVIDIA, McFly, 409 NVIDIA.
Oh my God.
Anyway, you guys know what I'm talking about. You've seen that movie. Back to the Future. 409, 409, 409. 409's gone now.
Oh no, it is?
It's taken out to the downside. So
God.
NVIDIA underneath 409 is a short, and I just grabbed along Micron. My stop is in. Look, if we break 64, then I'm just going to get out of Micron. But it feels like that's probably going to happen. Like what's available? I don't want to chase anything down here to enter short positions, but at least Meta's bouncing.
That's a nice story, but I'm not in it. I mean, I wish I was in Meta here as I hold my breath.
Yeah, it's up at 83. Yeah, that chart's jacked up too.
You know what? We're getting a nice move back here a little bit.
There
Hopefully
goes Micron.
In Softy. Just trying to get hands off here. Let's go, Microsoft, man. We just took some out right there. We have 332.40. It's 40 cents back upside now. We got a great movement. I can't believe I'm about to spin the dollar club right now. Google yesterday. We're up on Google today right now. So nice move back up for Google. Take advantage of that. I'm just hearing that the Micron is an effect of that WDC deal.
That's fair.
Breaking down. So, and I guess, again, if you're going to break down on deals in the chip space, it does put in question, I'm guessing, the valuation because there are certain premiums put in based on competition and things like that, right? So if someone's willing to pay XYZ for WDC, then maybe they're willing to pay XYZ plus 20% for AMD, but there's the digital move down, like a big one into that. We'll wait to get a little bit more clarification on all of this, but Western Digital is making that move back into $38. And AMD has seen, my friends, much better days. Down 3% and really getting kicked to the curb here. AMD breaking through 100, and we've never seen, well, it's not that we've never seen this. We've seen this before, but that's a big move down, not even earnings related for advanced micro devices. So nice move back in. These chip names are the weakest of the bunch because they just haven't reported. We have Intel, I mean, speak about that.
Tonight.
We have Intel tonight, baby. And it got high. We were actually waiting at 332, 333.40. We wrote down here 50s. So we were waiting at 40s. It would be now $1 in the money. But Intel's actually maybe holding out pretty good here. If there's a bounce, I would say Intel only being down 1% right now would be more interesting to me than the others. So I'll keep an eye on Intel. And here we go. I'm going to take one more piece out because hard to avoid or ignore, I should say, this move that's happening right now on Softy. We got a little nervous down there and took too much out around 332.70 and so on and so forth. But we'll hold this. Nice move back to the upside. We're almost in that club. Let's just rally the market and hit it anyways. There we go. We are now 98 cents in the money on Google and see if that can go off of a reloaded level. So we're just having fun here. Hopefully it can go back up as Microsoft's almost $1 as well, but we haven't done well on Microsoft trying to chase bottoms.
I just got out of, not Intel, Tesla here is that trail on Tesla. Like it was coming to the downside. It could not break 208 as the market made lower lows. And the second time it bounces off 208, I set the trail at 209. I put a stop order at 209, technically not a trailing stop, but at 209, and then it broke out. So some strength coming into Tesla. I'm going to jump out of it. I did get wicked out on Micron. So if it's going to be a sympathy play only for that news, it wicked me out at 64, then held 64 in here. This is too big of a level. Again, they haven't reported yet or anything, but this is a 200 period moving average here at 64 even. If there's going to be a bounce, I'd love to see it get back. I mean, VWAP I don't think is in the cards. I don't think VWAP is in the cards, but if this can get to like back to this 40, then into that 80, I'd be happy with that bounce. What else is going on here?
Market.
Meta is absolutely flying.
Market is
through
ripping
VWAP now.
right
Like,
now.
now the market's ripping, so obviously that's going to help me out with Micron. No question about it. So as the market, the second you said market's ripping, I got to fill at 40s. I'm going to get another one above 60s and then see if the rest can get to 65. Affirmed at VWAP. So Affirm's at VWAP, and this is like decision point on Affirm because this is the one I wanted to fade off of VWAP here. So let's see it. VWAP, I didn't want to, as long as it's underneath 17, my feelings for Affirm were fail this area here and get right down in and maybe challenge that 16 even before on the way to $15. So if I feel that way about Affirm, this to me looks like a reload spot on the way to the downside. So I want to be patient with it. I want it to start rolling over and then try to grab it to the south side.
You know what, guys, honestly, let's just go. Let's just take that out. We're not going to celebrate too much. We're just going to go like this. There it is right there. So Microsoft, nice move, man. $1.40 out right there at 330. Well, $1.40, $1.35 at 333.75. We just got out right there. So that's a great little rally back, turning my frown upside down, but still a frown. I was not expecting this. I'm not happy with the way the market is today, obviously being down where it is. We did only have shorts written on here. We did have the Boeing long, so we did kind of anticipate this. We were like challenging Randy about like, oh, don't turn it around, and he didn't, and we stayed bearish the rest of the day here in the morning. But that doesn't mean that we are going to stay that way. Wow, what a move up, though, we just hit for Google. Google absolutely ripped right into the 200 period there. We had $1.40 on that one, but did not cover. So we're going to get something out there at VWAP around 122 and change. 122.60 is VWAP. Let's see, as the futures did the exact same thing right now, bouncing off of the 50 period and trying to get back to that level. I'm hearing right now, let's go to UNG. Right here as United States Gas Fund right here coming out with gas number right now just coming out. As you can see, we are ticking higher on UNG right now. So I don't know the exact fill on that one, like what those numbers were there for that, but we just had that number at 10:30. Nice move up for UNG. And also, there it is. We're going to go one more time on, this time it was a good idea. Find that bottom on Softy. Remember what we did? We zoomed out. We said 332.50 was an area that we wanted to get long. Finally, man, we pat ourselves on the back with 332.40. He is in the building. It is Mr. Mark O'Keefe is in the building from ICE. Mark, come over here. You will not. Nice to see you, my friend.
I've been hugging Sean nonstop.
Yes. How are you here? Take a mic.
No.
Too late. So, this will be easy. Don't worry. This is not going to be business
This
related.
is my dream, my lifelong dream.
Be quiet.
I'm a dangerous man with this thing.
He is a dangerous man.
First of all, give a shout out to your kids.
Brendan and Logan. Logan's a big fan of the show, watches every morning. Big fan.
Big fan. And not only did you name your kid after Brendan, but now you're going to...
Correct.
Which is amazing.
Equally as handsome, I might add, too, right?
On the desk right there. But what do you think of Toronto? I know you've been up here many times.
A little inclement today, a little hot, a little too hot for me.
A little rainy
A little
today.
rain, a little misty. But
And you're
overall,
from Jersey?
New Jersey Shore, the Jersey Shore.
Jersey Shore.
Yep.
Not Italian, though.
No, very Irish. Frighteningly
Very Irish. I couldn't tell.
Frighteningly Irish?
frighteningly
What does that
Irish.
even mean? We have to ask you about. I got to ask you about this. What's this deal with Intel?
Oh, I can't even go there. I can't talk market.
Yeah, exactly.
You can't?
I
No.
can't.
Come on, Neil. We just said we're not going to talk
no,
business.
No, we're not
asked
talking
you.
market. We're just talking friendly.
We're just talking friendly right now. And you know what else is a friendly trade right now? Let's spin the money for you, Mark.
Let's
because
spin it.
there it is right there. We have $2.50 in the money on Microsoft. So a nice little bottom there
That's
on
one of my
Microsoft.
faves.
They had earnings yesterday. Got hit. The market's in a free fall right now, down another 1.2%. But thank you so much. The traders behind us would be very, very, grateful of this. But there is one pastry in there that I'm looking at that I know will be gone very, very soon.
Everybody knows that the apple fritter is mine. Everybody
Neil's
around
favorite
here
is
knows
the apple
that.
fritter.
Randy's losing weight by the second, so
I know.
He is.
Does he look
And you're
fantastic?
Look at me. I
You as
gained.
well.
I gained what he lost. But
Get out of
take
here.
this thing away from me. Take this away. This is dangerous. But anyway, I'm checking in. Good to see you guys.
Good. Thanks
Had
for
a great
coming
time.
by.
See you the next
Appreciate
time
it,
for sure.
Hopefully I'll see you. Well, I might come.
And there's 50 bagels in the other room.
5-0?
That complement this.
Ooh-wee.
Brendan, 39 of them have your name on them.
39. Yeah, there you go.
50 bagels.
Thank you, Mark. Yeah,
Thank you, Mark.
Great. We really we have great friends, and it's great to have this business connection. And Mark has been absolutely fantastic. So, Fabian, come get these away from me, man. Or Brendan.
Nah,
Somebody.
you don't have to take them
Here,
away.
Katrine.
You can just keep them
No,
right
because
here.
I'll hit them over. My only problem is I will hit them. No, I just want them out of here.
You're not even taking one? That's horrible.
Oh no. Well, okay. You know what? You're right. My favorite's maple. There you go.
You know
Take that
you-
away from me. I mean, we got to represent. Apple fritter is pretty Canadian for Tim Hortons. It's one of the classic ones. And then there as well, the maple donut. We'll take that. But all this.
The maple is very good. Don't get me wrong. It's a very good,
But we are.
very underrated
Now I need to go get a coffee though.
Donut.
But the thing about this is like he's talking about trying to cut back on some pastries, but it is hard to resist some of that right there. But while Mark was gone, we did spin that right there. Nice trade for us on MSFT as we sharpen up our interviewing skills there. As it's Brendan that always has the goods. Are we ready for a throw? Because we were ready for a throw, and then we had special guest appearance right there. Fabian, which one did you take? You're good. What about Ramin? Strawberry one. Okay, good job there. All right, it's Adara, it's crypto, it's Brendan. Let's go. Wow, Neil.
What? That's
Interesting crypto-related update from JP Morgan. Actually, according to a Bloomberg report, JP Morgan handles about 1 billion transactions daily through their JPM coin, which is their digital token of interest. We also have on the Bitcoin chart, this is the daily chart, really interesting. This is actually the first red daily candle we've had in a while. We had that rally where we were touching 35,000, sorry. We have pulled a little bit back from that, but we still are trailing above that 34,000 area right now. In terms of the overall crypto market, not too much. Bitcoin has had quite the drop. We're down about 2% right now, but everything else is slightly positive or slightly negative for the most part. Also of note, Solana down about 5% right now. Dogecoin up about 6.45%. So pretty mixed market right now for crypto, guys.
Pretty much recap for crypto there. Neil, of course, is always eating the donut when they're in front of him.
I can't let something go. So
Okay, here we go.
in our ear, as I was commenting, I thought rather politely about the choice of donut, the strawberry donut. Ramin in my earpiece decided to say, "Don't be a hater, Neil." Look, unequivocally.
Neil's not a hater, guys.
No, it's like I'll hate on the Cowboys. I'll hate on the Patriots. I'm a hater when it comes to that.
Not
but
on
the,
donuts.
the strawberry donut, like I'll eat all of them, but like that's easily the weakest donut of that entire box. So that's all I'm saying. I'm not saying You can't eat it. It's just enjoy what you enjoy. I'm just speaking objectively here. As someone who knows a thing or two about donuts, let's be real. I've probably eaten more donuts in like 1 year of my life than you've had in your entire life there, Ramin. I'm just throwing it out there. But this market is turning down again.
Yeah, that's
So it turned down for what?
turned down for what?
I'm out of Micron. I'm not looking that gift horse in the mouth. Nope, not when there's related news. We're lucky enough to have gotten back in at 64. So when it failed at the quarter mark, I jumped right out of that bad boy. Everything that was just good about that bounce, we got to like 14.33, and we're right back into the lows on the NASDAQ. Like, that did not take very long. I'm looking at NVIDIA here. It tried to hold above 410. Oh, goodness. Please give entries up here again. That feels like a nice stair step to the downside. So if this gets back above 410, that might be a nice little zone for NVIDIA. Still hanging on to I tried to grab the curl on a firm. I was patient with it. Like, it gave everything you wanted. Like, there's the wick over VWAP. There's the curl. Jump in, try and grab it. Did not get the fill, but I want to hang on to this for the day. What was the news on MU? The news was, it wasn't Micron's news.
No.
It was WDC. Like it was basically like a deal potentially falling through there. I don't know. Was it potentially falling through?
I don't. Yeah.
Either way, it was related in the space of a deal falling through, and that caused pressure on all of the valuations. They all started tanking in the same moment. I mean, obviously that's a very, very quick move. When that happens, generally speaking, actually I went to go to Micron, not AMD.
I like cookies.
When this happens, when I saw it got stopped out right here and it starts falling, my first inclination is to figure out what's going on. Like, at some point, you're like, there has to be something happening here. So until I knew what it was, I didn't try the long off of 64 because I don't want to get caught not knowing what the news is. You never want to trade blind if you can avoid it. Sometimes it's going to happen to you because you don't know what the news is at all. Like, there will be situations where you don't find out till like an hour later or 2 hours later what happened. I didn't want to get to this payment processor. Square. So the market's right back at the lows.
It's looking
Block
low.
is up 1%.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, I was
right?
going to say it's looking low,
So-
square in the face.
Breakout and holding higher lows, at least for now. So some support here in the block. I haven't looked at PayPal, so I don't really know if PayPal's doing the same thing. But I'm filing that one away if this market gets back to the upside. That I do like. Yeah, this PayPal is a little bit weaker than Square here. It's red, bigger flush. So sure, it means that Square could catch up, but it also means right now it's relative strength.
I do. I know I'm going to catch a little bit of slack right here for this trade because Bitcoiners unite. And I do think that obviously cryptocurrency, I like it. I'm going to see about getting Crypto Burb on tonight. I haven't actually messaged him yet. Hopefully he'll fly through tonight on the show. Of course, Forbes 30 under 30. Adrian Zadinchuk hopefully will come through tonight. I haven't even messaged him, but I like him to come through right there. But here we go. We just shorted crypto. So Bitcoin, GBTC breaks down through that daily low right there. And I'm just scalping it out like crazy right now without really being able to see what Bitcoin is doing. We have it live here. I'd rather have it on our platform, so I'm always looking back and forth. But here we go. That's a 5-minute interval. Let's just check out a 1. And see, this is what I mean. Like, I got to find better charting. This is on Yahoo here. But if you're looking at a 5, let's see, a 2-minute. Is that better? There it is. So there we go. So there's the candle. So we are starting to push a lot lower now on Bitcoin. It was actually taking 34,000. So again, I didn't even really know that. I just saw it breaking down, and there's a nice little trade for us on GBTC as it is smoking to the downside right now. Bitcoin.
Oh, goodness.
Good little win for us right now on this name. I mean, you got to get out, and the thing about it is, see how like I just got a little bit out there at 40, is that you got to watch out for what's printing here. You can see that, see like right there, instantly gapping down a little 5 cents. It just, the liquidity is here. Shout out to Jeffrey Mendel and his team over there at OTC Markets. But the idea is to use an OTC link or something like that where you're able to see it's an executable market. ARCA's there as well, OTCN. But there's the nice push down in Bitcoins. And there it is right now. Sound the alerts right now. We're not only $1 in the money on Microsoft, which we are. We're $1 in the money also on Google. And we got a nice push down here in crypto as we fade through 34 Gs. All right. It's Adara. She's at the desk. Oh, thank you. Oh. That was Sharif. He's all right over here.
Very mixed board today. Lots of highs and lows. We do have some strength in finance, really notable strength here. We also have utilities and process industries up right now. In terms of weakness, we have basically all of these Mag 7 names. Most notably, what we've got going on in technology services. Meta, super weak after its earnings yesterday. We also have Amazon and retail trade down almost 2% ahead of its earnings to be reported tonight. So definitely watch out for that. A little bit more mixed in electronic technology, but NVIDIA down about 2%, Broadcom down about 2%, Apple down a little bit less, just above 1% to the downside. Also of note, I want to mention commercial services, which is seeing a lot of weakness in MasterCard and Visa. MasterCard actually just reported their earnings. They're down about 5% right now, guys.
What's flying to the upside is Sunrun. 10% to the upside in the face of a market falling like a rock.
It's running.
Yeah, it's running. That's a Far Side running, right? That's a great one. That's a great joint. I'm gonna have to listen to that at lunch.
Running.
So 950. I'm looking at just kind of off the top of my head. 950, 960. That looks like a good place to join this trend. If this is just gonna be squeezing, and I'm gonna double check. Let me just do this here. I'm not gonna look up. I'll just show you live. Pull my trade ideas down. Pull up Sunrun. There's your short float. 23% short float. Up 10% into a market which is, I don't know, not really doing much of anything great. And look at the hammer bottom. Yeah, this looks really good to continue this trend. Look for a pullback somewhere into VWAP here, probably starting at 960. I'm going to buy the dip on Sunrun if we're able to get it. So if it doesn't dip, I don't like buying highs. It's 1043. Like, this is not the time of day where I like to buy a top into a weak market, but I don't mind following a trend. If that means buying the dip, then so be it. What else we got here? Yeah, it's definitely a squeeze. I mean, shout out to everyone in the chat that's been on this. Like, if you've been long this, you're absolutely laughing this morning. Like, what has been better? I can't really think of too much that's been better. Going back over to Meta. Meta's now holding VWAP here. Look at this thing. Meta's back. So holding on to pre-market lows, aftermarket lows, and VWAP all simultaneously while the market's making lower lows. Meta definitely has a chance here. I think you can stick a fork in that 280. I saw someone in the chat point out that 280 is the new 300 on Meta. Well, today it is, at least for today. Well, okay, this morning it is. I don't want to speak for the rest of the day because we could easily be breaking that at some point. Right now, it looks like the underfills at VWAP are pretty decent here. So underneath that 286 has been giving you some money fills on Meta. Yeah, but run's got my attention. There's no question about that. You're going to be up 10% today in squeezing. Joining this party before it gets to 10 makes a lot of sense.
All right. It's funny because GBTC just on that one break became my #1 stock of the day for me on that, just on that one little break there of GBTC back in. So that was really good. It really felt like a rock there once it did break through 34,000. We are back up now above it. So I will look to see if there is going to be some more momentum. Where's that chart? Some more momentum back up to the upside here as we'll zoom in just a little bit. There's the tick. Remember, it's 2 minutes. So it's all the way up there at 34,042. Right now. So a nice little bounce back upside. And again, it's like when I go to the 1 minute, it just doesn't go to candles anymore. So I don't know, candle, maybe go to bar first and then go back to candle maybe. Does it show it? No, okay. Anyways, nice upside move there. We'll switch it back to 2 minutes, and we will find, after this, we'll find better. I know you're using TradingView. I think that's probably going to be the best for Bitcoin charting anyways until we get it on our platform. All right, so, you guys are talking about some stocks that are absolutely ripping. We almost have $2 right now as well on Google and on Microsoft. So both these names really making a move off the bottom. The problem is we talked about defending that 14.3. Thing is, it dipped a little bit. I mean, it got 30 handles under that before the move happened. So that was a little hard to defend, but we still did do it. The only problem is, and there's absolutely no problem. We made back a lot of money here. The problem is getting out too much and not really believing in a move like this coming through. So I think now we can probably think about just getting out, but there it is right now. I mean, you are going crazy. We got out last time when it came back up here, but there is Microsoft again, $2 back for that. So that's really been quite a good trade there for me on Microsoft, buying those dips back through that level of 332. So that was a good one. What reports tonight? We sort of went over Intel a little bit there. I do want to play
Amazon as well.
Yeah, I do want to play bump ups in Intel, and yeah, so Intel and Amazon are the two big ones that we look forward to tonight. Do we have that earnings board? Well, we can get to it whenever, I guess. Maybe a little bit later, actually.
Palantir went green.
Palantir went where?
Palantir is back to green, so some strength coming into this name. It's kind of consolidating where it closed at yesterday, so it's going to have to punch through that range. I'm reloading a firm at this level. This is VWAP where I wanted it, but I like Palantir. When Palantir holds out, this has been kind of relatively strong. If you never made it to the lows, then you're a strong name today. You know, you don't have to necessarily be up a ton the way the market started out. So Palantir, on that kind of a move, I'm going to like it back into VWAP. So I'm going to get on that bit as well. And the only reason I said in the chat, I was asking the chat if I like a break on Sunrun at 10. I just don't like these even dollar breaks in the middle of the day. I'm not a huge fan of them. They haven't been working in my mind. So when something is not generally working, I don't want to do it until it gets back in favor. And sometimes breakouts are great. It's just time of day matters, and I don't like a breakout, which is probably happening like at 11, 11:30 for something like a Sunrun.
All right, I'm going to, there it is. We just got out. Let's just end that damn trade right there for a nice one, $1.80 right there. Sorry, $1.71 right there on Google. Reason why we exit this trade is we still got $2.50 in the money on Microsoft. If that's going to work to the long side, great. Happy for it. Let's go Microsoft. But at the same time, you know, yesterday was not a great day for Google. And although it is making its way back up, we talked about it was down almost 10 yesterday, add another 2 today. It's pretty nasty out there for this name. Nice move back up. The futures also made a huge move. We just got, this is 1 minute, so we got like 10 straight green candles, putting us right back into VWAP. For me, that is an out on a weaker name like Google, so we'll do that. It's down double what the market's down. Obviously, it could get a lot more aggressive to the upside, and that out might look bad, but it wasn't a huge piece left, so we will get that out on Google and just hold the proxy long with Softy. I like the Softy long better. A better report. It's better against the market than Google, so let's just hold this name, because the thing is like if it turns around and I don't get out of one of them, then it's going to be like, what the heck? And I just chose Google for those past reasons given right there. So we'll wait on that one, and we still do have about 5% or so of this GBTC trade left, seeing if it can go back down to the downside. We did not reload there at 34,000. Maybe we should have, as that's making its move back in as well right here. So yeah, man, so far so good. It's been a great comeback here starting at about 10 o'clock for the market and for myself as well. Looks like we might have made the mistake there. We got it at Google at 08. It's now at 28. But as I said, if I could choose either one, I'm pretty happy with the one that we did choose because Microsoft's up about, 40 cents or so. So I don't know. I don't really believe this move up. Do you?
Well, I'm not. We're at the overnight highs, so if it's going to turn somewhere, I think this is kind of the spot. I'm looking at like Intel for myself. I have not reloaded this, but it's pretty much into the zone where it closed yesterday. I'm using my 15-minute chart out of a bit of necessity here. Oh, the 3 minutes actually working now. Finally loaded. It wasn't loading before, so now it's actually loaded. So we got some out at the bottom, was waiting for it to get back up in here and test that lower high. If I take it again, that's literally the 4th time I'll be in. The first did not. That's a bad wick in terms of where I got out, but at the end of the day, it is what it is. You're going to take your out, have a stop in. I had a local high, and I took it out there. I'm always going to do that. A firm is going to get to 17. Then I get out of that one at 17. We've been holding on to that. Did take profit on the way. But I'm noticing something here. Like Micron, which was strong at one point in the news, flushed it to the downside, got the bid. This market is flying, and Micron is no longer moving up. Like suddenly, Micron is the other thing. It went from being relatively strong early to suddenly relatively weak as we go to Adara for Money Talks.
Strength right now in the DXY after that GDP number we got this morning. So that one was, the estimate was around 4.3%. We're actually up 4.9%. So a lot of robust economic growth. We have another daily wick to the upside, for the USD. Definitely some strength there. Also keep an eye on the PCE data coming tomorrow morning. Should impact the dollar in some way, guys.
I will say this. My favorite trade today was not getting into Mattel a 3rd time off the same level. And it was available. There's the 18 level. It was a good short a couple of times, but this is now, it's a squeeze. This is a squeeze to the upside. Mattel has it's not a huge short float, but when a stock looks like this on the daily, and it finds a bit of a bid. It's also SSR, so short sell restricted, all that good stuff. And there's been one red candle the first time it got to 18. The rest of it is absolutely flying. Sunrun's pulling back, so another 10 cents or so, and I think I get that one. Meta is now gone. So that 86, well, if you're already in it, then congratulations to you. 95 is where things, obviously at the open, I can go to the 3-minute chart, that's way better here. 95 is where things started to fall apart. The actual local high was a little closer to that 300 level. Said it before, I still believe it. The accumulation at 300 on the way down for weeks, to me means if this stock gets to that level, it's a short. And it's just, there was so much activity at that price as a support level. If it does not hold on to it, so if it gets back up there, I think it's a short. And I think we have a chance to get there. We're at 93. You have a chance to get to 300.
Okay, we'll just do this one now because we haven't hit this yet today. But we just went short there on AMD and made it at 30 cents there pretty quickly. Sorry, went down to 08, so we made 26 cents there pretty quickly on that short of a VWAP retracement back in. Now, like we were just saying, I'm going to see if the market holds right now. We're going to test it up to 95.50. So again, we just took 26 cents. Our stop here is around 95.50, so well worth it. I am bidding in the mid-teens here. If you say 15, you're going to be right. So we'll see if this comes back in. We just printed some 16s. A little bit of a move in here. We should be able to get that. I don't think penny pinching right now is really worth it. You're just going to go back and forth here. I think the only real key level you want to maybe get another piece out is 95 flat. And then other than that, there we go. So see here it comes back in right now. So that level's actually, we have a lot to go for AMD if it does break lower right now. So we'll go back into the short now on this name and see if it can print. So it's now 15 cents in the money. Let's see where we go on advanced micro devices. And then we did turn around. We're $3 in the money right there. We were congratulating Meta shareholders. That's a monster move up to 295. So that's great to have that. We're still like, sure, if we held all morning, you'd be in the money now. But this is a red name for me today as we tried to go long and drop them off every single time. So nice move to the upside there for Meta. Great move, hopefully down for AMD. And we are going to put a stop somewhere here on Microsoft, but let's go look at the earnings board.
Yeah, and you know, we've talked about the big two, well, okay, the big one, Amazon, and then of course, they've been trading Intel, and we've been mentioning that for the last couple of days. Ford, we've already seen GM, you got a UAW deal done for them. They're bouncing off that 11 level. We know it's a good one. Do not sleep on Enphase. Enphase, you're seeing some of the, sorry, Sharif just slammed the heck out of the table the second I said Enphase. He's obviously very excited for Enphase earnings. That's fair. There's nothing wrong with that. So that's one we shouldn't be sleeping on. And then tomorrow morning it is a couple of, I don't know, you probably never heard of those energy names. I've never heard of those too, but I think they're oil names, Exxon and Chevron as well. Nothing really. Newell Brands. Oh, you know what? AutoNation could be a bit of a mover. I would not be surprised to see that one with a double-digit move tomorrow. That's, yeah, AutoNation, if there's one sort of out of the blue that would give you a big move, that could be it. United States Steel, the only thing I care about there is whether or not there's any deal happening with them. So I have no idea where that stands with Cleveland Cliffs and United States Steel, but I don't care about their earnings. More interesting if some kind of deal gets done between those two.
Yeah, agreed on that one, as there's been a lot of rumblings for that, and there's also been a lot of different deals happening in the oil space as well. So watch out for some more plays coming through. We just had Exxon take out Pioneer, and then Hess the other day as well, taken over. So, all right, so 335, we got as high as 336 there almost. If we get back there, let's take it out. I mean, that's where VWAP is. That was sort of the level that we got dropped off through the first time that we thought would hold. It didn't. So a nice move back up there. It was $4. We were almost $4 in the money on that one, and we should have took it and not got as greedy. As look what happened on Google. I thought we were taking profit there and being pretty greedy with that move, and then Google goes all the way back up to basically its high of the day, pretty much into 124. So Google really super strong, and it was Microsoft was the name that we should have, and could have, and would have got out of if I was a little smarter. But there it is. We did reload AMD. AMD is actually holding a bid despite this move coming back in a little bit. We just reloaded it right there at VWAP again, so that's why you're seeing an average price of 34. It's right here, right now. I took it out at 15s twice. One was 10, one was 8s, one was 15s. Again, right there at the 200 period. Looking for it to take out through 50, and if it does, then we will get out of that one. If the market continues to rally up, we'll take an L on AMD, but hopefully be able to retrace back up for Softy and get something around 335. So, sorry, 336, a little bit higher than that. We'd like to take about $1 from here. So if we do get back to that level, yeah, I don't know. I'm still, the market is still underneath. We're still red, still down 0.75%. Not super happy here today with all these earnings plays not really following through. I mean,
I'll tell you who is
tricky.
happy.
Yeah.
Alan Newton is happy. Man, I can't believe my stink bid at 281 came through. You have to be talking about Meta if you're mentioning that, so I'm going to make the assumption that you are long 281 on Meta, which clearly when it's at 90 is good. By the way, Meta's pulling back a bit. I reloaded Intel, but I already mentioned that, so I want to get to Rivian. Rivian right back into VWAP and bouncing over 1640, so can I catch the other end here? I mean, I'm going to try to catch the other end. I'll wet the beak at 45, but I don't want to chase it any further. Oddly enough, my stop will end up being exactly where it was a bad stop before, but it is what it is. The level is the level, and I hated that stop before. We'll see how I like it the second time through, if it is. I am also looking at Micron. Relative weakness in Micron today. It used to be strong, now it's literally the opposite. So 65 has had a bit of a wall. Ideally, I'd rather this break 65, fail VWAP to enter a short, and as long as the market hasn't taken out tops, I like that entry. Micron, obviously a flash bottom that changed things very quickly for this name. And another chip name for you, NVIDIA. You're now holding above that 409, so the strength has come back in. 409's been the big level on NVIDIA, so if it's above that, I don't think I want to be fighting shorts, unless it's like 420. 420 would make some sense. And as I mentioned with Sunrun, I'm trying to be a little bit patient with the first entry. So it's sliding back in here. I'm sitting on the bid in the 60s, looking for the dip to join the trend up in Sunrun, up 10%. There's not many names that I can say that about today, certainly. So strong name there. Oh, yeah, Square. I wanted to mention Square. Forget about 40. Square's breaking out the high of the day as we speak. So I don't like taking high of the day breaks, but if you show a consolidation above this sort of double top, 42.75, I don't mind looking for a long in between 75 and 43 on a potential trend up. Block, 2.5% to the upside. Remember what happened yesterday to all of these payment names? And now you're up 2.5% into a down market. Square is on a comeback. It's been around for years.
Oh, man. Let's just go again, man. What a good idea that seems to have been to short AMD. Not only did we short it once, twice, thrice, right there at 95.50. Bang, bang, bang. Line them up and put them down right there for AMD. Nice move back down. The only trade that we put on today on AMD was right here, right now, as patience comes into play one more time. All right, we've had a lot of great segments today, but we got to talk about what is for lunch, because people are always asking, what the heck is for lunch? And today, unfortunately, if you said chicken dinner winner, you would be correct, because today it is another chicken inspired meal. Okay? Today is, and this has been good. I mean, I've heard good things from this. They're served individually, and there's chicken pot pie. We have country chicken pot pie. People like that around here with dill and black pepper roasted mini potatoes.
I know why they're good.
I feel like that's going to be good, and we'll wait to see if there is any positive or negative feedback on the chicken pot pie.
I have a theory about the chicken pot pie, but it's based on, so when they do, and I say beef patties. For anyone out there that says Jamaican beef patties, look, it's just a beef patty. They have patties on other West Indian islands too, so I'm not being bougie about it. It's just, I don't say Jamaican beef patty. It's just a beef patty. But when they do them here, I know they're the ones that you buy at the ones you buy at Costco. So I think
they're not homemade.
I'm pretty sure with the pot pie, it's just like they have good stuff at Costco. So I think it's just one you get from
Great
Costco,
stuff.
and theirs is really good. So I think it's going to be a good pot pie, but I'll be eating a salad anyway. So
Yeah, that's what we have. So
that's how we roll. We'll have a salad. If there's extra, maybe I'll have that. Just a quick note here. Halfway from VWAP to the low of the day, I did take it out on Intel. It's starting to run to the downside. And Rivian, I'm not taking profit until it gets well underneath VWAP. But it's past 11 o'clock,
180.
which means we got to get to the professor and Obi-Wan Kenobi. What's going on, and why were you so excited about Enphase?
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to the Midday Show. That is Obi. I'm Sharif, and we're brought to you by Search Trader. Count funding of up to $1 million. Keep up to 90% of the profits. Enjoy relaxed trading rules with an 8% max trailing drawdown on all new accounts. Shout out to the folks there at Search Trader. Okay, so a couple of things. First and foremost, I'm not involved in Enphase. Shout out to Reliable Rudy. He brings it up constantly, and so it's in the back of my mind. I think it's a good company, but not invested in it. Second of all, Boeing. Boeing just touched 180, so critical level for me. I'm going to be looking at that. We'll talk about that a little bit more, but we want to know how Obi's morning went.
My morning was all right. I hope everyone's having a good day in the markets today. Again, we are presented with some volatility here on the day. So yeah, so out the open, kind of had took a quick scalp on the long. Good reasons to sell come in, and as you guys know, we kind of wicked right underneath that 14. Was it 14.5, 14.450? Let's call it. But yeah, so anyways, the futures kind of started wicking, started getting a little heavy there right out the open. So good reasons to sell come in, but I don't, to get in the short, I use those reasons to sell to get out of the long. So something, again, as we've been talking about, got to get better at maybe switching over when the reasons are strong enough, as the short gives you not one, but 2, 3, almost 4 points, 3.5 points to the downside. We catch the long on the when we start to consolidate a little bit, but I piece off of it a little too early, as I only take it from this, what is this, 18 halves, 18 sixes into the 119, and then it goes another half a point in the money and consolidates and then rips right back up into these opening prices. So yeah, unfortunately missed that piece of the long, but what is the next trade? That's what I'm asking myself. So how about you guys? What have you guys been trading? Let me know in the chat. We know we have some earnings day 2s as well. Google, Microsoft definitely on watch. We had RCL. We had, what was the other one? RCL, we had MasterCard as well. We had Mattel, yeah. And we had UPS. Those were the ones I was watching. Yeah, UPS was pretty... Yeah, a lot of tickers for earnings. I was going through the earnings calendar last night, and a whole lot of earnings reported last night, and a whole lot of earnings reported this morning. And some big companies, so I was just like, okay, well, let's just focus on a few of these. I'm not going to be able to catch all of them. Yeah. But yeah, still waiting for some of those levels to kind of come in on some of those. Whether or not they will be trades for me, I have yet to find out, as some of those prices haven't necessarily come into play for me right now on some of those earnings names. So we just take, we kind of go back to what we're comfortable with here, taking some scalps off of on the Amazon until some other trades may or may not set up there, Sharif. So that's all I got on the board for today. How about you? What are you looking at?
I'm looking at Boeing currently, but we're going to bring in the side 6 in 1 second. I was just trying to debate here whether we're going to take Boeing short or we're going to go long, because that 180 level was interesting, and it's doing a little bit of a dance here at 180, not breaking through it decisively, nor is it really retracing off it equally as decisively. A bit of indecision right now as the market plummets back into 14.3, a smidge above 14.3. We are currently, we're actually below 4,200. As I posited this morning, 4,200 would likely be a resistance level. And I think Dan the Man Emmons wrote in the chat 4,205 is a resistance. It was his resistance level. I said 4,200, and I think actually we are at 4,205 exactly high a day right now on the NQ. I mean on the ES. Pardon me. So shout out to Dan there for that. Shout out to Amd. The Katina man says looks like he's printing a factory over there on Amd. All right, guys, let's talk about what's moving here. I got some side charts up. First and foremost, Boeing, talked a little bit about that. We're definitely within yesterday's range. Yesterday was the reporting day. We haven't broken down below the lows of yesterday. It was about 176 and a quarter. The lowest low that we have there and the highest high was about that 189.50. We're very much an inside day so far. Where are the levels? Your guess is as good as mine. Let's see what 180 does, and then maybe we'll decide from there. But what I see here is a sequence of higher lows, so it looks like it is trending. I just expect resistance around some areas, and it's just hard to tell where exactly because of the outsized day that we had yesterday. So Boeing on the watch list. SPCE, yet another day, yet another SPCE up on my charts here. 18% to the good today. It is still south of that dollar, guys. It started out its life yesterday at 75 pennies, gotten up to 91.21, currently trading at 88.56. The volume a little suspect. This one was very strong. This was the Adderall substitute, ADHD medication, or whatever.
Business.
Yeah, well, it's a monster business. Anybody who knows, or anybody in university knows all about that. I'm not going to get into that on the show, but
yeah.
$1 looks like we started out the day in the morning when that headline hit, Mr. Kenobi, hit about 8:30 a.m., shot up all the way to a smidge below 4. Looks like we got into that 394 and change. That was all in the pre. Then the market opened and the volume came and we tanked. And we are now south of VWAP. And I'm no longer interested in this name for long until and if it goes north of that VWAP area. Currently on my chart, it's that 284 level. We'll have to wait and see whether this one can get a second win. But look for these biotech one-off names to have multiple days. Like we've seen this with some of these small cap gappers that are biotech related. They've been running multiple days now and not really kind of giving up the ghost like they used to right away. Lion, chief among them, perfect example. This one's been running, Lion, whatever. It's been running. How come it's not showing me how much this is up? 1 second here. Okay, well, whatever. I'll pull that up later. LIAN, no, it's flat. It's actually up only 0.58. It had a decent day on the 24th. Not a bad day yesterday. Today we're definitely an inside day. 359 the high. Looks like we closed out yesterday at 345. Not much to discuss there. IBRX also showing up on my scanner. Small cap gapper. The deets on this one, IBRX. This one looking not too bad, gotta tell you the truth. Company profile, 130 million share float. Another biotech company, not a bad look. The volume a little suspect, I gotta tell you on it though. Even though it's done 11.2 million shares, it's it's $2. It should be doing a little bit more. It is above VWAP, or it's at VWAP, I should say, currently. And maybe trying to hold that level. We'll have to wait and see as I speak. It breaks down. Low a day on this one, 162, the high, 209. Have to see how this one does. Last but not least, pardon me, LIFW, however you want to choose to say this. Company's name is MSP Recovery. It is Medicare, Medicaid, and commercial secondary payer reimbursement recovery specialist. Great. 2.5 million share float, 160 high, 105 low. Currently trading at the higher end a little bit, 142 above VWAP at the moment. This one probably more interesting to me than any of the others, save and except for Boeing, because it is above VWAP and we do have a sequence of higher lows, kind of a bit of a bull flag. I don't like this huge rejection off 160. Let's have a look at the half an hour here. Yeah, stair stepping down the last little while, so many different levels with which to work. I don't really typically like that all that much. But we'll have to wait and see. Lifed up, what's up, Obi?
You got a super chat.
Ooh, Kyle Burdett, my man. Kyle, how's it going, my man? Short ES from 4,200 rejection. Thoughts on 4,170 target for exit? Let's have a look. Here we go. So I like your 4,170, Kyle, right off the bat. You're obviously using levels to guide your trading. I couldn't be more impressed by that, my friend. We obviously have a double bottom there at that 4170 level. It takes us back to about 3:30 this morning, and yet again at 7:30. 2 touches right around there. You're going to have to go way back into May to find these kind of levels, so I like that you're using local levels. I absolutely would agree. If we come down to 4170, I take my profits there, but maybe, just maybe, I don't know how many contracts you're holding on, if you're taking the ES or the MES or however you're trading, I'm not really exactly sure. If you're able to take out the majority of the position there and then let some ride, because we could make newer lows. Like, let's have a look here. We've got a bit of a double top. We rejected off that 4,200 general area. If we break this 4175 area, which is a low after the market, we could easily break this 4170, especially if we get some sort of negative catalyst or something like that. But I do like your trade there, Kyle. Shout out to you. We're going to spin the money for Mr. Kyle because he's 16 points in the moolah. Keep printing, my friend.
Yeah, so I saw that weakness there, and yeah, shout out to was it Kyle? Yeah, that 4200 reject. I kind of saw that coming in, and the NQs rejected as well. So we got, what did we do? We got short on Amazon at a lower high relative to what the high that we made out the open. So I think I like that little bit of confluence there. Let's see if that trade, or if this trade comes into fruition. I'm looking for a test of this 120. Let's see if we can come in and pull back in. Futures kind of looking quite heavy here, but definitely some bidders in and around these areas as we've wicked up multiple times off of this, but this is what, once, twice, thrice, and this is, we're coming in for the 4th time, and this level seems to be getting a little bit weaker on those consecutive tests. So I'm watching the TQs here as well. As you guys know, I have been watching them a little bit more often. I do want to start getting more heavily involved with taking some of these moves on the TQs here. Let me pull up the tape so you guys can actually see it. Okay, there you go. So yeah, the TQs as well. Take a look at that as I speak. Quadunking to the downside. Let's see if some of these bidders come in underneath this 14.3. All I'm looking for is just a test of this 120 to kind of give me some more information on Amazon here. So let's see if whether or not that comes into fruition. MACD positive cross on the SPYs, says Kenny D. All right, let's take a quick look at the SPYs. All right, okay, so I don't necessarily use MACD, but sure, we can, I don't have anything against some of those, I think it's an oscillating indicator, or the MACD, I'm not too sure if I remember correctly, but yeah, bit of a range here, 417, take a look at this. We rejected yesterday's lows here on the SPY pretty cleanly. You pretty much fail to retake this consolidation range right out the open on the SPY. So and then we kind of bid back below, kind of churn, and then now we double topped, right? We kind of did a double rejection, a lower high even. So maybe some more incentive to kind of look for the short as we rejected kind of a key level from yesterday, and then now we've made a lower high underneath that 417. I know that 420 yesterday was definitely an over-under level for me, and once we got below that, yeah, it seems like the sellers are kind of stepping into this move. Let's see how far this can get to. 400 maybe, Sharif, but that 420 definitely interesting. But something else I'm watching, Sharif, is Apple. Take a look at this. Can't stop, won't stop.
Yeah, I added
the downside.
I added out like one.
Oh, beautiful. You're short?
7. No, on my personal account.
Okay.
My long term,
yeah.
I took advantage of being in the high 160s to add. I added there last time too. Just wanted to let everybody know that.
Okay, as I was speaking, we got that 120 test, I think, real quick. Let me see.
What?
On Amazon. On Amazon. That's what I was looking for. Okay, did we actually go down that far? No, we didn't. That's just a wick on my P-Pro chart. We're starting to test the 120. So let's see. I'm going to be staring at this tape as I pass it off to Sharif, but let's see what this 120 brings.
Yeah. Why people ask me about my?
Sorry, I didn't mean to pass it over while you were taking the drink.
Oh, it's cool, man. It's cool. No problem. Let's have a look at the big tech names. We didn't look at the Mag 7 over here. Let's load up these bad boys. Who is the strongest of the bunch? Mirror, mirror on the wall. Who is the strongest of them all today? I would have to say maybe a bit of like, I don't really care about percentage on the day. The chart is really what speaks to me the most, and they're all looking really all bad right now. Apple, Microsoft looks like the worst of the bunch. I got to tell you the truth. We're making newer lows on both. You're not necessarily seeing that on Tesla. You're not seeing that on Amazon. You're definitely not seeing that on Meta or Google. NVIDIA looks like it's setting up for a flat bottom break through that 407. How many 407 touches are we going to get here on NVDA? This is looking interesting here on NVIDIA, especially if the NQ starts giving up the ghost. We're down 2.5 on NVIDIA, 1 2/3 on AMD. More to come on these microchip names. I have a little bit of a rant to go on with respect to ASML and some of their dealings there in China. We'll talk about that a little bit later in the show. But 407 looking awfully interesting to me here on NVDA. But Apple, Microsoft looking like the weakest of the two. I would say the charts on Meta, Amazon, and Google look awfully similar. Whereas Microsoft and Apple, again, a bit of an outlier there. Okay, we just touched the IB low. Shout out Dan the Man Emmons. 14,266, or that general vicinity right there. We just did a quick wick off that. Now, that's not a level that I charted, but it's one that's obviously been defined by trading earlier in the day. So I want to see what we do around here. Do we find some support? That probably will have something to do with whether NVIDIA breaks that 407 or not. I don't see us necessarily bouncing off this IB low and NVIDIA continuing to huadunk below 407. I think there's probably going to be some confluence between the between those two. The other level I'm looking at, I know I mentioned Softy as a weak one, but 330, interesting level for me. And I would be more inclined to take Microsoft as a long than maybe any of the other names. It's the one that really beat on everything and didn't really miss on a whole lot. The other ones you could kind of make the case where, you know, they did quite well, but there was a caveat here and there. Google obviously with the cloud, Meta with the narrowing guide, Amazon we're going to find out tonight. Tesla already reported and they didn't do well, so we know about that.
Yeah.
So I don't have anything on just yet, right? But stay tuned, more to come. Looks like we're finding some support on the NQ for the time being. We'll see how that does and whether or not we're gonna be persuaded to get into the short on NVDA.
Yeah, man. So I did a little bit of adding there on top of the 120, but it seems like we're back at break even, kind of messing with my average. But I do like the idea of the short. Let's see, we got a little bit of a 120 bounce for now relative to kind of these buyers coming back in. But like I said, let's see what we have in store. What is it? This is the 4th time that we're testing kind of this level here. So yeah, if this move kind of wants to continue back to the upside, that's perfectly fine. But yeah, I do want to stay a little bit short here until it kind of proves me otherwise. Because Apple looking pretty strong to the downside. Same thing with Softy. We just covered them, right? Pretty strong to the downside here. So let's see if we kind of get that sentiment followed up on Amazon. But again, I am watching this level, this 14.3, 14.250, kind of this area that I am interested in. I want to know how this interacts. Star City saying talk Apple. Yeah, sure. Apple straight to the downside, man. Like we got that 171 highs. Take a look at this. Similar story with the SPY here, right? I just gotta watch this while I talk. But a similar story with the SPY here. Take a look at this. Yesterday's consolidation lows, kind of a triple bottom here at that 171, and then we reject that right out the open, pretty strong, pretty distinctly, get below VWAP, and we're accelerating to the downside, breaking 170, breaking 169, 168, 167, almost there. But yeah, Apple very strong to the downside. Again, we talked about that 174 triple top, and it seems like that rejection of a significant support resistance level is coming into play quite nicely here as we break and reject the 174, 175, whatever you want to call it, on Apple there. So where will we stop? Who knows? But it does seem like sellers are definitely in charge in this market, Sharif.
Hold on, LIFW. Why am I not able to load this? Do we not have
continue.
Life W permissions? What's going on?
We should.
LIFW. What am I? Am I blind here? I'm typing it right. LIFW. NQ. It's NASDAQ.
Interesting.
Okay. Well, we'll come to that one later. Meta. Finding some. Yeah, I don't have anything yet, Obi. I don't have anything quite yet. I was looking at getting into this Life W, but it was not letting me load it. So let's have a look here at the side chart on Life W. Let's load up the EMA and VWAP. Yes, there we go. So this is the 5-minute look on Life W. I like the higher lows here throughout, right? You kind of trough out 131, 133, then 137, and then obviously there goes the flat top breakout 145. Good strength, but keep in mind, look at this candle over here back from 1030. Once it got going, it got to $1.60, and as quickly as it got there, look at that. That's a bottoming tail candle if I've ever seen one. Look at the size of the body on that candle relative to the overall size of the candle. That is ugly. But keeping an eye on that 160 level. This is not bad. Let's talk about the deets on this one quickly. 2.5 million share float. Let's see if there is a short float on that. LIF dub. Wow. Okay. Yeah, not bad. Not negligible. 8 1/3% short float of a very small float. Now, let's see what the price action is on the daily. Is this, dude? Okay. You love when there's these distorted charts. There was a 1-to-20 split back on the 13th, hence the distortion. Yeah, you tell that stock, Obi.
Sorry, I'm getting a little excited.
$22.50 essentially is that bottom that we've had for a while. But then obviously the split came in and hence the distortion. Yeah, I wish this chart was split adjusted. This is all sorts of bamboozlement here, not only from my broker, but from Amandis. I'm going to send it back to you.
Yeah, maybe it's just that ticker maybe having some problems. I don't know. But so here, we are kind of consolidating well, but NQs is really testing those lows, that 42.50 area that I was talking about. So as the TQs and the NQs and the ES kind of come in to test their lows, we'll have to see whether or not there's continued buying in and around some of these levels, right? We did see it a couple of times before, and I guess I'm just patiently waiting whether or not we're going to see it again. But I am exercising a little bit of my short bias by getting into this short. I did add a little bit here on top of the 120 on Amazon. There goes the TQs with some new fresh lows. There goes the NQs and the ES as well. Fresh lows on the Apple. Let's take a quick look on Softy. I just want to see this 120 test first, though. I don't want to get a little bit of a gotta stay aware of the Fugays, right, Sharif? If this 120 wants to hold and we do a little bit of a wick bottom, I do. Yeah, exactly. You have to. Yes, Sean. You have to embrace the Fugays before plunging into it. I love that. I don't know who came up with that, but that is what I believe in. So a lot of Fugays and a lot of embracing being done for sure. But yeah, let's see if these 14,250 kind of buyers show up or not. Whether or not they're going to be there, but all I'm concerned with right now is this 120. So as long as we're hanging around there, we can take a quick look and get a pulse on the Mag 7 right there. Okay, so Softy to the downside as well. Google is the one. Okay, so Google distinctly different. Very, very interesting. I just want to check Goog as well. Okay, Goog. I know Goog was a little bit interesting this morning. Google as well. Okay, and NVIDIA, let's take a quick look at NVIDIA. There goes the 120. I see it from the corner of my eye. Will you break or will you bid? I have no idea, but we're about 20 pennies in the money. So let's see. 404, 405 breaking on NVIDIA. Oh boy, that 420 short on NVIDIA out the open, Sharif. Missed that one. Take a look at that. Nice steady trend.
407 was really good.
407?
Flat bottom break on NVIDIA.
Yeah, exactly. It's doing that break as of right now. So NVIDIA to the downside. Let's take a quick look at some of these other chips. I know that, I think it's Intel. Yeah, Intel has earnings tonight. So Intel not really doing too much. Let's take a quick look at AMD as well. So AMD testing near its lows, kind of a level just holding underneath this previous resistance, underneath this 98, it would seem. But okay, so it would seem like we are kind of a little bit more weak than we are strong. The only strong name I'm seeing is Google. Oh yeah, Meta, of course. Let's take a quick look at Meta.
Yeah, I just got short Meta.
Meta, okay, not bad. Meta is kind of on top of that VWAP right there.
now,
Let me check. Let me go back to Amazon. Of course, Amazon VWAP is right underneath that 120. Why am I interested? That is the very reason why. So now we are still testing. Like it's a break of the 120, but you know it's. I want to see it accelerate to the downside. VWAP is at 119.87. Yeah, let's see how well this kind of works out. Whether we break VWAP or not, we're clearly looking pretty heavy across the board there. TQ's testing into that 31, 120. Let's go.
All right, let's let this ride. Obviously, not a good look for the long term, but wow, we're already $1 in the money on Meta right there, man.
Beauty.
I like this guy.
Good trade,
His head just keeps popping up like that. Yeah, very cool. It's a dance party, baby. All right, man. I feel really stupid for not taking that 407, 407.5 flat bottom break on NVIDIA because I kept saying it and I didn't end up taking it. But there we go. Let's ride Meta. We're $1.50 in the money now on META as it breaks down below VWAP. Oh my goodness, Meta. It is in a full state of hwadunk at the moment. Let's pop up the side here to see what we're doing. All right, there we go. Let's take another beak wetter there at the $0.25. Let's see if we're almost $2 in the money. As quickly as we were almost out of the money there, let's sit here at a $0.25 $2, and there it is. My goodness, $2 in the money on META. As quickly as that came, wowzers. All right, well, it's time to take out half right here, Obi.
Yeah,
there it is.
I covered that position right there. That's what I was looking for, and because we got it, I covered it right there. A bit of a stall happening in and around VWAP, as expected. A little bit of a churn where players may want to interact and transact in and around VWAP, give or take a few pennies, right? So take a look at that. We cover in the 70s, and then we rebid right back up into the 120. So I'll let it churn. I'll let it work out. If the short is not wrong and we still continue, I want to see that 14.3 kind of come back in and show me that it's going to stay heavy. I want to see that 120 stay heavy. We were short, but we gave it out. We gave it up in the 70s, and that's fine. We'll continue to exercise that short bias if and when the chart gives us more opportunities. But if we're going to get a little bit of a bounce, we did a bit of a lick grab of not only these opening range lows, but also some of this pre-market morning session lows here that I'm seeing that around 3:30 a.m. here at 2:30 NQ time. We did make a low in and around some of these levels. That 14,250 is what I was looking for, and we get that clean bounce as of right now off that 14,250. So a little bit of things coming into fruition. So we cover the position and move on to the next trade. The next trade, what is it? I have no idea right now, but we will be patiently waiting for that one. So while we do that, why don't we take a look at some of the volume gainers on the day today, just to see where they're sitting at. And let me know if you guys have been trading some of these names. Clearly, biotechs have been hot as of late. I just want to keep an eye on that 120 right there. Okay, so biotechs have been hot as of late, and it seems like this ABVC Biopharma, another one for the books. But yeah, I guess we talked about it earlier. That $1 break. About a 400% winner comes into $4 and a straight fade out the open. So let's take a quick look left. I'm curious to know whether okay, all right. So this name is clearly a repeat offender there. You can see that it has some crazy pop and drops. Clearly multiple splits. This has gone up to 260. I highly doubt it was at 260. This has definitely been reverse split a bunch of times. So classic case of one of these names where, yeah, if there is no follow through, if there's no sustaining.
In July.
110 split in July, says Sharif. So yeah, if there's no sustained momentum, these things will come crashing down, just like Amazon through that 120. So you know what? We're not going to let ourselves get FOMO. We're going to catch ourselves before those feelings come into play. But you know what? Like I said, if I want to stay short, I'm going to be looking, trying not to. I'm going to be looking for a lower high to kind of come in. We saw the lower high out the open. 121.5 was the high, and then you make a lower high underneath 121. You can also take a look at this level as a failure to follow through of the 121. That's a trade in itself, right? So, and then the 120 breakdown as well. So that's also a trade in itself. So it kind of like, yeah, you know, in drifting when you kind of connect the turns. You know, you connect the drifts, connect the turns. So it's just like, if you go from trade to trade, can you connect the trade from into the next trade? That's what I'm thinking. I don't know. Because it's like places to add, places to get bigger could kind of go into that concept of like, can I take this trade into this one, and because it's a trade in itself, that's a good place to add as well into the position. So we kind of had that on top of the 120, and then we give it into underneath 120. But it seems like we are continuing to the downside there, Sharif. Definitely a little too early on some of that coverage. But I covered in the 70s. We're trading in the 60s. It's perfectly fine. But yes, back to ABCV. Biotech's quite hot. But got to watch out when the backside is there. It is quite nice.
The backside, you say?
Ah, yes, the backside. Okay. All right. So Tesla. Sorry, I wanted to go through some of these. So Tesla, Meta, and Amazon we've already talked about. But Ford, Sharif, there was some news in the morning for Ford, I think, as well. And yesterday we had that intraday news kind of coming in that UAW. I think it was UAW news. Yep. Yeah, so UAW news, a bit of continuation, but it seems like it doesn't want to follow through. We've been getting a straight sell-off out the open there. So those are some of the top volume tickers. Some of these Mag 7s I'm not gonna cover since we already have. KView actually had earnings. That's interesting. This was an IPO that kind of happened a few months ago. Very recently, KView holding on to VWAP today. That's very interesting as well. But I have not been involved in any of these names. AMD looking nice as well.
Wow. Well, this was a super short-lived trade on Meta. We got short right there, 287.09. Rode it all the way down, literally into 285.07. And look how quickly this one came back up. I mean, it had a nice move down. We didn't catch the top, obviously. The top of the move was 290. We got in a little late, but it was a $2 move down. Took out the majority down here, and then a little bit of a loser for the remaining 15% that we rode for about like a 40 penny loser on the break of 287. Good trade on Meta, but yeah, no continuation there, as it looks as if the candle ended up closing higher or above VWAP, at least on my 5-minute chart. This is exactly what I'm talking about over here. Look at the hammer candle over here. And then, yeah, even though it's red, it's north of VWAP, at least the closing print is. So we ride that. To be honest with you, get a little lucky here. But, you know, the trend is still the same. I'm going to be looking for more shorts to set up on this because it's a series of lower highs. But now we have a bit of a compression pattern going, right? Because we didn't necessarily make lower lows. So I want to see how this one is going to resolve. Obviously, you know, the book says it resolves in the direction of the trend, and the direction of the trend obviously is south today as we're down 3 2/3%. But nice trade. Happy with this trade on META, but looking for a new one to set up. Let's see if 290 here will be a level of resistance. We're awfully close to it. We were close to it before. I mean, we got to it before, and we did reject off 290. So let's see how that one ends up doing. While Obi was talking, a bunch of small caps kept going. LifeDub, LIFW, got to 165, then rejected, coming back down now into 150. Let's see how this one does. It created new highs. We talked about that $1.60 being the top. It was a high a day until that $1.65 breached and made a newer high. But we're coming right back into VWAP. VWAP on my chart's at $1.46. I would have ideally liked to see that 150 level hold. It didn't. We'll have to see how it does. But life dub, not too bad. CQ going as well, taking that dollar out like nobody's business. Didn't even stop there. Didn't even act as a level of resistance. In fact, it acted as support. Look how it broke through a buck, breached it, got to 105, and then the candle down. It looked like it was going to be a reversal candle, a shooting star candle, whatever they call it, morning star or whatever the hell it is. Shoots right back up into 110 and holds the dollar quite nicely. So CQ looking good, 44% to the good now on the day, Mr. Kenobi. Not much change in terms of the future. We got to that 14.251, so we've made a newer low on the NQ. The ES seems to be basing out at that 41.75, so not much changed there. Now, let's see where we are here on META. Are we going to continue to come down? Because now once I've traded it and I'm, you know, we can continue with it. Let's just see what we get here. I was hoping for another maybe 290 touch, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen at the moment. We are still north of VWAP. Yeah, going to be patient a little bit here. Let's see what the chat is saying. Ganesh, CQ and BTAI. I don't have actually BTAI on my side charts. Let's see here what is going on with BTAI. What is it up to? Oh, 5%. Nah, I'll wait on that one, but definitely CQ is on my watch list. So,
Yes.
Samir, if I score on stock, what? Back here. If I score on stock dollars per guidance more than 750 any day, you're getting home game pass from me. Woo! I am cheering for you, my friend. Anything that benefits me, I will cheer for you. No, I'm kidding, of course. Michael Lloyd, shout out to Michael.
I'm reading what Kyle just typed in
1
the
second.
super chat.
Might be a bounce and more shorting after. Still have the SPY at 410 print in mind. Yeah, got you. Go ahead.
No, Kyle's with the super chat. Did you read that? That's what I was laughing at.
What are you talking about?
Because I wanted to make a shooting star comment as well. But yeah, so nice, Kyle. We'll be rooting for you. Okay, sure. This bottom breaks, and I'm gonna give the wife the old shooting star tonight. That's what he's saying. All right. So my question was, I didn't want to make a shooting star comment. If you see a shooting star candle, do you make a wish? Do you do like a spray and pray type of execution style? Right? Yeah.
I don't know, man.
If you see the shooting star candle, do you make the wish? I don't know. Will your wish be granted?
Well, that's a very good question.
Who knows?
I don't
These are
know.
all questions I'm asking myself.
This is what
is
keeps me up at night.
this good execution structure? I have no idea. But we have yet to, we're still learning, you know, I have yet to figure that out. But if you guys know in the chat what you guys can do with the shooting star candle, let us know. Yeah, definitely, yeah, I'll be rooting for you.
Alex Davis, if you sneeze, do you hear your seams ripping? Come on, dude.
What? What does that mean?
Like my clothes ripping?
Oh, like, okay, yeah.
This is a stretchy shirt, guys. Like, look.
So he's got that risk managed, guys.
Yeah.
He's got the stretchy shirt. That risk has been
right
managed.
here, baby.
So.
We're having a good time. Obi,
Yes,
you
sir.
and I
What's
were
going
talking
on?
off camera. I mean, we're usually not talking non-stock related stuff before a period of time, but you brought to my attention something very interesting that I didn't even know existed.
Yeah.
Prior to us going live on the show.
We were talking about like the whole business in like the operation business in Turkey is a whole thing right now.
Get
so
ready for this,
I was
guys.
I was looking at was it some like my siblings were talking about like vacations or whatever. So I was like, oh, let's take a look at some all-inclusives, and I was like, oh, I'm thinking about in the future going for that hair transplant in Turkey. So I was like, okay, let's take a look at Turkey.
By the way, okay.
But you know, just planning ahead. I was like, okay, all-inclusive flight and hotel, about $1,500 to $1,600. That's where they start off. But what didn't make sense to me was the all-inclusive for the hair transplant starts off at $2,000.
That's crazy.
That's ridiculous. So you're telling me the procedure costs like $500 more?
That's insane.
Like,
they're
that's-
obviously connected with the hotel.
Yeah, and we were talking about how much of a fad it's become, that the whole culture of like surgeons in Turkey, where you have people going for hair transplant, people going for like facial reconstruction.
Yeah, but that's
people
not
going
what
for,
interests me, Obi. Get to the part that interests
Oh,
me.
yeah, knee surgeries for height enhancement.
I'm coming back
Yeah.
6'8". That's what I'm gonna do.
That's what that like. Hey man, if those doctors are making some nice premium off of those surgeries, and they're being performed.
Heightening surgery, guys. I
Yeah.
didn't even know this existed. Where are we going next? My goodness. Okay.
I mean, people are. I guess people want change, and they're willing, if they have the money for it, and if they're willing to go through that kind of pain. I guess height is very important to some people. I have no idea.
Bro.
You gotta play with the cards you're dealt, man.
Yeah, not. What is this, Ram? What's going on over there? Ram was gonna show a video there, but I guess she pulled back there. Yeah, there we go.
Ramin.
The flight back from Turkey. Okay.
Oh yeah,
those guys have had hair
everyone has had the
surgeries.
surgery.
Okay,
yeah.
There you go. Okay.
I've heard of stories. I think I was talking to my brother-in-law. He was just like, yeah, one of the flights back from Turkey, everybody had like bandages on them. The
That's
whole
what I
plane,
heard.
pretty
That's
much,
what
because
I heard.
everybody went there for surgery.
Or their nose done,
teeth,
their teeth done. I
everything.
didn't know about the heightening thing though. That is some next level stuff.
It's like that
I will be taking
all
a 2-month vacation in a couple of weeks. It's completely planned from before. Has nothing to do with the conversation that we just had right now. But I may or may not come back way taller. Anyway. Taking care of business, it's actually scary because they chop open the femur and expand that. It's not a knee as far as I know. Very interesting. Huh.
They extend the long bones.
You and I are around the same height. What's your height?
About 7'10". How about you?
Oh, I'm 5'11 and a half. I'm like right at that 6 foot level, but yeah.
Oh, you got to throw that half in there, right?
didn't
You got to be like, oh no,
I literally am
11 and a half, almost 6.
I'm down if you guys measure me like live on camera right now. We're having a good time here, guys. All right, let's see what else is moving in this stock. Apple is absolutely tanking. 167, guys. 166.84. This is such a good time today. This is a good show. It feels like a Friday.
Aura Alpha is saying he's been chasing 6 feet all his life. Yeah, that psychology sounds a little bit like a chase, man. I don't know.
Did not
Speaking as a trader.
He was like, nah, that's enough for you, my friend. That's all you're gonna get.
You gotta wear those platforms and get that extra half inch, man.
That's next level. Nah, man.
I mean, it's much better than getting your femur extended.
How tall are you? Because you're a little taller than me. He's exactly 6, exactly. Yeah, he said he's shrinking. I don't know about that. That's with shoes off, by the way. That's with shoes off. Yeah, I'm talking about when I wear my shoes, I'm above 6, but that's not really, that doesn't count. All right, guys.
Talking about elongating, we are elongating some of these candles to the downside as we continue to flush some of these lows. But something interesting, the ES is holding up a little bit better than the NQ. But also we have something I have been noticing is that some of the consolidation breaks have been led by the NQs, which kind of makes sense because the market is led by tech, and a lot of these tech names are quite weak. And something else, Sharif, that I realized last night, just a fun tidbit. Tech is actually almost 15% of the Dow Jones. So the Dow Jones, in terms of its constituents, 15% of the Dow Jones is straight tech. Apple, IBM, was it CRM, Intel, I think, what am I missing? Microsoft, of course. Yeah. So I think some of those names make up just under 15% of the Dow Jones. Yeah, we are continuing to the downside.
We're tanking here, Obi. We are tanking here. We're about to hit 14 too, man. We're really close to hitting
boy.
14.2 here, 14.227.5. It has been lower highs and lower lows. You've got to chart way back here in order to find where we're going to stop. And I don't like to take off this chart, so I'm going to bring another one. We're going to bring in the continuous contract here on the NQ because I'm not going to chart the NDX. There's really no point in doing that. Fuge. I'm going to go continuous contract. So by the way, guys, the continuous contract, a little bit, you know, some people have an issue with it because there is a mathematical equation by which they bring in the old contract into the new and therefore make the continuous. Some people agree with it. Some people don't. So
it's a little mathemagical instead. That's what you mean.
Obi, you're on fire today. You told me about knee heightening surgery. You're coming out mathematical. Goodness gracious, where is this guy?
I had to throw that in there. I couldn't resist
Obi
myself.
right here. 14,200. The last time we were here, Obi, was May 17th, and then we broke through that May 25th on my birthday. Right there, we broke through that top there at 14.3, but that had been the consolidation area, 14.227.5. We're right there right now. It is the 200. I believe this is we're touching the 200 period on the 200 EMA on the daily, on the continuous. I don't know where let me load up the other one here. So without the continuous, if I go to the daily, are we 200 EMA? No, we broke down below the 200 EMA yesterday. Yesterday, we bounced off the 200 EMA, and now we are decidedly below it. This is not good. This is not good for the longer-term picture. Look, I mean, a lot of people, they don't want to put too much weight into the break of the 200 on a intraday basis or on a one-day closing basis. Some people will say, you need to close 3% below, or some people will say, look for 3 consecutive days closing below whatever level you're talking, whatever your level you're charting, whether it's a 200 EMA, the 50, a critical level of support or resistance. But yeah, it's not a good look on the day, and everything is tanking here. When Sean sat down, I said, look at Apple, and Apple just hit I don't know how many month low this is here on AAPL. Let's have a look. The last time, pardon me, we were at this level on Apple was May 2nd. How many months has it been? June, July, August, September, October. Okay, so not quite 6 month lows there. Not quite 6 months since we've been there, Obi, but the last time.
That's a significant structure break, man. Like
it is.
Yeah.
It is. Yeah, but you have a bit of a resistance level at that 165, 166 area, but it's really nothing that I put too much weight into. It was a series of higher highs and higher lows all throughout that move up into mid-July, and looks like we're giving back the ghost here. I don't know when this Christmas clause rally comes into play, but you know, clearly is not happening at the moment.
Yeah. So the Santa Claus rally, right? That's what you're talking about. I don't know when. I gotta go look at the stats. Yeah, I know you said Christmas Claus. I thought you meant to say that, but yeah, no, Santa Claus rally. We know what you meant there, Sharif. But yeah, no, I gotta look into the stats and see around what time if that rally kind of is going to come into fruition this year, which I think it statistically does more years than not. And I think there may be some fundamental reasoning and some rebalancing reasonings behind it. People trying to make that end of year bonus, right? So it could be multiple reasons as well. But for sure, I don't know when that rally tends to start off. Let me know in the chat if you guys have an idea of when we can start looking for that. That's something maybe I'll save for this weekend, kind of figuring out when those numbers or when that price action really starts manifesting itself, if it does. So after FOMC says rip and open. And yeah, Apple bounce, says Innova Entertainment. Yes, sir, we are. So okay, so we did kind of we kind of fell down into the 119 halves there. I'm not too mad though. We said we're gonna look for a lower high. We are technically getting a lower high, but something has changed. We are bidding up off of these levels, especially on the ES here. Like I said before, we've seen buyers come in at these levels. Sure, the NQ is a little far gone from where we saw its buyers, and maybe those buyers have, maybe that area has now turned into resistance as it was support in the pre-market and out the open. So again, that 14.3 going to be interesting for me. But as of right now, we've rejected that 14.2, and we are the 42 on the ES and holding 41.50-ish above that on the ES, and then we're holding in and around this 14.250. Again, I said that 14.250, a little bit interesting to me. 14.300, whatever the area, what we do relative price action relative to this area is what I am concerned with. But yes, a little bit of a bounce on Apple. But the question I'm asking here is whether or not we have broken trend in a distinct manner, right? Sure, we can bounce, but if the trend is to change, we either wipe right away, or we consolidate sideways before turning to the upside, or we continue to the downside. So those are the only three kind of options I'm seeing kind of right now. And let's do this a little bit better here. 5-minute chart. Do a bit of a trend here. Just grab that, grab a piece of that. And yeah, okay, so we are kind of starting or attempting to break a little bit of trend there on Apple. Apple did accelerate to the downside off of the VWAP rejection, but maybe a reclaim of VWAP there, Sharif,
Yes, sir.
in and around lunchtime, right? So we usually see a little bit of relief. Trending morning, relief in the afternoon, and maybe a continuation of that trend going into the to the closing session potentially. But it does seem like we are bouncing. We did reclaim that 120. Apple is showing the initial signs of a bounce, and we are getting some buying here on both of these futures. So let's take a quick look at Softy. That's the next question I'm asking. So we know that Google was quite strong. I can't wait to take a look at that name to see if that's really pulling us up. So let's take a quick look at Google to the downside. So we've made lower highs, and we're kind of consolidating in and around VWAP. Same with Amazon. Amazon is consolidating in and around VWAP. Let's take a quick look at Meta. Okay, so Meta also consolidating around VWAP. And Tesla, real quick. Tesla as well, kind of consolidating within its opening range here. Well, not the right away opening range, but this kind of quadrunk, if you want to call that, pre-market plus the opening kind of drop. This range right here, yeah, it's about 7 points, about 7-8 points here on that. But that 207 there, Sharif, looking like it's holding quite well, and we are kind of holding pre-market levels as well. I saw Tesla yesterday. We did sell off quite nicely off of this 220, kind of a lower high from before. We had the market tailwind, and coming in today, you kind of try to reclaim some of those levels in out the open, but a clean rejection. Kind of similar story we're seeing here across the board. Very clean rejections of previous days' levels. Right? And some of those places are definitely giving us an opportunity to get involved and throw our bias around with using executions as kind of a way to do that. So let's see if we stay heavy in this market, Sharif. We have sold off quite heavily. I was talking to Max back there. We were pretty much at 14.7. We were at like 15s. Just a couple weeks ago, right? And we're all the way down to 14.2, right? So almost 1,000-point move in just about a few weeks. So pretty strong drop there. Like we said, I don't know if you've heard this. You take the escalator up, the elevator down, right? And we have definitely been taking a little bit of that elevator down to the 14th mark there. So let's see if we can get to that 14th. I'm going to be I'll stay watching this 120. When it comes to earnings names, I got to check any alerts that may or may not have come in. And it would seem as if, okay, so I got some alerts for UPS and IBM here. So let's take a quick look and see what our friends UPS and IBM are up to. Okay, so we did get a bit of a rejection off of VWAP. So VWAP sellers potentially on UPS. So maybe on the reclaim of this 141, 142 level. could potentially get involved. But we would need some of that market confluence to kind of help us out with that tailwind as well. But VWAP sellers could be something interesting on UPS. That's what I have in mind. And what was the other one? IBM, of course. So IBM, let's take a quick look at what IBM is up to. So IBM, a little bit opposite. Seems like VWAP is being defended as VWAP buyers have taken this to the upside, distinctly different from the rest of the market, as the market kind of bleeding to the downside, and IBM quite strong on the day. Decent earnings, not too bad. Nothing too crazy though, but we have broken out of that earnings reaction high. Take a look at that consolidation. This earnings reaction happens. Some strong price action consolidates, kind of an inside action. Out the open, you finally break this high and you start consolidating above that 141.5 before holding VWAP and blasting to the upside. So that's a decent look there. Let's see what VWAP has in store if IBM can come back into this. What is this? 143 for now is VWAP. So I'm curious to know whether or not VWAP stays a little strong as it has been in the morning session on IBM. So a little bit of an opposite look there on UPS versus IBM with respect to VWAP.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt you there. First and foremost, I'm long SPCE. I like this for a $1 hold. Breaks $1, I've given it to 98 pennies. We'll lose 7 pennies on it, and that'll be the end of the trade. But what I'm looking for is a general area of $1 hold. We're long 105s. I've got a profit taker at 10s, and then we'll see if we can create newer highs, up 38%, nothing to sneeze at. So second trade on the day, we're going to go long SPCE here, and yeah, we'll see if we get that dollar hold. The other thing, somebody asked me, Sharif, what the hell is the Russell doing? Does it know that we have a down day? Does it know the NQ is down 1.5%? Does it know that the ES is down 0.75%? It does. It doesn't care. It's up 0.2%. Why? Just heard it this morning on the Compound, the podcast that I listened to with Michael Batnick and Josh Brown on what are your thoughts. Here's essentially what they said. They said, look for strength into for small caps into the end of the year. That's because anything beat down more than 10% becomes eligible for tax loss harvesting, and this is when you're going to see it. So look for possible strength, and you're going to have, you know, that move up as a result of that. So we're going to have to wait and see, right, whether the Russell outperforms the ES and the NQ and even the Dow, the US 30, the rest of the year. Right? We know that small caps have far underperformed large caps, mega caps, and even the mid caps for the entirety of the year. So is this their time when they have like another month and a half, 2 months of strength? And I didn't know that this is how they were looking at it. And then I get this little tidbit of information this morning, and I look at the Russell, and the Russell's up 0.7 now. Right? I even said to Brendel this morning when we were sitting at the big desk, I'm like, what the hell is the Russell doing? So keep your eye on small caps for the remainder of the year to see whether or not this, you know, theory pans out and whether or not we do get a big move up. All right, I got to shut up for a second and look at SPCE here because SPCE broke below $1. I've given it to 98 pennies. So what I'm going to be looking for is a hold of the dollar here. I gave it a couple of pennies as a buffer, but what I'm seeing now are lower highs and lower lows. So this could be a topping tail candle if you look at it on the 15, and it could be a rejection of that 117 level. We're going to have to wait and see. I'm almost about to get stopped out here at night. We're 98.3 here on the book, 98.07, and yeah, just popping up right now. All right, some tags, taking care of business. The sign that the recession is over is a down in the S&P and a rise in the Russell. Doesn't help that Apple is valued at more than the entire Russell combined. Yeah, that's a good point. Zai, look at BA for short. Yes, we're talking about BA at that 180 level. It hasn't been able to break it. My only concern with Boeing at this moment is that we see a series of higher lows. So it looks like it might be a flat top break through that 180. I don't want to take it against the trend here. It's up 1.25 with a series of higher lows, which means that buyers are overwhelming sellers on every downturn. So I don't want to be the dude who takes this one short and then, you know, ends up getting squeezed for a buck plus. Look at this uptrend over here. You don't have to be a great chart analyst to see that. It's definitely having trouble at that 180. I'm not surprised. But if anything, I got to tell you, if anything, this is a long. And I think the same thing happened at about $1.83 or so yesterday. And now I'm out, by the way, of Seiko. I got stopped out for a 7-penny loser, so sucks to be me. But how much should I lose on that one? Oh, barely anything. That's fine. Yeah, so I'm going to be looking at Boeing here for a possible long. Ideally, I'd like to get a better price than waiting for the break of 180, maybe like in the 179.50s. The problem is, you get in that area, where do you give it? You're going to have to give it to the break of 179 because that's where we trough out, and the trade is no longer valid if you make a newer low. That's the way that I see it. Ivan, I know your name is Ivan now. You don't have to tell me. It's awfully oversold. It has a multi-year support and seller exhaustion. Gotcha. I think he's talking with respect to the Russell. Couldn't agree more. What else is being said here? Hampton's Trader, okay, full position on run. Take a look if you like. Sun run, I'm assuming. It's not just sun run, baby. The entire solar sector is moving and moving out plenty. Let's move down here into solar. Have a look. We had Nova, which is Sonova. This one was like up over 20%. It's now pulled back into 12 1/3. Have a look at this chart here. Gapped up nicely in the pre-market. If we're able to show the 15, I can show you yesterday's price action. Yes, this one obviously was an earnings play after the bell yesterday. There's the 4 o'clock. The bamboozling spiked down to about 7:15. Then the eventual move back up once the entire earnings report is read. Looks like we topped out here at 9:10 or so. And where did we close out? Yeah, the actual closing print was 8 because the move was after the aftermarket. But now we've made newer highs on the day. I'm looking for possibly $10 area here if we're able to hold 9 and possibly curl back up. But it looks like it's given up the ghost anyway. 970, and now it's been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 red candles in a row on the 5-minute chart. Just gave up 9, actually. It's at 895 at the moment. 890 technically. Yeah, 890, technically the low of day on Nova, N-O-V-A, guys. Sorry, I didn't add that ticker in over here. Let's see if it can hold that $9 area. There's other strong names as well. He was mentioning Sunrun, and there it is. Sunrun not giving up the ghost as much as Nova, definitely. That retracement doesn't look as aggressive, but this one's running in sympathy to Sunrun. I don't think it was, to Nova. Sunrun was... Yeah, it's moving in sympathy. It doesn't have its own independent catalyst. You also have Sedge, which absolutely got murked the last couple of, I think it was last week. Have a look at this 1 hour chart here on Sedge. Look at this move down. They reported weak European demand for solars, and it was down, I think, 48%. No, that was actually Tesla's solar installations. Tesla's solar installations were down 48% year over year. So I'm really surprised that that Sonova was able to report a positive earnings outlook. Anyway, we'll talk about that and more. I'll let you sign off because we're about to go to lunch money.
Take care, guys. Happy trading for the rest of the day. I will be seeing you guys tomorrow.
Awesome,
Have
guys.
a good one.
Neil is at the big desk. It's time for lunch money.
I always look at the long.
Welcome to Lunch Money, where we will try not to talk too much about food and talk about some things that you can trade today throughout lunch for the rest of the day that we're going to set up. That's what it's all about here. Although I'm going to open off with food because I was just having this discussion. And if you're watching the morning show, look, it is what it is. So I'm going to say this one out loud for you, Ramin. We had a discussion about donuts this morning, and it was absolutely fantastic that we had a good friend of the show bring donuts for the floor and bagels, and we had a great time with it. I had my apple fritter, so I was all smiles. But Ramin selected the strawberry jelly-filled donut, which I said, hey, that's probably the worst one out of all of them. To which she responds, yeah, but that's what I was feeling like. And then I had a conversation, just get a piece of toast and put some strawberry jelly on it and save yourself the time. And then she says, I don't even like strawberry jam. So if you don't like strawberry jam, maybe you shouldn't want a strawberry donut. And if you don't like the way the market is trading right now in terms of its weakness, then you don't have to go into long positions. So again, you got to stick with the logic. If you don't like strawberry jam, don't eat a jelly donut. If you don't like the market and its strength or weakness right now, then you don't have to be in any longs. You can turn everything back into a trading analogy, but logic is important there. And Ramin and I like having fun with this. I think all donuts are good, but that is a really weird thing to say. I'm happy to bring a bank name for the first time in a while to Lunch Money. We're going to talk a little bit about Morgan Stanley, up 1%. 1%. Don't boo Morgan Stanley, Sharif. I can hear you. You want to know why you don't boo Morgan Stanley? Because today they announced January 1st, new CEO, and I hope Ted is the right pick. That's the third time I've used that pun today. Let's go, Ted pick. 1%. I'm celebrating 1% here. Think about that for a second. We're celebrating 1% on Morgan Stanley because there has not been much else to celebrate on this stock. Nasty, nasty, nasty on the daily, but look at that, baby. That's 72 double bottom all the way back in August. Sorry, in July, double bottom at 72. That's where we're headed to. We're bouncing off of right now. So I'm going to pop on over to the intraday chart. We got a 1 minute up here. Kind of go back and forth on Lunch Money with a 1 minute and 3 minute, but it doesn't really matter. So you made the nice bounce on that daily level. Look at where we were in the opening range, back and forth, 72, back and forth, now finding support there right as we're ending the show, right around we're ending the show. Double bottom now at the 72 level. That's your big level on the daily. That's your afternoon support from Morgan Stanley. If the banks are going to stay strong, I like Morgan Stanley off of the 72 level. If you're watching the other names, or at least some other names, JP Morgan, it's having a decent day as well, just not quite the same symmetry. You can see why I like that 72 on Morgan Stanley. There's something setting up there. Whereas on the 1 minute for JP, like I kind of like the 140 level, and this is all over the place. And the 140 support is essentially nowhere close. So you got to pick. Again, this is about picking and choosing setups. I'm not here to tell you, I'm not saying Morgan Stanley is better than JP Morgan. I'm just saying they have a catalyst today. They have a level to work off of at lunchtime. What I find about a level to work off at lunchtime is if you end up range bound, then you've got somewhere you can make multiple trades, right? Like you can, if it bounces off 72 and never actually gets higher than, they say, 72.50 or 73, then you can go for the reload. You can get in and get out, not worrying about riding a trend with higher lows. Just look at that support level and try to take it multiple times. That's one of the things we look for during Lunch Money. The other thing we look for is a runner. Sometimes you just want a low float or a small cap runner. And as I say that, you probably can guess I'm going to talk about Sunrun. So there you go. That's my horrible joke for Sunrun. It is up and running today, up 8%. It was up over 10%, I believe, at one point. Only 8% now on a pullback, but hey, a dip is not necessarily a bad thing. Do I really need to show the daily chart? I think we do. Because sometimes when you think about the potential of a move, you got to have the daily up to understand what's been going on here. So nothing good. Recent flat bottom break around the $10 level, just under it, at about 960, 965 here. So that's the flat bottom break area, right where we're trading right now. And it's got 23% short float. So you put that in there, and you have some serious potential. Now, it's already made a big move to the upside. You can probably see where I'm going to get going with this. Clear trend that was broken right here just as we came off the show at about 976. So we'll reverse that trend. You're now pulling back in. Now, can it find support at the next logical level, which is going to be right in here at that 9.5 zone? If you're underneath that, you're starting to break down the same level that just flat bottom broke. And all that 23% short float doesn't matter if you're falling like a rock. But this is the spot. If it can hold here, make a higher low, regain 960, that's where I like that long. Bounce off 950, give a consolidation over where you get in the 60s, 950-ish stop. I don't know, 45, 47, whatever your cup of tea is off a level like that. Some people put it at 49. And then you go back into the upside. So I look for the dip buy, acknowledging the fact that it is broken trend, so it needs to consolidate, bang one up to the upside, and go for one little stair step. You get a stair step, and look back into the long for Sunrun. Relative strength has been there in this name, and it's got that short float. That does help it at times. I want to talk about something, again, leading into relative strength, at least for now. Now, obviously, Block. Whether it's Block, whether it's PayPal, whether it's Affirm, yesterday all pretty much woodshedded as the entire payments group got destroyed off of some news out of Europe with a payment company, and certainly not the entire sector was a dumpster fire yesterday. I'm not here to tell you that it wasn't. But today's been a different story, and that's been off the 42 level on Square. So block, Square, whatever we're calling it, I go back and forth way too much. People always say, stay in your lane. I don't have a lane with what I call the stock. It's like, I know they're block now, but the symbol is SQ. So what do you want me to do? I'm going to call it Square. I'm going to call the ACC. I'm going to call the Rogers Center. I'm going to call that the Sky Dome. And I'm going to call block Square. Old habits die hard. But that 42 level, you get a double bottom off 40 even on the daily. And now it's trying to hold on to this higher low. Yesterday's lows, just right around that 42, was able to hold. If it can do this, it's another sort of obvious dip buy zone. If it doesn't hang on and we take out 41.75, it's probably dumps fill through that level with a 42 stop. But for now, looking at that bounce play at 42 even. You want to keep a close eye on the futures, and in this particular case, you do sort of have to watch Bitcoin a bit. Square will have a tendency at times to follow it. You don't want to get into a long if something ridiculous is happening in Bitcoin. Like if you see a big hammer candle to the downside, maybe don't sit on the bid of Square. A little bit of a rule of mine. It hasn't been that big of a deal lately with the correlation, but it is something you want to have in your back pocket. Speaking of having things in your back pocket, I don't think for anybody Meta was in the back pocket today. Today, Meta was front of mind for most traders. Typically, in this earnings season, I think you're going to see a lot of this. They had a good quarter. They made a lot of money. And that's going to be the case for a lot of these big names. And a lot of names, frankly, they're going to get beats all over the place. And that doesn't necessarily mean the stock is going to be strong, because you have to consider the expectations of where the stock has been and what it will take to get through some highs. Like, look at the daily chart of Meta. Like, this isn't a weekly chart that goes back, 5 years or anything. Like, we're talking about this is midway through 2022 that this daily chart's showing you. And this is just a blip on that chart. So you have to understand it was into a double top on the daily, and I'm pulling it back further so you can see the last time we were actually at these levels. But we're double top on the daily and it runs into some trouble, and now you're pulling back in. So the expectation that somehow this was going to blow out and continue to run higher, I think most people had given that up, especially when we saw what happened. Microsoft had gapped up and even sold off there. Google was down over 9%, and their quarter wasn't that bad. So I don't think we're surprised here. Now, what has happened is you had a monster rally off 280, very, very impressive rally off 280, and then an inability to hold on. It's back to down 4%. 290 is a double top. When I sat down and I put Meta on this list, I was going to tell you all about the 290 short, because that's what it set up. But that's kind of gone. I still think you like 290 if you get up there. If you get up to 290, you short 290. But at this point, once it's already happened, I'm going to zoom in so you can see right in here. That's 287.5. So on the way up from 280 to 290, that $10 move, well, not exactly halfway, but support at 287.5. So 287.5, if it gets back to that price, it's the only other level I would like for the short side. We get there, I think you look for a short or a curl off that level. Look for a curl off that level, get in on the way back down, something along these lines. Consolidation, roll over off 287.5. Otherwise, wait for the 290 area on Meta. But there's no way there can't be opportunities on Meta a day after earnings. And speaking of earnings, here's a name that you might be down 8% on Mattel, but it is, oddly enough, a relatively strong name. So Mattel misses across the board. At the end of the day, Mattel probably is going to get some benefit from this whole Barbie stuff, but not in this quarter. It's going to have to be in the future quarters. So I'm sure some of this is short covering, understanding that you could have a temporary bottom here. Maybe some of it's seasonal, that they're going to have good quarters back to back, given it's going into Christmas. So there is some of this that is, the stock is beaten up, but you have a couple of tailwinds which could help with the next couple of quarters. So this is the daily chart, absolutely destroyed, and gets right into a big support level at 16, and then I can see why shorts would want to take profit, or at least get some kind of an out, is you could be bounced the next couple of quarters. So that's part of the story. It's not a big short float or anything. It's only 1.5%. So this isn't a relief rally of massive shorts covering. It's just a matter of people getting out in front of this. And it went SSR. So it's a short sell restriction. as well. So you need the uptick to hammer that short or remove liquidity from the bid. To enter a short position, you need to have an uptick. So the last print has to be green on the tape. That's what you get. That's what it looks like sometimes when a stock goes SSR. I mean, the trend has been your friend here. I don't want to get too complicated about this. You can look at where it kind of pivoted from, okay, we're making highs and pulling back, to consolidating and then stair-stepping up. That happened at $18. So as long as it's above $18, I think you go dip and rip into 18. It's been showing you that it works. It's short sell restricted, so you do have a couple of things on your side, kind of technically, going with the stock even if it doesn't get to that 18. So Mattel looks like a strong one here. Were it to try to fill in most of this gap, I don't think that happens. But if it cracks 19, I'd be looking for a short somewhere between 19 and 20. I couldn't predict where it would be. But once it's over 19, I'm thinking about where is a curl that I can short, maybe 2 or 3 chances to take it. I don't think it should get that high. That wouldn't make any sense. I don't think it would fill in the entire gap. So somewhere before it gets to 20, I think it would be a short over that 19 area. Got to get to Boeing. How can you not? Boeing 180. I heard Sharif say it. I was going to start with Boeing, but then the last thing Sharif was talking about before we came here was Boeing. And a few times this week, I've kind of stuck with sort of repeating what he just talked about. So this time, I moved it toward the end so that it's not seeming like I'm just copying Sharif's idea. But let's be real. No, but it's true. No, but like Sharif, man, like the idea of lunch money is to come up with some things that we haven't really looked at that stock or looked at that level. But Boeing 180 is way too obvious. It's way too obvious. Double top, Boeing, well, it's not even a double top because you got to 179.73, 179.70, 180.16, 180.07 or whatever it is. Like that's the level. You take it, you get in front of it, you give it some overfills, you get to the quarter of the 50. I just think it's a short till it's not. Heck, the stock has been a short till it isn't. I know today it's having a good day. I'd like it to have, you know what Boeing needs to do? It's actually pretty simple. Whatever is going on with Boeing today just needs to do this about 30 to 40 more times in the next couple of months. And then we'll be just good. Because at the end of the day, there isn't much of a catalyst for it here. You actually saw like the entire airline industry is getting beaten up. They haven't been doing anything, like they can't get out of their own way. Every time there's good news, like 2 days later I hear bad news, so I don't know what to tell you about that. But the 180 level is key. If it can finally break out of this level, I think it has a really good chance to run, just given how beat up it is. But until that happens, it's resistance until it is not. And that's the 180 level for you. I got one more for you. It's going to be the last one. It is going to be Mr. Softy, not the ice cream. As Mr. Katina. I never say Mr. Katina. That's George. As Sean likes to say, Mr. Softy. I've literally never said Mr. Katina before, but I've known Sean long enough that I know that's his pops when I say that. So Microsoft, it is just falling. Again, good quarter. Does it matter? Doesn't matter. It's broken this 330 level. And once you're underneath 330 for me, the only thing left, I mean, you're looking at the 50 period on the daily here. That's at 326. Local bottom at 325. If this market continues this trend, that's where you should be headed here. 25, 26, I think those are the only 2 buy zones left for Microsoft. And if there is a little bit of a fake out rally, well, flat bottom break in here, I think you're shorting back into 330. At least until we tap 26 or 25, give this one a chance. It's coming into major support levels. Ultimately, like until this broke 330, like it wasn't on the radar. I would have told you, look for scalp plays off 330 because that's a pretty significant bottom. But now that it's broken, got to get to 25, 26. That would be the buy zone for Microsoft. Again, just like Meta, great quarter, making lots of money. But when you were that strong going into earnings and the market has these conditions on it with rates where they are and all that good stuff, you're going to have this happen on a pullback. So, it's going to happen. You got to understand that sometimes it's just a short day, and when you're a trader, you got to be able to lean into those shorts. And if you got to take shots at the good levels and have yourself an out every single time before you get into that trade. So with that, that's lunch money. We're heading right back to the desk. We got Sharif and Adara.
Welcome back, everybody. There is your girl, Adara. How's it going?
It's been a lot. The market has been breaking my little heart. How are you? How are you doing?
Not too bad, not too bad. We had a good trade on Meta earlier on. Now in Siku, break even. Well, lost on the first one, trying to do on the second one. Have you traded today?
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. This is the worst trading day I've had. I'm just gonna say that up front. But it's taught me a lot about earnings seasons. I'm also, I was literally telling Sharif, I think this is the day that I start shorting. But I will explain what I'm doing in Meta here because I think understandably it's probably a kind of moment.
Guys, go to her chart.
So basically what I've been doing is I've been scalping around VWAP. That's been pretty successful, except for this one time where the market kind of fell out under me. But other than that, like, you know, we've been getting 20, 30 cents just kind of scalping around VWAP. Also had some Tesla scalps around VWAP, and that has been fairly successful for me for the most part. You know, kind of, you know, a couple losses, a couple wins, just kind of jumping in and out here. And let's also, I want to look at NVIDIA. We had the same kind of thing going on. I also, okay, so A, I made the mistake of being in NVIDIA and Tesla at the same time. And B, and the major thing was, so we had this, like, honestly, I did get in here because we were kind of jumping towards VWAP. I think the issue, though, was I was looking more at the book movement, the tape movement, than I was at the chart here. And I can really admit that that was, like, a shortcoming of mine. That was my fatal flaw here because we were seeing some movement up. And honestly, once we were in it, we were moving up a little bit while I was in it. And it's like, I need to stop getting in trades around 11 because around 11, sometimes the market will go to the downside. And that's what happened to me, unfortunately, in my friend NVIDIA. That trade really, to use the terminology, ripped my face off a little bit, unfortunately. So yeah, too bad, not great. I'm also still been looking at, like, it's not, I've been only trading the larger caps right now, just kind of doing the scalping moment. But I've been looking at Mattel. I would like kind of more of a steady trend to the upside, though, on this one. And then I also, this one too, PI. This one reported earnings impinge. The only thing that scares me here is the spread and the volume. And also, we were, like, stronger earlier today. That's why it was more, like, checking it now does not seem like a movement. But earlier in the morning, kind of around VWAP, and with those strong earnings, it was of interest to me. But yeah, right now, I think we're gonna try to get out of our little meta scalp. And we're going to try to get some things going and try to do some shorts. How about you?
Yeah, the market is in a full state of drop right now. Guys, we broke 14.2 quite aggressively, quite decisively, not by a few points here and there. 14.160 and a quarter. Where does the bleeding stop? Down over 2% today on the NQ, 1 1/5 on the ES. The Russell, which you know, I was singing its praise not that long ago, about half an hour ago, about being 0.2% up on the day, is now flat, 0.03% now. The Russell 2000 futures contract. Even the Dow, what's the Dow doing? The Dow's 0.7 as well. And here's the weird part: you don't typically see the yields and equities go in the same direction. And you have the 10-year down 1.15. You have the 2-year down 1 2/3. The 30-year is down 0.81. And then you've got all the negativity in futures equities as well. What is strong, flat is gold. And the US dollar is whooping the loonie right now, about 1/3% higher. Great, so less buying power for us. Anyway, I'm long Siku, I'm long 103 here, looking for another shot at this $1 defend. If this makes a newer low and comes back into that 98 pennies and holds, I'm going to be looking for a flat bottom break short. Because that'll be lower high, flat bottom. And then what we're going to start talking about taking this one short, 38 2/3%. So there's some room to move down on this one as well. Jameson, that should be something, isn't right? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Because essentially, for yields to go higher, bond prices have to go up. And, you know, I'm not saying bonds and equities have to move in the same direction. They don't. But typically, you know, what we usually see is that they do. And yeah, we're getting whooped today on yields and on equities. Russell just went negative as well as I look. I don't have any levels. I mean, you got to go all the way back in early May to look at these levels here. So we're going to have to just ride the momentum down. I haven't shorted anything. Guys, today we closed out yesterday at 14,480 on the NQ. We just touched 14,160. How many multi-100-point days are we going to have south on these equity markets here? It has not been Uptober. It's been Craptober.
So that was really good.
It's okay. At least for my personal account there, has been getting absolutely rinsed. In any event, let's see what we do here. Coming back into 14.2, some strength, but this could just be more shorting opportunities. Alex, Disney could be a long soon. Why do you say that, my friend? Technically or fundamentally? I'd like to know. Tag me again. Let me know what you think. Can't wait for Downvember, says Pretty Panda. Yeah, well, let's hope the tax loss harvesting there helps buoy some of this negativity on the market. Tank Flicks, says Mark Susi, will hit what is that? 408. What? 400? 400. I couldn't see because there was something blocking it. Yeah, no, we're about $3 off that mark. 402.97 right now. Netflix trading 2% down. I looked at the Katina Man earlier today. I'm like, dude, Netflix is strong. He doesn't like trading Netflix because it's, it's sparsely traded, but it was. Netflix was not a bad looker, and then it kind of gave up the ghost. Here's what I'm talking about. When we started trading earlier on in the day, here's a 1 minute. Yeah, we had that big move up. We came into VWAP, held that 413, lucky number 13, made a newer high. In fact, got into 417 in the third, and then that was all she wrote for Netflix. In fact, VWAP was the resistance level that you could have played off. You had a couple of shots at that, and now it is really giving up the ghost. It's going to be a $17 move if we do hit that 400 level on NFLX. We'll see how that one does. For the moment, we're like a couple of pennies in the money on this Siku. Nothing to write home about. Obviously, we're trying to see if we can break through that 410. I got a beak wetter at 109 and then 113 as well. Not much for me to talk about. Oh, Boeing. Sorry, Boeing. I know Neil finished off with this. I want to talk about this again. We're back at that 180 level again on Boeing. Now, we break it by a few pennies here and there, but the general level is the same. It's that 180 area. Now, I said if 179 area didn't hold, then this would be an invalid trade for me. Well, technically it broke, right? But the closing prints, when you look at the 5-minute chart, they're all north of 179, right? So despite the fact that, you get a quick wick south there, and where did we get into? 178.73 was the low. Look where the closing print is, all north of 179. Then you get 5 green candles on the 5-minute chart in a row, and we're dancing with 180 again. And we made a new high a day, 180.39 on BA. It's been a tough year for Boeing. It's been a tough year for a lot of names, small caps mainly. But Boeing getting a decent move up here, despite the fact that their earnings report was a little suspect. In any event, let's see if we get that move up. Looks like we're getting it now, a new high a day, 180.40. Boeing looks like it may want to close above that 180 level. Has it closed on any of my 5-minute candles here? Yeah, this was the first close. Okay, so maybe it is time to take Boeing long here, because this was the first 5-minute candle that actually closed above that $1.80. So we're going to have to really give Boeing a thorough look here and see if we're going to take this one longer there. There?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, hi.
Okay.
I was just watching this NVIDIA. I'm trying to scalp NVIDIA a little bit. I'm noticing we're dancing around that 402, kind of up to 402.30 area. So that's why I'm just trying to get in and out here. I'm noticing literally back-to-back comments. One person saying buying NVIDIA, the next person saying short NVIDIA. I do not see this as a long-term long. I'd like to make that clear. We're scalping. We're scalping over here. Yeah, so I was distracted by the NVIDIA chart, which was giving me a skosh of anxiety here. Also, you know what? I want to look at Teladoc because someone had mentioned to me in the chat Teladoc. So and I was looking at this and I am intrigued by this. So from a chart perspective, I think it looks like we're seeing a bit of support here around this 1615, 1620 area. I would consider getting it at 1620. I was looking at this a couple minutes ago before we had this new candle. Now that we have this second candle to the upside, we are seeing support here and some higher lows. I am intrigued. We're probably going to try to get into this at 1620. And also, we're out of NVIDIA, so I'm going to pull that up. I'm happy with this. Honestly, if I do any other longs besides maybe what is happening with TDoc, I think they will be scalps, because that is where the vibe seems to be at for me right now. Yeah, we got out around I think 402.25, 402.25. And yeah, see exactly where the range was. I find when I scalp, with the exception of when you know, especially because I'm scalping a lot of these NASDAQ names, with the exception of when the market will kind of have a flush. If you're paying attention to range, I find scalping to be usually pretty effective, at least for me. And that, again, that's like, you know, in perfect conditions. In terms of these other mega tech names, we have Microsoft trying to make a little bit of a comeback, but it's so down on the day that I think this would be highly suspect. Like, we looked like we were making a break for VWAP over here, and then we took a swoop to the downside. Haven't really been able to get up since then. I would like to see if it can kind of hold this 328 area, go beyond 329. I'm not interested right now, but it could be a decent scalp play because I find Microsoft tends to move pretty quickly for my scalping purposes. Yeah, NVIDIA is still kind of trucking around 402. Tesla, which has been, you know, doing its own thing. Yeah, tanking is a good word for it. Seeing slightly higher lows. Again, I would like to check back on this guy towards VWAP, but we have like what looks like a Christmas tree retracement and then some. Honestly, I'm really happy I know this term. But yeah, it looks like a Christmas tree retracement with like a much longer bottom leg or something. We're retracing. That's the vibe that's happening here. Jameson, take that long, I'm guessing on TDoc. Yeah, I'm trying to get filled on TDoc. You might have to change the fill here. But yes, I am, I'm the market is wild, and if I can feel confident in like a short that I think will definitely go down, we might do some shorting. You know what I mean? Because I think if there's a day to start shorting, today seems to be that day. Also, yeah, Tesla taking off a little bit. I'm trying not to look at Mr. Stressler right now because it does not seem to be the vibe. And then Meta pulling back a little bit as well. We were dancing around that 287. That's where I was, you know, playing the VWAP scalp vibe over here. But we seem like we're pulling back a little bit from that. So I'd like to see what it can do at 286 if that proves to be a bit more of a floor. For that, a bit of an area of support, or we continue to swoop up of that. But yeah, for now, I think I might be interested in that TDoc long.
Got it. All right. Boeing is doing things here. It's doing major things. Higher highs. Plenty. Boeing now touching, I'll tell you quickly here, 180.71. I tried to get clever with it. Instead of going long in the 40s there and being 30 pennies in the money, I said, don't chase it, Sharif. Put your dip trade nearer that 180 level. I put it at lucky number 25. For me, it didn't fill, and looks like we're going to hit 181 now. Higher highs coming in on Boeing. There isn't much strength in this market, I got to tell you, but Boeing, definitely one of those names today. It reported, was it yesterday?
Boeing? Yeah, I think it was yesterday, yeah.
Boeing reported yesterday, and it really wasn't a good report. But then why would we expect a bad report to sell off? All the good reports have been selling off. So it looks like we're in the bizarro world at the moment. And the bad reports are gaining and the good reports are tanking. So it's just the way it is, and we'll accept it. But anyway, Boeing, new high day, 180.73 now. And I'm seeing 75s show up on the book here. So good strength. I'm going to keep my my order where it is in case it dips into 180, that 180-ish area. I'll be looking as an area of support. We'll see how it does, but I'm feeling all sorts of FOMO for letting this one run. The other thing I want to talk about, Meta, the compression pattern is continuing here on Meta, guys. The higher lows and the lower highs. How does this resolve? I don't know. But you're getting, this compression pattern forming. It's been forming since around, essentially 9:30 or so. The first touch here on the line was about 9:50, and it's been respecting these lines, give or take, a couple of breaches here, a couple of quick wicks. Usually this resolves in the direction of the trend. The trend is down today. So if you believe the textbooks, maybe we should be short here, maybe a 285 short. It looks like 285 has been a support level for a little bit. This is where we were involved. We took Meta short, and we actually got 285 bottom wick. And then, as you see here, reclaimed VWAP got back into about 289, and it's been doing a bit of a consolidative dance right back into that 285, 50-ish area. Maybe I'll sit just south of 285 in that 284, 80-ish, 284, 60-ish area for the eventual breakdown rather than trying to guess when it will break down. But Meta, interesting me, definitely, not just because it's a recognizable pattern, but because obviously it has sold off aggressively on the day. So keep an eye on META. Do I have this popped up? Yeah, so this was the initial trade where we got short and we rode this down about a couple of bucks, and then for 15%, we took about a 40 penny hit as we got out at the $0.50. So I'm gonna set up. I think I'm gonna set up, a flat, not a flat bottom break, but a break at the 285 level here on Meta, somewhere in the 284.70s, 284.60s area. If we get that break, I think it's not a bad risk to reward move, just because that 185 level has been recycled and it is a compression pattern. We're taking in the direction of a trend. It won't be a counter trend trade, so we'll have to wait and see how this one does. But looks like 287.5 was a bit of a double top there too. But yeah, it's a bit of a tough one to gauge here. A lot of probably participation in this, down 4 3/4 on the day. So we'll see how that one does. Let's check back quickly here on our Boeing trade. Did we get filled? Not quite, but coming back down now. We're very close to getting filled here at the $0.25 on Boeing. And the idea here, I'd like to say I'm not going to give it anything below 180, but in reality, I'm going to have to give it about 20 pennies below 180, which means that we're going to risk about 40 to 45 pennies here worth of risk if we get in and filled on Boeing. Reason is because I don't expect this stock, which is spready at times, to hold 180 strictly. I really don't. It hasn't, and I don't think it's going to start now. So 1.5% to the good. That's why we're taking this one long, despite the fact that the market is quite weak, down 2%, over 2% now on the NQ. So that's my plan. Meta, break at 285, going to take it short. Boeing, looking to get a dip at 180.25, and Siku already involved in that, looking for the one hold.
Also, did we get to the super chat from Kyle Burdett?
Oh, I missed that. Let me read it. Kyle, Sharif, SPY at Anchored View Up. Whoa, calm down there, Brian Shannon. From 12 October 2022 low, also dump it. Still short ES from 4,200 reps. Good for you, man. Remember we were talking about that 42.70? Good for you for holding. Good for you for having the patience and the commitment to do that. We're spending the money for you, my friend. We hit the data there. That's all right. Shout out to Kyle.
Yeah, I am. So right now, I decided, I said no to TDoc for now. I was going to get filled and then I wasn't. I was not able to get my fill. They kept dancing kind of around where my fill was going to be. I'm just going to pull up this chart. And then we kind of are dipping a little bit lower. So I'm going to keep an eye on this. But right now it looks like this might not be the place. I'd like to see a bit more support kind of around this 1615, 1620 area before I jump into that and take a dip in that. In the meantime, NVIDIA holding up kind of steady is a strong word, but it's doing something around 401.50, 402.50 kind of area. I'm keeping my eye on this purely for scalp reasons because I do not see this still as I think a long-term play until it kind of gets its life right, until it figures out what it would like to be when it grows up. Let's see what my other mega caps on the side chart are doing. Tesla's still chopping around 206. Not in any kind of meaningful way. It'd be interesting to see if we have any support form at 206. But right now, honestly, all of these mega caps make me a little nervous for anything other than scalp action. Microsoft, though, I want to pull up as well because this one, it feels like maybe we're trying to gain a little bit, but I'm generally seeing these lower lows, so I'm definitely not interested for now unless I would, I'm still considering shorting if I get a better sense of what a stock is doing. The thing that concerns me about shorting right now, too, even though the market is super down, is I'm noticing a lot of volatility, right? So we'll be in one place and then things will fluctuate wildly. So I think I'd be a little hesitant to short until I get a better sense of what we're doing. I do want to pull up, though, speaking of actually short candidates, Mr. Netflix. I like trading Netflix. I've been trading Netflix since its earnings. But today it would not be along, except for, earlier when we had this nice VWAP action and straight right out of open. We've been taking a slow dive to 400. We're near 400 at this point. We're at 402 right now. Definitely one to watch, I think, either way. But yeah, I would potentially consider a short on this just because we do seem to be headed pretty steadily to the downside on this. I would like to see, though, what happens at 402 because we do seem to be having a skosh of support around that 402 area. I also want to pull up AMC. Shout out to Jameson mentioning AMC in the chat. We know I like trading AMC, and AMC actually has something of a catalyst right now because the Beyonce movie, we're off of Swifties, we're moving on to the Bayhive. The Beyonce movie is set to be released on December 1st. So that's been announced. AMC had a little bit of movement earlier today. We were kind of, around VWAP, it was probably a decent play. Now we have steadily slumped to the downside here. It looks like we might be having a bit of support forming at this 910, 912 area. Kind of just looking at the candles here. I would like to see what it kind of does. If it breaks 910, then I would not be interested. But I'm keeping my eye out. I'm keeping my options open. And we do have, I didn't underestimate the Swifties. I'm not going to underestimate the Bayhive either. So keeping eyes on that. In the meantime, Meta kind of dancing around 286. But honestly, I would not be interested until I see kind of more direction, right? All of these large caps need to find a voice right now in a sense of direction. Is my take right now.
Thanks for that, Rayman. All right, we're filled Boeing here. Let's see what Boeing does at 180. This was the level that we wanted to keep our eye on. We knew it was a critical resistance level on the way up. Is it going to be support on the way down? Again, you can't really give this one a strict level. It's too spready for that. And there we go. Nice little bounce there. For now, underline for now. Let's see if we get that move back up in nearer high of days 180.78, the HOD on that bad boy. Meta not breaking that 285. In fact, it came up into that 286 level, so that compression pattern continues to ride, baby. I've got a stop order in the 284.80s. It broke. Oh, that's weird. It's not your fault, obviously. But don't tell Raquel, because she'll be very upset. Yeah, hide it. Raquel is I don't know.
I did not mean to do that.
Raquel takes care of the kitchen stuff around here.
Okay.
And she's quite particular. I'm just joking.
Okay, cool. Yeah, no, I can't do
I don't mean to
sarcasm very
actually
well.
scare
No,
you.
I just sarcasm is not my strong suit at all.
Yeah,
so I
it's all
appreciate.
good. It's all good.
Yeah,
no.
this is just really
She's
embarrassing.
she's a particular with her stuff, and she has quite the collection of cups, I'm sure, as you've seen.
Yes, yeah, so many mugs, yeah.
So many mugs. And they're diverse in their types. Yeah. We've got dogs. We've got things that say I'm sassy.
Oh yeah,
things
that one I
say
saw. That one's pretty
Mr.
funny.
Perfect, right? Like there's, I feel like awkward taking ones that are not reflective of my personality.
Oh, you
know
like
what I mean?
to go with the vibe, yeah.
Yeah, why not? What's life without whimsy, right? All right, let's see what Boeing's doing. Siku we're okay with. I don't have too many problems with this one. I see higher lows on Siku, so that's fine. The issue that I'm having right now is whether or not we maintain this 180 support on Boeing. I feel uneasy taking a big capper long on a day where we're down 2.12% on the NQ. I realize that Boeing has its own catalyst and its own mojo here that is separate completely from the tech space, but the ES is also down 1.25. So anyway, let's put a beak wetter here on Boeing. We're going to put it at the $0.50, and I did get short Meta. Okay, so now I have to deal with that. Okay, so Meta did break down. Now, what is Meta going to do? Are we gonna continue to range here? This is going to be probably a treble trade. Something tells me, because we're okay. Well, we're short 80s. Let's see what we do here on Meta. I'm looking at the NQ, and we're holding 14,150. There we go. Let's put some beak wetters down here. We'll sit at 20 points or so.
Beak wetting.
Yeah, well, it was the 180, the 285 level, which we kept bouncing off over and over and over multiple times. And like my last out here, as you can see, was literally at that 285
Oh, right at the
level.
area of support. Oh, so this is a gorgeous move. Just looking at the beak wetters here, by the way, this is beautiful.
Well, it was a good there. Oh, I thought we got the fill, but it's a little bit spready. We're gonna have to see how this one does. Dan staying still controlled selling with 0 spikes down. We have only seen 1 spike down, and it was after hours during RTH. Would be pretty devastating to anyone accumulating all day. Gotcha. All right, make sure to always have a look at what he says there with respect to the future. Always good calls there. Okay, Daryl, I'm going to have to set some profit takers, so I'm going to send it back to you.
Yeah, do your thing, 21. Also, just want to shout out Saul G in the chat. Market breaking, mugs breaking. What's next? Congrats to Sharif.
Yeah.
But yeah, I saw that comment. I thought that was pretty funny. So shout out to Saul G in the chat. In the meantime, I was kind of vaguely tempted by Netflix here. at 403, but I don't think I can get 403, and I would not want to put my bet any higher on this because I don't trust it that much. But I mean, I like the idea of a baby long. We were, like I said, I was keeping an eye on support kind of below this 402 area. We do have to seem to have some support around there, but it looks like there is no way in heck I am getting my 403 fill. We're going to cancel that for now. Keep an eye on it. It is in the side chart along with TDOC, which seems like it could be shaping up nicely for a long again. Because like I said, I was looking at that one earlier, and then I was a little bit, you know, full of trepidation, full of fear. And it seems like right now it just keeps going lower, so I'm happy I didn't get into that long. NVIDIA also, so we looked like we were going to go below 400. We actually did kind of slightly wick below 400 here, and now it's trying to make a comeback, question mark. What makes me nervous about this, though, is we're consistently seeing these lower lows and this like Christmas tree retracement here. Very proud that I know this term now. In the morning, kind of, and then like we were building up towards the open. After open, we took this giant sink, this crash to the downside. We've not been able to recover. As I speak, it dips below 402. Needs to make up his mind a little bit more in a more consistent way. Honestly, at this point with this volatility, I would not even scalp it. And we know I like the little scalpy trades. Tesla, though, around 216 is a little more interesting if I were to pick a mega cap right now, because we are seeing some support here in this area. But it, again, though, could be another case of these like retracement and these lower lows. Yeah, I'm gonna have to keep an open mind on this. And by open mind, I mean consider not doing it because he's stressful for a reason. How are the fills going on, Mr. Matt?
They're okay. They're okay. We got a bunch of fills into 284. It's come back into our area now. Oops, let me take that one off quickly there. This downward trend line is going to be the area where I'm looking to add if we continue to trend up. But the one that I need to concern myself with now is Boeing. So Meta, we took a lot out of, and it's quite profitable, and we're in the money on Meta, so I can rest a little bit easy here. Boeing is the one that is giving me problems, but it's been super zigzaggy the entire day. I'm not expecting a strict hold of 180, but I was looking for a general area hold of that level. And, you know, we're breaking down below it by 2 pennies, right? Spread tightening up a little bit here. I want to see what it's going to do at that 180. Is this going to be a respected level, or are we going to come right back down? Obviously, the 179 bottom is an interesting area because we've held that area from 11:15 onwards, and you've had multiple touches in and around that area. So it's a bit of a tough one because I don't think I can add into this one from 180.25 into that 179 area. So it'll have to be one that I get out of and then get back in at 179 if I want to get long again. But we're going to have to see what it does at 180. So leave that one be. Meta still doing its thing at my area, stair stepping down. I'm looking to add if it comes back into this downward trend line though. So I will be looking to get a better position now that we've gotten a lot out already. For like a 75 penny winner, second trade here on META. Let's look at what Siku is doing. Siku's trying to hold that $1 area. We're long 03s, so about 1 or 2 pennies out of the money right now. Looking, if it breaks this area here, that's a newer low, and then we're going to look short on this one. So that's the look. Boeing right back above 180. So for the moment, showing me that it is poised to hold 180 for now. Sorry, I'm flipping between all three because I have to keep my eye on all three.
Moving fast, yeah.
Yeah, here we go. Right back down again on Meta. We've got beak wetters here in the 20s and then right a smidge above 284. Lots of weakness, lots of blue and red coming in on my tape, and that usually means a move down south. We don't get the fill even though we get the touch. The spread on Meta is always wide. 7, 8 pennies, give or take that kind of range. It's not as tight as some of the other big cap names, 1 or 2 pennies usually with those. So we're going to have to exercise patience here. When we get to our level, we're going to have to cross with at least 5, 6, 7 pennies, give or take, in that area. So now nicely here, down on Meta, we're going to get the fill, not quite yet. That $0.25 holding for the moment. We're at 20s, and there it is. Nice through the bottom there on META. Now let's see if we get that 284 break, continuation south. Not quite yet. Meta being the zigzaggy animal that it is. Just keeping my eye on the other two. You can come to the chart. Siku still holding the buck. and BA still in and around 180.
Yeah, I'm trying to play around with Mr. Tesla in this, just kind of dancing around that 206. Sorry, 260 is not in the realm of possibility for Tesla today, unfortunately. I think, but this market's crazy, so who knows? But no, in all seriousness, 206, kind of playing around, jumping around that area. We have some stops set. I am cool with this until we get below 205, at which point I will become very quickly uncool with this. But right now, we are seeing some support from Mr. Tesla around this area. We're going to hope he continues to chill. We have some stops set, some things planned. We're going to try to breathe easily on my friend Tesla over here. Also, NVIDIA. I was seeing someone like NVIDIA testing below 400, which it was. Now it's back above 400. It looks like, I would say, decidedly to the downside. Honestly, at this point, literally, I'm not even going to scalp it unless I'm seeing some steady support. Let's also Netflix, I would like to bring up, because so I was kicking myself for not getting in that long at 403. Really happy I canceled, because then we wicked, like we were literally dancing around 402. Looks like we're now seeing slightly lower lows. I think this is not something, like, if I'm in this trade, I'm in for like a good time, not a long time. We're in, we're out. We will be scalpy, to make that a verb. But yeah, so Tesla's still staying around my point of entry on my side chart. Very happy. I also want to look at Mattel again, because I was looking at that one earlier. I think I brought that. Yeah, so we're still kind of coasting around Mattel. Honestly, the speed and velocity and distance at which this one is moving does not make me super hopeful.
Physics lesson, eh?
Apparently so. I didn't even take physics.
Like it.
Thank you. But so we're dancing very slowly. We're like waltzing from like 1850 to 1860. It's not something that would super, get me out of bed in the morning. What's happening with this trade? Pretty. It's putting the Met and Mattel. Let's see. Oh, Rocket Lab. Okay, I want to look at Rocket Lab because they actually got the approval. So they had some safety issues with that jet launch September 19th. Now that's been approved. That has been fixed, and they've gotten lots of analyst feedback. I just saw this one now here. Cantor Fitzgerald has initiated coverage. Could this be interesting around VWAP? I think it could. I honestly think it could. What concerns me here, though, are these lower highs and these lower lows. So I'm going to literally draw it out because that's what we have these for. Yeah, so we have these higher lows and these lower highs and lower lows.
I always screw that up.
I'm always doing that.
You're not the
But
only.
yeah, so this declining pattern does not have me full of all the confidence in the world. But still one I'm going to keep my eye on, potentially for a smaller trade. I'm going to go check on Mr. Tesla because he's still kind of dancing around, and we're getting a little bit nervous over here.
Okay, we got that beak wetter through 284 on META, but the volatility on this one is real and it is wild. It keeps coming up into my level, but we got that. I was literally sitting at 284.01s. We got the fill. Let me look and see where it came down to. There it says it came down to 283.82. So maybe I should have been a bit more aggressive with my profit taker, but still making lower highs. It's just, every time it comes back into that area, it shoots back up, and I don't really have a great entry, having waited until the break of 285 because of where we stopped out last time. So we're still in the money on this one, about 30 pennies right now. I've taken out more than half the position at the lower levels here, just trying to exercise some patience, but, the trend is still in place. The lower highs are still in place, and it's continuing to make lower lows. The other one, Boeing, right back into my entry. So that 180 general level held. I'm trying to be patient with this one. It's not getting much support from the overall market to help buoy it up, but that level, to me, was an area of resistance, a clear area of resistance early on, and now I'm looking for it to be an area of support. We're not getting that big move up quite yet, back into 180.80, but it doesn't go on my timetable. It's got to go on its own. Siku, still holding $1 though, but it's boring me to death. In fact, it's really dropping off here in volume as well. It's holding because there seems to be an iceberg buyer, hidden buyer there at $1. Obviously, it's not reflected here on the book, that size. So to me, it is a hidden seller. Back to Meta, right back into my price we go. Why did my trend line disappear here that I had? Like, what is this weirdness? All right, so this is the trend line. Say that again? So Sean just took NVIDIA long 400. Somebody else was asking me that in the chat earlier. They said, look, you know, is NVIDIA going to be an interesting trade here at 400? You can come to the chart, Raymond. Just over here, let me take out this NVDA. Yeah, so nice, whatever, 400 bounce or whatever you want to call this. We'll see. I mean, 400, obviously, a major psychological level on NVIDIA. And right now, what was the low exactly there, Sean? 402 cents was the low there. Yeah, sorry, I had to look it up myself over here. 402.
I have 30s.
He has 430s. So nice move up. We'll see how that one ends up doing. Back to Boeing, still holding 180. And then Meta, oh, come on, fill me, bro. Yeah, I was looking for the reload here at 285.75. It comes into 285.70. We don't get the fill. Now it's coming right back down into my entry right at that 285 level. It's still making lower highs. So we don't have that higher high. Yeah, I think the trade is still valid, despite the fact that we're break even on it at the moment. But taking out half the position already, I think just exercising some patience here and not getting fooled by these, outlying green candles. The majority of the prints are south, guys. So despite the fact that you may find yourself all of a sudden $1 out of the money, if the trend is holding, the trend is still holding, right? It's just really you're $1 out of the money because your entry wasn't the most ideal. All right, back to Boeing. We're back into that 180 area, holding as a level of support, but not doing much. Siku, same garbage at that 102.
Yeah, I am happy because we just had a 50-cent NVIDIA scalp. Whoop. Got in at 450 exactly, got out at 401 exactly. No complaints about this trade. All smiles over here. I might get back in and out of this if this movement continues because, like I said, here for a good time, not a long time. But no, in all seriousness, I prefer the shorter term trades. They keep me a little calmer. And yeah, I mean, I think with this too, when I scalp, I like lots of book watching, and B, I like to set the stops the second I get in. Like it's, have an entrance plan, have an exit plan. But yeah, I mean, we've had some nice little baby NVIDIA scalps kind of along this line here. If this continues, to be along, which it looks like it might be, we might get more kind of in and out of this. In the meantime, the Tesla long, I kind of panicked when it broke 205 and left arguably too early. Honestly, if I had stayed in, we probably would have, we would have made some on this, but I was a little bit freaked out. Got out at 205. Didn't lose too much, but it, still a loss is a loss, unfortunately. But yeah, that's what happened with Mr. Stressla. And I don't think, we're still decently showing some support around 205, but I think for now, I would like to stay away. Also still keeping my eye on Netflix, which is still seeming to have a skosh of support around that 402.50 area. We are seeing, slightly higher lows here on the longer term kind of movement. I want to look at a 10-minute on this guy as well. The 10-minute is a lot less promising. The 10-minute makes me regret what I just said. We're not looking at Netflix anymore. There's multiple charts, right? But yeah, so let's, Daryl Flinch, Microsoft right at that 220 SMA. Let's look at, Microsoft seems to be doing nice things over here. Let's look at Microsoft. Okay, nice things is a strong word for a stock that's down almost 4% on the day, to be fair. But like I said, I was kind of watching to see what it does beyond that kind of 328 area. We seem to be having a bit of a ceiling with just below 329. So I'm not sure yet, but again, this could be a bit of a scalpy moment here. Also T-Doc on my side chart. Yeah, happy I didn't get in at 1620. Not going to get in because we are still kind of chopping around these areas. Not much like Mattel, not much happening right now with this name. This is the second day of an earnings play for T-Doc, and it seems to be continuing to the downside on this one.
Okay, by the way, I've never heard of the 7-year note, but it exists, and it got 2 out of 3 bulls in importance here on, what's it called, investing.com app. The previous print, we're going to get this at 1 o'clock, guys, okay? So in 2 minutes. We usually don't get the results right away. It takes a few minutes for it to populate on my app here. 4.673 was the yield last time around. Again, I mentioned this a lot. The higher the yield, the less the demand, okay? You have to entice people to buy it by providing higher yield, and that's the whole point of the auction process. So 7-year note auction, 2 minutes, 4.673 was the last print. We'll see what the actual comes in at. We know yesterday we had 2 bond auctions at 1 o'clock. Sorry, not 2, 1. We had the 5-year, which came in a lot higher than the previous. 4.659 was the previous. 4.899 was what it came out as. So look for some possible market action, you know, in about 1 minute or so. I'm getting more concerned here about this Boeing trade. I may have to cut this because it's not holding that general 180 area. And now we are 50 pennies out of the money. Yeah, I'm going to cut this trade. So this is going to be a loser. How much of a loser is this? Not a good one, but not that bad. Sad. I needed that general 180 area to hold. It didn't hold. It was a former area of resistance. We looked at it as support. This time around, it doesn't hold. So cutting that trade. I will be looking to get back into Boeing here at 179. In fact, that's where I'm going to put my order now. Let's go here and put 179 and a quarter on BA. We'll see what it does in and around that area, and then we'll judge then. Meta, we're out at the majority of the position, all south for about 80 pennies or so. It's still holding that lower high idea, so I'm looking for an add here at 285.75. It hasn't been able to quite make its way up. I'm looking for a dead cat bounce on this one, then another move back down, possibly into 284. If I can get a better cost basis while trying to do that whole move, that would just be fantastic, but it's not triggering me here. Maybe I should lower it just a skosh, but yeah, we're gonna leave that one for the time being. And on Siku, we're still doing the same thing we've been doing for a while, which is holding that $1 area. Nothing new on that. Let's see what else is going on here. Wow, we're at lows. We're at lows on the NQ. The NQ has no bottom. No, I'm kidding. I'm just talking out of frustration here because. Yeah, the Katina man's echoing what I'm saying. 14.1, 4, 2 3/4. No more 14.2, no more 14.3, no more 14.4. The Katina man is pumping there on NVIDIA. Dollar in the money. We'll hit the dollar. Look at him popping up his head.
I love
there.
the remix.
Yeah, of course. Look at this trade on Boeing, bro. Look where the dip is. Come on, fill me, man. We'll have to be patient here on Boeing. I'm not getting filled on Meta or on Boeing. Looking for a dip trade here on Boeing to fix this 180 defend. Looking for a 179 defend now. We'll see if that one pans out or not. But yeah, that's it.
Yeah, right now I'm looking. I saw some whispers in the chat about AMD low of day. Shout out to Renata here. I saw a couple other people mentioning AMD earlier as well. And yeah, AMD is sad. Yeah, we're really struggling here in AMD. We're kind of barcoding a little bit just around open, a little bit of play around VWAP, but generally what we are seeing are lower lows and lower highs. There we go, said it correctly. But yeah, kind of 93. We seem to be catching a little bit of a break off this 93.20 area. Nothing super strong here. I also want to look at Intel because Intel reports tonight, and all of these semiconductor names are kind of reacting to that general market weakness that we're seeing here. Yeah, INTC having a bit of a rough time right now. Not down as much as AMD, mind you. AMD is down like dancing with that 3% area. But yeah, very much low. Kind of trying to get a bit of a wick off of this 32 area to the upside. But yeah, I think Intel, especially because it will be an earnings play on the earnings tonight, not something I would necessarily be interested in, but I wanted to take a look knowing what AMD is doing. And with those chip names comes Mr. NVIDIA, now deciding that it wants to be like stronger. We're at like 402, almost like 50 area. Definitely seeing a bit more strength here. And then there was one more that I wanted to look at here. Oh yeah, Amazon, another earnings name for tonight, much like Intel. Amazon trying to make a play. You know, I honestly might look at Amazon as we get closer to VWAP because, you know, we're having a bit of a recovery. We're seeing a bit of a bottom here at this 118 region, this 118 area. I'd be curious. My interest has been piqued. So yeah, very interested in Amazon. Also Tesla trying to recover at 206 as well. There's definitely, I think, some opportunity for some baby rebound plays over here in these mega caps right now. We also have shout out to the Hayes Records for a super chat. Got my trading comp tonight, fam. Hayes' Gambit. Good luck to you. Thank you for the super chat. Yeah, so yeah, I think definitely like NVIDIA as a scalp is on my radar. Netflix also getting a bit of a pop here. Probably going to try trading some Netflix because I kind of enjoy trading this one. I find it a little bit fun to trade. The one thing that concerns me is the ceiling around 404 area, 404.5. I think it would be a bit of a range play for me.
All right, Boeing came right into our dip right there, and it didn't fill. That was quite frustrating. We get, like, I think we were 1 or 2 pennies off. Where was it? Where did it come down to? 27s. We were sitting at 25s. Pops right back into that 180 area, so that's a little frustrating. That's okay. We're going to have to shut down this meta trade as it is now going against us big here, so we'll end that one. Just a little piece there. The 7-year note auction. Why is it doing this? Hasn't come out yet for whatever reason. Waiting. Let's see if it's on my news blotter here. 7-year. Let's put 7. Nothing coming up quite yet on my news blotter, so I don't know why it hasn't shown up. Thanks, Brendo. Brendo sent that. 7-year. Bit to cover. That's not possible. 2.47. No, that can't be possible, Brendo. It's not 2.47. It has to be 4 something or 5 something. Okay, well, we'll wait for that to populate, but I'm not seeing it. Anybody have that in the chat? Let me know as well if you've got the results for the 7-year, but I don't have it here. For whatever reason, the investing.com app is, oh, here it is, 4.908, well ahead of the previous print. Last time, 4.673 was the previous print. This time around, 4.908, decidedly above it. Just like yesterday's 5-year note, we are well above that level. So yields continue to rise. Demand continues to dwindle for U.S. Treasuries. We know the Japanese and the Chinese are buying far fewer. What's going on over there? Yeah, huge move up here. I see that we moved into 14.2-ish area on the NQ. What? Look at your NVIDIA. I'm not long NVIDIA.
I've been scalping NVIDIA in and out. Yeah, I'm trying to get back in though. Thank you. I got in. I think we're like slightly higher than when you got in.
Yeah, it would be. I just didn't know what happened.
It's moving like crazy though. Like I don't even know. I wanted to scalp it anyway, but yeah, I think maybe I should have stayed in. Maybe this was the time to stay in this long. But yeah, no, NVIDIA is crazy. NVIDIA is on its own level. I was trying to get back in when we were dancing around that 402.70 area. I was trying to get a 402.50 fill. Obviously, we have very much missed the boat on that, but I'm going to keep an eye on this one for some fills because NVIDIA does not want to stop. Oh my gosh, Microsoft also of note here. This is one I had eyes on earlier. So I'm going to pull up Mr. Microsoft. Yeah, Microsoft, I think we're getting close to that area I said of that 329 where I'm going to be very much of it interested because 329 seems to be a bit like we're above that area now. I might be getting in on Mr. Microsoft because we were seeing a little bit of resistance kind of twice here around that 328.50, 328.75. If 329 can hold, I'm interested. Yeah, I'm gonna let me look at NVIDIA will. Oh my God, NVIDIA now is up almost at 404. Meta also trying to catch that 287 again. I know you got out of Meta.
Yeah,
because Meta became. Oh my God, Meta's around VWAP. Okay, we might set some things here because
Yeah, Meta is at a good level right now because if the market doesn't continue beyond 14.2, then and ends up being an area of resistance, you could see Meta really flush, especially since it's at VWAP. So I like that trade for you. Continue.
Thank you. Yeah, so I'm trying to get in around 286.40 because I think that seems like we're getting a bit of an area of support. And I lately have been trying to set my fills slightly below where we're trading if we're seeing an area of support because you want to get it on that wick down. If you set ahead of time, often you can. So that's kind of note to me. Okay, we got filled here. I'm going to try to get out around that 287 area, I think. And let's see how this runs up, hopefully in our favor. NVIDIA also pulling back a little bit might be a good time to get in. I keep trying to, diversify and trade less of these mega cap stocks, but I'm not going to lie. I really enjoy trading these mega caps. I find them pretty fun. They move quickly, and I think they teach you a lot because they can go really well or really horribly really quickly. So I think it's like a good like learning in real time kind of opportunity. Also, Netflix still kind of showing a bit of a ceiling, a bit of a roof around that 404.5 area, but we're getting slightly higher. Still interested in this around that 403, just below 403, potentially here. Let's see. Let me see what else is happening. Oh, MBIO, I'm seeing. Shout out to Sean mentioned MBIO in the chat. John Sturdivant. Let me pull this. Oh yeah, this one is certainly to the downside. Let us look up what is going on with MBIO, if there is anything going on with Mustang Bio Inc. Okay, so yeah, 4.4 million. Pardon? Oh, thank you. Yeah, thank you to Sean. So it had, registered direct offering of about 2.5 mil of its shares of common stock. That's what's going on with MBIO. Definitely to the downside over here. What else? Oh, Tesla. My friend Tesla is actually looking decent. Kind of continuing to climb above that 206 area. Can we break 207? I honestly think, like, as we kind of we've seen like 2 green candles to the upside. Definitely saw that 205 area as an area of support. I should not have gotten out where I did on that. I freaked out a little bit, and then the second I got out, we continued going to the upside. But yeah, I am very interested here. Also, it looks like Meta is pulling back a little bit, so we're gonna have to see if this one can reverse itself here as we kind of dance toward VWAP. I'm gonna stay in it for now, because I find Meta tends to move really quickly. Like just when you think it's going to the downside, a second later it'll be like up or where you entered. So staying in for now. Happy with Meta. Seems like we have a decent area of support here. Yeah, let's see what else I have on I haven't looked at Apple, I think, maybe since I've been here. So let's look at, Apple. Okay, Apple forming a bit of a bottom around 160, around like just above 165. Looks like we're trying to break above that. I could be interested in Apple, but honestly, it still seems like, to use Sharif's phrase from a couple days ago, it might be the dead one again here. I just love that too much. I can't let it go. But yeah, I think definitely Meta, NVIDIA, and maybe Tesla on my radar right now.
Okay, just wanted to clarify something here with respect to what Brendo sent me earlier about it being 2.47. That is the ratio. It is called the bid to cover ratio, essentially the dollar amount bid versus the total amount sold. So not the actual yield, but it denotes interest in the actual treasury itself. So that is an interesting one. The prior was 2.47. This time around was 2.7. Brendo, the higher, the more bullish? The higher, the more bullish. The higher the ratio, the more interest there is in the treasury product. So that's the look there. And in case there was any confusion with respect to that last time. All right, we're getting a 14.2 rejection, at least for now. So that could spell good news for your Meta short there. Here's the look at the NQ. We come into 14.2. We touch a quick wick. This might be an interesting short here if it continues to dance and wick up above 14.2, and then you immediately have sellers piling on, pushing it south. This is kind of one of the setups that I kind of really like, but it's going to have to maintain that that characteristic where we get the wicks above 14.2 and then the body closes at or south of 14.2, not really reclaiming it with any vigor. So we'll see how that one does. So far, so good. Second 5-minute candle, about 3 minutes or so left on that. I don't know. I mean, the bond auction could obviously change all that, but I don't know. I don't feel like the 7-year note is followed all that closely. I haven't heard too much about it. But then again, I'm not really a sophisticated bond investor or anything like that. So this Boeing trade really upset me because, we were looking for that 179.25 dip, and it came in 2 pennies below, above, our entry, and now it's $1 removed and reclaiming that 180. So the higher low stays intact here. It doesn't quite make that higher high yet. But yeah, Boeing looking like it wants to stay above 180. We got shaken out of that for a loser, sadly. Let's have a look at CQ, still at that $1 area, not doing much volume dropping off, but there does seem to be some buyers in and around this area. It's making lower highs though. So if it comes into that 98 penny area, I'm going to start looking at shorting this. We're going to cut the long and then start looking for something south of 96 pennies, 97 pennies in and around that area. What are people talking about? The name's bond investor, Sharif Bond. That's hilarious.
I enjoyed that as well. Of course I did. Of course I did. It's perfect.
I am nothing close to that, my friend. I'm learning on the fly here, baby. Noah just took a 401k loan literally at the top of October 16th. Time to pay it all back over the next 6 months and net wins. I wish you the best, my friend, on your attempts to pay back your 401k loans with trading. Yeah, we'll see how that ends up panning out. Keep us posted. Zai, BA following the 15-minute regression channel. Sadly, I don't use that, and I don't understand what that is. So, over my head. Let's see what else is being talked about here. Switch from stocks to bonds, says Rob EV. Absolutely not. I'll definitely keep my eye on the bonds with respect to the overall market. But yeah, we talked about this earlier. The yields not really doing what you'd expect them to do today, which is to be higher. Because usually when we have such a big down day, come to the chart if you're able to, Bramer. Such a big down day in equities, you usually have a corresponding up move in treasury yields, and that isn't the case, which means bonds are higher on the day, right? And that's, I would say that that's an outlier event when bonds and equities don't move in the same direction. So right now, we're down about 2% on the NQ. We're definitely dancing with that 14.2 area. I'm definitely going to be interested in future short if we continue to stay below 14.2.
So I'm currently, I've just been literally trying to do some scalps of NVIDIA. I have my exit set at like 403. If we get 403, which I think we will, I will be pleased as punch. I probably got in arguably a little bit too high because we did have that flush right when I got in. There we go. We made 20 cents. I'm happy. Also, so Meta, I was unfortunately not in a short in Meta. I was in a long. We got out though, I think just above where we entered. So no complaints here. I guess I could have stayed in a little bit longer. The original plan was 287. We were kind of flushing below that a little bit, so I got out. But yeah, no complaints right now. Generally, since I think I've been trading better today on the live than I was ahead of time, before I got live. So that is something. Yeah, so Ken in the chat, why take out 20 cents in NVIDIA? Honestly, my thing is I get a little bit freaked out being in trades for too long. I realize it's not a lot, but for me, if I can get any profit, a lot of it is just practicing getting in and out of trades, if that makes sense. So that's kind of what I did there. I realize it's not much, but it's something. And, as we're still kind of dancing around that 403, I'm happy with that in the time being. You know what? I can always get back in the trade if I want. But I do appreciate that question because, yeah, I know I'm not in trades for very long. Also, thoughts on BABA, Fit Vibes Guru, in the chat. Let me look here. BABA's nice. Okay. I would be more interested in BABA if it breaks past this, for myself, if it breaks past this 82.75 area. Yeah. Well, it had the singles day promo. It had some promo with some influencers, I guess. So that was kind of what happened with Mr. BABA. So that is why for the singles day. So that was why Alibaba is trending a little bit right now. I want to look at JD for that matter, the other another Chinese ADR name. Also up on the day. Okay. Hello, JD. Hello. I'm not hating it. I'm really not hating it. JD and Alibaba on my radar. I also shout out to Fit Vibes Guru in the chat for that. Yeah, like I said with BABA, I think my interest will be peaked even further if it breaks this 82.70 area. Because if not, I would be worried that's kind of the ceiling of what it can do at this moment. Also, shout out to Noah in the chat. Hope everyone is doing well today. Thank you. Hope you're doing well as well. Just saw that, wanted to shout it out there. But yeah, BABA, I'm interested. JD, I'm interested in. And I want to look at another one of these earnings plays from earlier, Love, LUV, Southwest, with an unfortunate earnings report, but definitely some action around VWAP, I have to say. One thing that concerns me are these lower highs. And but the bottom itself, we do seem to be kind of forming a bit of a flatter bottom, which partially makes me concerned about a flat bottom break. We are seeing this descending wedge. I would have to wait and see on this, but the general movement, I'm not necessarily hating. Also, I'm going to flash back to NVIDIA for a second. For my own purposes, I'm happy I got out when I did, because I think if you're in NVIDIA for a longer term long, makes sense to stay in. For my purposes, happy I kind of just got in and out. But yeah, I might, if we kind of see like some 402 as an area to jump in, I would definitely jump back in. Lots to talk about, lots to trade. Really crazy day in the market in a good way, I think, mostly.
Yeah, I do agree. I want to show the XPeng self-driving platform here. Awfully similar to Tesla. So this is a demo done by a fantastic person there on YouTube, and you just missed it. Or I think it might be coming up. Look at this truck, this pickup that wants to swerve into the lane, and the car did nothing. The car didn't try to avoid it or anything. Now, I've seen videos of Tesla avoiding a car outright. So here's what I'm talking about. So you know how when you're driving in a lane, so let's say you're driving in the left lane, okay? Come to me for a sec. So say you're driving in the left lane, and then the right lane is full of cars, maybe because they all want to make a right turn. And you're in that left lane, and you're going, say, 60 kilometers an hour, whatever equivalent that is in miles. And nobody on the right lane is even moving. And then somebody on the right lane wants to come out and go in the left lane, and you're going 60, right? And everybody stopped in the right lane. Don't forget, I've seen the Tesla avoid it completely. Like, it was unbelievable. It was like a human driving. That car didn't even budge. So I don't know how I feel about XPeng's self-driving system there. But yeah, in case you're wondering what's going on with EVs, because you kind of led to the segue there, Dara, with respect to... holy cow. I love how the production team can do that kind of stuff. That's a fantastic look. Randy, come over here for a second, man. Well, tell me what you think about this XPeng's self-driving technology. Looks awfully a lot like Tesla. Can you put the thing? There we go. This good-looking gentleman is talking. All right, here we go. Look at this, Randy. So they're driving, and then here comes a pickup truck. Wants to come into a lane. The car doesn't even move, man.
Sketchy.
It's super sketchy. Now, what I was trying to tell them quickly here before you came on was the Tesla. I've seen the Tesla avoid that completely. When someone in the right lane comes into your lane, I've seen the Tesla dodge it completely and go back into the lane itself. And so I don't know if that's going to be as good there. It doesn't look to be as good. You got to pay attention for sure. It's not full self-drive. That's what he was saying right there. Yeah. All right, guys, quickly here. We are rejecting 14.2. Okay? There's no question about that. We're rejecting 14.2 for now. Looks like we had the couple of quick wicks into 14.2, and then boom, we go down again. So should have been doing less talking, more shorting of the future here, because that's the look we were looking for. We were looking for the wicks above 14.2 and the body to close below 14.2, and that's what we're getting right now. We haven't made a new low. A newer low comes at 14.142 and 3/4. We're at 14.164.5 right now. But a nice 40-point plus move off the top there, Adara, as we do not have a second wind here, it looks like, for the moment, and we're going to continue to trend down.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate, because I just got into Microsoft. But it's because I got in just below 329. I was kind of noticing this pattern upwards, although, in retrospect, probably shouldn't have gotten in where I did, or should have gotten in a little bit lower. Honestly, if I can get out for the same price I got in, which I do think could be reasonable, I will be happy as a clam. I will have no complaints. I think a big part of it for me is just like trying to get, like I said earlier, just trying to get in and out of trades, practicing that motion of, spotting what you think might be a pattern, or reading the book and thinking you have an opportunity and taking that opportunity, right? Like that's kind of been my whole thing as of late. Yeah, we're NVIDIA. I saw someone in the poor NVIDIA, sad face, swirling brain in the chat. Yeah, NVIDIA breaking down just a skosh here. I say just a skosh, but also it looks like we're going to test that 400 bottom again. But yeah, we'll see if it can recover from that. Earlier we did see 400 as an area of support, but with this whole market kind of on a trend to the downside, we'll have to wait and see on that. In the meantime, I should probably pull out of Mr. Microsoft, because it looks like He has died with the rest of the market. Rest in peace, Swirling Brain. Thanks for the shout out. No problem. I love shout outs. I shout out stocks. I shout out the chat. That's what we do. But yes, so let me see what else is going on in this news on Benzinga here. Anything of interest? I want to check out PI again because I was looking at PI earlier. Impinge on earnings and then also some analyst moves. But it looks like we are a bit stuck around 60. And Mattel was another earnings play I was looking at earlier that I was calling Mattel because, yeah, we're still meh. I mean, like the best case scenario for me with Mattel is you get in at like 1859, you get out at 1862. That seems to be the full range of motion we have here. I was really noticing earlier, like once I was noticing a bit of an area of kind of support around that 18.2 earlier, like we saw it here. I was like, if we break around 18.2, we might actually have a long for Mattel. Obviously, that did not materialize. 18.6 seems to be a bit of a ceiling for this stock at this point. If it breaks above that, my interest could be piqued. In the meantime, I really think I need to exit Microsoft before it makes me sadder.
Okay, somebody was asking me something here in the chat. I wanted an explanation. Almog, I hope I'm not butchering your name. Almog Mazor. May you explain how you use the IBKR platform? Israeli citizen trading through IBKR, and it's absolutely causing me a lot of problems with the fills. I'm not sure exactly what your problem is with it. Explain to me a little bit about your issue, and I'd be more than happy to help, obviously. Kian Johnny, can you take a look at UPS? Any levels after the earnings today? I mean, UPS is
UPS is down, probably.
Yeah. No, the whole thing about UPS is I had a roommate back in school when I was in England, and he's like, hey, we have this company, it's called UPS. And so then we just butchered him.
Oh, that's why. Okay.
Yeah, we butchered him all year. Like, it's called
That's
UPS,
so funny.
Mike. All right, let's have a look at UPS.
Really good.
Yeah, I know, Mike. Get it together, bro.
Taking the
The
L.
man is not impressed with your lack of knowledge there. All right, let's go to the chart here, guys. UPS. What was the question there, Keon? Any levels after earnings? Okay, let's have a look. Go to the daily first and foremost. Oof, yikes. All right, so interesting level going back to July 2020. And this was obviously an earnings day. You can tell just by the outsized move over here. Let me put in the ticker, UPS. Oops. So I got to tell you, there really isn't a level of support, Keon, until we get into that 120 area. There really isn't. I mean, it's a bit of a gap through that area. I mean, look at the kind of the consolidation top that we had at 120 here, going from essentially June 2020 all the way to end of July 2020, right? And then you have earnings right there, and you gap up into about $1.40, and then we trend up. So I got to tell you, I don't really see any support until 120. Right now, you could be shorting into that and can cover around there. I'm not saying that that's the move here. I haven't analyzed anything else other than looking at the daily chart here. But the first area of support, I got to tell you, to me, seems like that 120 area. Other than that, you're just it's a bit of a shot in the dark. I didn't look at their earnings report, by the way. Did you have a read through their earnings?
UPS?
Yeah.
No, I know there was something because I saw that FedEx was also trading down. So it seems like there were some concerns about like the industry at large from what I read about the FedEx drop. Yes, there's revenue drop, and they lowered. Yeah, here we go. They lowered guidance due to unfavorable macro conditions. So that's probably why we're having the
Have a look at what UPS did.
So they had I'm reading over. Oh yeah, so they now can expect consolidated revenue to be between I cannot read very well. 91.3 bill. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, here we go. Let's bring it in. Let's bring in all the deets. All right, Almog, I'll get to your question in a sec, my friend. Thank you for responding. Q3 adjusted profit per share $1.57. Analysts were looking for $1.52. That's a beat on the bottom line. For full year revenue 91.3 to this is guide. This is the guide. 91.3 to 92.3 versus a 93 prior. So that's down. What else here? Ads, context to retail customers in December. Volume projections. Okay, that's not what I'm looking for there. They cut their 2023 revenue forecast for the second straight quarter on Thursday as delivery demand continued to soften ahead of a key holiday season, and its share sank 5% plus, the lowest levels in about 3 years. We just finished talking about that on the chart. The world's biggest package delivery firm is caught in a profit squeeze as it also battles to win back business lost during the summer's tumultuous U.S. labor talks. Remember, these guys, the UPS drivers, they're printing. They're making about $170,000 US dollars, including benefits. Yes, I know it's not the notional amount, including benefits. That's big money. So that's obviously going to cut into their margins. During the summer's tumultuous U.S. labor talks, and to offset higher costs from the resulting 5-year deal covering 340,000 Teamsters represented workers in the United States. They went on, the CEO, Carol Tom, we expect conditions in the third quarter to be challenging, and they were, she said on a conference call. The year-end holiday season is the busiest period for the package delivery companies. UPS customers include retailers like Amazon, Walmart, Macy's, which are bracing for U.S. holiday sales that some analysts forecast could be the slowest since 2018. Retail reported the biggest package volume decline in the third quarter when all industry sectors retreated, a UPS executive said. UPS now expects U.S. package volumes to be down in the low to mid-single-digit percentages in December. That's brutal. It previously forecast flattish year-over-year volume by the year end. I'm not going to bore you guys more with this, but this was dropped here by Reuters. So if you want more deets on this bad boy, just look up the story there by Reuters. But by all respects there, it looks like it wasn't a good report. And the stock is obviously suffering as a result of that.
Yeah. So I was in Microsoft. I'm just trying, like, honestly, if I can get out at 328 here, I'll be happy. Shout out to Ryan Andrews, I believe it was in the chat, saying, so I was going to cut Microsoft earlier when we just started to dip below 328. He was kind of like, just wait to see what it does at 327.50. I was like, you know what? I appreciate the advice. Good point. I did wait, and I did not get out, and I'm happy I didn't. Yeah, it looks like we can probably reach 328 here. I'm hoping to get out there. If not, we will have to make some adjustments. In the meantime, another one I did have on my watch list, and I've been still watching since its weird strength post-earnings for the most part last week, Netflix. We are seeing, slightly higher lows here, maybe a bit of support around that 402 area. Like I said, I've been watching that range from 402 to 404 because that has been pretty consistent. We're kind of around the area I would enter in a perfect world. So we're going to keep an eye on that once Microsoft has made us stop pulling out our hair. Yeah, lots going on. Oh yeah, Microsoft just dipped further, so we're going to cut the cord on him because sanity. But yeah, let's see. Yeah, we got out of Microsoft.
What happened? What happened?
Yeah, that's why I got out of Microsoft too. The market.
I just got a fill here on my Meta short too. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Continue. Sorry.
Yes, it's okay. Yeah, no. The Meta short looks very pretty, but shorting Meta was the better way to go because I
don't care.
I was trying to like do my Meta scalps, but like for longer term, definitely he is swooping down, fast and furious here.
How do you know it's a he?
I need to
Just busting chops. Come on, you know that.
I'm so sorry, Meta.
Yeah.
But no, I am honestly, I don't know why I keep gendering the stocks. I'm just giving them little names here. But yeah, Google also, I have Google on my side chart. Google's an interesting one in that it kind of, we keep seeming to go down. 121 has been 121, 122, 122, something of a bouncing off point for this in the past. But, I'm curious to keep an eye on it. I'm also seeing Ponzi Fonzie in the chat. I think it's a short day. Honestly, I think so too. But to be honest, like I said, shorts kind of still, I was saying this to someone in the chat, shorts kind of still terrify me. Like I do get them in theory and I do agree with them in theory. But I find especially with the market being as volatile as it is, where things will bounce back very quickly to the upside, I think I would need to be more comfortable with like the stops and everything. I think I would need to do some practice with like really slow moving charts before I feel comfortable shorting, I think even on live. I'm open to it though. It's just with, especially NVIDIA now down below 400, could be potential for a short actually. I'm gonna keep my eye on that. But yeah, honestly, like right now I'm still liking Netflix as a baby long at 402 because we're still seeing that range there from 402 to 404-esque. BABA and JD, I still have my eye on with the singles day. promotions.
Okay, I just want to mention
Yeah,
a quick
absolutely.
thing for Almog. Almog asked me, he said there was issues with his IBKR platform, wants to kind of know how to circumvent some of the issues. He says, I'm always getting big slippage, either the limit or stop orders. What's your experience? Look, I would set the stop limit right here, put in your limit, so it's 286, let's say 50. And then your stop price is going to be your triggering price, okay? So your 286.25, and that spread between them is as much as, you know, you can slip up. That will be the 25 pennies. That's as much as it'll slip. Otherwise, it won't trigger. If there's an area of illiquidity there, it won't allow you to fill. Now, if you have it on a stop order, though, that's where you're going to get slippage. And you basically, a stop order is a market order, okay? And that's the issue. So basically you're saying mark it in at this price no matter what. No, so I use a stop limit. So make sure to choose from the, okay, make sure to use the stop limit feature of that application. Otherwise, it's just a shot in the dark of where you can get filled. We're getting a bit of a bounce here at 14,150, Adara. The Katina man says, hey, the missed market's on crack, baby. It's coming back up into 14.2. We'll see if we get a move back into 14.2. And if we do we break it this time, or do we wick above it and then move back down? The same thing that happened last time.
Yeah, I mean, the market is super confusing me because I had mentioned, oh, maybe this would be the time to short NVIDIA, and I meant it. And then I went to check NVIDIA on my side chart, and we were at 401. So I'm like the hands up emoji right now. We're at the mercy of the market, and I'm really sad to miss that opportunity to go long on Tesla because Tesla was still within its range even when we had that swoop down in the market. But it looks like that 402 is long gone. I'm gonna have to I need to pull up the tape on this one on my side monitor, just to kind of keep watching that, because I find with Netflix the biggest thing is just watching the tape, like keeping your eye on the tape. Let's see what else we've got going on the side chart. Tesla's staying strong-ish. Strong's a strong word, but we're definitely seeing slightly higher lows. 206, 205 area seems to be an area of support. I could see myself scalping this. If we get above that 207 area, I could definitely, like, we had some success with the Tesla scalps earlier. So I'm definitely not saying no to that. Definitely of note. Yeah, Netflix seems like it's still kind of dancing around that area. I also want to look at Alibaba and JD again, because Alibaba seems, I mean, the one thing that worries me here is we're seeing slightly lower highs, right? So I will chart it. I will draw it out. There we go. Yeah, so lower, slightly lower. If we can break above this, whereas it's like 8260 area, if we can break above this, I would be semi-confident in this. But yeah, I mean, I think dancing around it, like from below, just around like the VWAP area to as high as it goes, could be a decent, in and out kind of scalp type trade for me potentially. Also, JD, let's see where he's at. Oh, let's switch. Yeah, JD honestly to me looks like stronger than Baba for now. On the same catalyst, which is Singles Day.
Long Baba. The Katinamon is long Alibaba.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I was looking at Alibaba, so now I am, Alibaba or JD definitely of interest to me. Also, that the Netflix scalp range play. I think those are my main ones right now.
Yeah, what I'm really looking at here is what we do if we get back into 14.2, if we get back. Nice bounce off the lows. We did actually make a new low, although, by a very small amount. 14.140 and a quarter. We don't have any higher highs, okay? Even the 14.2 breaks to the north side, we don't have a higher high quite yet. So we'll see what we get around this area. Maybe we get a move back up, but I'm gonna be watching that move at 14.2 if we do get back into that level. Apple's getting a bit of a bounce here at 166, not surprising because the market's curling as well. You're getting a bounce on Google as well, 120, 150, now moving into that 122 area. Meta's the deadbeat, and we're still short that. Keeping.
Meta is a deadbeat.
Well, yeah. I mean, let's talk a little bit about Meta's earnings, because I know I talked about it this morning on the recap, or the rundown, excuse me, but we didn't really give it its due credit, because we got to talk quickly on that. Ram, come to the screen if you're able to. Net income, guys. Net income year over year. Now, I know last year was a bad year for Meta, but their net income rose 164% to $11.58 billion. Their revenue was not bad either, increased 23%. The fastest growth since 2021, when everybody and their mother was growing. Guidance, this was what got them in trouble. The 36.5 to 40 billion, now they're saying 36.5 to 38.85 billion. And so they narrowed their guidance there, and that's why the market is making them pay. Daily active users, DAO. We couldn't even believe this. Look at the screen, because thank you. 2.09 billion daily active users versus the 2.07 expected by the street. Monthly active users, if you're not a daily active user, maybe you're a monthly active user. 3.05 billion, that was in line with expectation. Adara's making a very funny face right now. I think she can't believe the amount of people that are using it. Yeah, this is an institution. Average revenue per user, Sean's favorite metric, ARPU, $11.23 versus the $11.05 expected. Now, this was the issue. Middle East spending, in addition to the tighter guidance, the guidance was as a result of this issue. Mid East spending. Now, I don't know whether this is an activism by some people in the Middle East to kind of stop spending with Meta as a result of what's happening there, or just the consumer has less money out there and companies are winding down some of their ad spend. But there does seem to be some caution there, and Susan Lee, Meta's finance chief, said the company widened its revenue guidance range for the fourth quarter because of the unpredictability of the Middle East due to the Israel-Hamas war. Spending. This was supposed to be the year of efficiency, or Zuck said. Remember in February? Remember on the conference call in February? He said this was going to be the year of efficiency. And it was. Sadly, they laid off 68,000, they have 66,185 employees, and that was a 24% year-over-year decrease versus the amount of the employees they had last year. Okay? Also, with respect to this Reality Labs, he's really been good at intertwining AI with the metaverse. And he's basically tried to say that the metaverse is going to be part and parcel, AI is going to be part and parcel of the metaverse. And that's what he said here. AI will be our biggest investment area in 2024, both in engineering and computer resources. Meta's Reality Labs division, though, has lost to date $25 billion. Count them. $25 billion. Big spending there. Total costs and expenses declined, though, 7% year over year, probably as a result of the job cuts. A year earlier, it was about $20.4 billion, and that's the year of efficiency. So wanted to talk a little bit more about the Meta earnings. They weren't bad. There were obviously some things that we have to concern ourselves with, but in general, they weren't too bad. Now we're short Meta. We're looking for a rejection off the previous level here, trying to take baby short so we don't get blown out. But we're still below 14.2, keeping my eye at 14.2, and this Meta short to see if we do huadunk, if we get to 14.2, and then the corresponding move down on Meta.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still having my eagle eyes on Netflix here, but I think I'm gonna have to let it run for a bit. I do have the book and the chart on the side monitor because I'm literally desperately chomping at the bit for a fill here, but we're getting slightly higher, so I feel like I'm probably gonna have to reevaluate my point of entrance in a little bit. I do want in on the Netflix scalp, though. I stand by that. Google I was kind of saying earlier, Google around 121, 122 is of interest to me. We're breaking above 122 right now. I would like to see a bit more steady movement above 122, but 4 green candles to the upside around VWAP, definitely not nothing. It's not negligible, to quote Sharif. Let me see what else is going here. NVIDIA also probably you know, NVIDIA's having quite the day, I'll put it that way.
We go 14.2 and again, go ahead.
Hi, sorry, yeah. Yeah, NVIDIA also 4 candles to the upside here from 400 to 402, almost 402.50, definitely strong. Could get in and out here, but I think really what'll make the difference for NVIDIA for a longer term trade, not that I necessarily trade longer term, but just in general, I would like to see if it can break 404, because that is the point at which it seems to be having a couple issues. So that'll be of interest to me, absolutely keeping an eye on that. In the meantime, Netflix keeps on trucking higher for some reason. And let's look at, I want to see if with this little market push, did Mattel get, oh no, Mattel's like 2 cents down from where it was before. I keep wanting this stock to do something interesting because the earnings were actually really strong. Like it did, the guidance was renewed. It saw 27% in like the world of dolls area. So basically doll sales went up 27%. These were interesting earnings. And they also did have the push from the Barbie movie. So, you know, that was of interest to me. Speaking of movie related stocks and earnings, let's actually look. I'm not actually going to say AMC. I was going to talk about Comcast, which is CSA. Yes. Okay, here it is. Comcast, because they also reported earnings. This is another case where the earnings were, I think their earnings were a little weaker than our friends Mattel here. Let me see. Oh, they lost broadband subs. That's what it was. So they lost broadband subscribers. Definitely, we have kind of a retracement happening here. We, you know, tried to recover a little bit just above VWAP, then sunk to the downside. A lot of these names that don't do super well in day one of earnings, I like to look at as day 2 of earnings plays because sometimes you can do well in like multi-day earning type scenarios like Netflix. That's why I was interested in that. I also, speaking of which, I'd like to look at Snap as well, because that was one that kind of fell off my personal radar. But that one did its earnings yesterday. Yeah, not much happening here. Slight recovery at VWAP, generally swoop into the downside, but down 1% on the day. So for a day like this, that's not too bad. In the meantime, NVIDIA picking up towards my area of interest, so I might put my little eyes on that for the time being. Netflix actually at 405 on the sell side, so Netflix also picking up, I think, as a long here potentially.
Critical levels on the NQ, guys. Critical levels, 14.2. Here we go again. Last time we got into this level, we shot right back down. We have this whole wicking thing that I explained. I'm not going to go through it again. Right now, it looks a bit stronger, I got to tell you. Now, I think we, you know, I don't want to make any pronouncements. Obviously, who knows what the future brings, but looks a lot stronger this time around than the previous time. Let's see if we can, you know, close above 14.2. Did we get that close above 14.2? Yeah, I think marginally we did. Let me just see here. What's the closing print? I got to maximize it to see there. Yeah, and we definitely made a higher high. No question about it. 14.202, 75 was the closing print there. We make a higher high, bit of a double bottom coming in. So this might be time to shut down the meta short here because it looks like we are going to do well here. Well, looks like we're going to trend up here on the NQ. I was about to say do well. No, definitely not to do well, by the way.
Well is a strong word.
Yeah, exactly. 14.3 was the level I was looking at. That's because 14.3 is VWAP. Say that again, Katina Man? $5 in the money. So the Katina Man is now $5 in the money on NVIDIA because, well, he took that dip below 400. And that 400 ended up being quite strong. So it's time for me to likely shut down my meta short. Let's go into meta here. And that's going to be the end of that one. We'll give about 75% of the trade back there. It's okay. No biggie. We'll have to look for something else. So now out of meta completely, and this one, yeah, this one took a little bit of a toll on me here. I was looking for some support at that 287, sorry, resistance at that 287 level, the double top that we had earlier, but the higher lows coming in, and well, there you go. So let's see now what the futures do. Looks like they're reclaiming 14.2 for good, at least for the moment, a bit of a double bottom. Let's see if we run up or what the situation is. Tesla also finding some support there at 206. We'll bring in the side charts. Let's see what's strongest at the moment. Well, you had Google just touch VWAP, so Google looks awfully strong, even though it's down 2.6%. Comes into that 122 2/3. That's a good look there. You have Amazon also coming into VWAP. Meta is actually above VWAP, but rejecting at the moment. So we'll have to wait and see. Apple, the weakest of the bunch, guys, 2.69%. It's far away from VWAP. VWAP's a buck 68. Bless you.
Bless you.
You also have Microsoft far away from VWAP as well, 328 and 2/3, and 333 is where VWAP is. Tesla also a couple of bucks away from VWAP at that 209 level. So we'll see how this one does. But for now, I think, we may stay above 14.2, maybe trend up into 14.3 for a little bit. About 13 minutes left on the show. We'll have to see what the rest of the day brings. But yeah, expect more volatility here, I would say, and going into power hour.
Yeah, volatility has been the word of the day, quite frankly, which is also kind of why I'm happy I have not done any shorts. I was interested in shorts because the market is moving down, but what really scares me is how up and down and flippity-floppity the market has been. I tried to get a pop on NVIDIA here where we got in at like 403.70, just kind of waiting for that pullback a little bit. It looks like we are still getting close to that 404 area, so that's kind of where I'd like to get out on a scalp. I'm willing to go like a little bit lower, like 403.80. I was noticing some strength as well, so I will make some adjustments. But kind of we got right in, and the market had this pullback. So that's kind of what the vibe is on NVIDIA right now. We are currently in that trade. Also want to look at Google because some mathematical is the word in the day. I just want to shout out the chat, Manuel Palma. I love that. Google heading towards VWAP, showing some strength, definitely breaking above that 122 area that I mentioned as a level of interest for me personally. Honestly, once I get out of NVIDIA, this looks like it could be stronger because NVIDIA was definitely like more of kind of an in and out move for me. Google probably still would be too, but even if I could get Google around VWAP, I would be okay with that. I would not have any complaints. Other NQ names, speaking of, Google had its earnings yesterday, as did Microsoft, very much up on the day yesterday, doing the opposite today, still showing a little bit of a ceiling around that 329 area. It break a little bit and then it pulls right back. So kind of a little bit sketchy for me right now. If we can break 329.50 decisively, could be of interest. I'm not sure it's a name that I would try to go back into. And yes, I do say back into because we had an unfortunate little trade here as the market had a giant swoop to the downside over here. Also, yeah, it looks like NVIDIA is heating back up. We should be good here. I'm going to keep my eye on this, try to pull out. And also, I'd like to mention Netflix because, like I said, I had my eye on Netflix around that 402, 403 area. 402, 403 is well in the past. 406 now happening. Honestly, we're going to keep our eyes on this. Obviously, at different levels, but this is still something I'm interested in because we do have some rush of strength here on Netflix, and it is a name that I do enjoy trading for whatever reason. I like that we have a bit of a challenge, a bit of a spread there. But yeah, I'm going to keep my eye on NVIDIA and try to close that out for now.
Yeah, Boeing doing real well here, up 2% now, really holding that 180 level, even though it dipped below it super quick. Now it is at that 181.40 level, continuing to run off the bad earnings that it had yesterday. It was about like a he said, she said type thing where they pointed the finger at Spirit Aerosystems, and then Spirit pointed the finger back at them. It's been hard for them lately to kind of deliver the amount of airplanes that they've been promising. It looks as if they're going to be delivering about 25 to 50 less per year, depending really on the range of estimates that you look at, but we are at high days. 181.40, we're trading at in the mid 181.30s right now. Boeing, very counter market today, but it has been tough to trade, at least for me anyway, right? And try to get in at breakouts and then you're punished because of aggressive retracements. I tried to have a dip at that 179 and a quarter, and it was 3 pennies away from triggering me. So a little bit of bad luck on that too, but tougher to trade, I would say. And it's been, like when you look at this after the fact, it's like, oh yeah, this was easy, just get in here, and but it hasn't been that way today. Like you've been looking for confirmation that the trend is continuing, especially if you're taking a long in a very weak market. You've been looking for confirmation and it just hasn't given it to you. So Boeing, good long today, and there hasn't been many, let me tell you about that. So keep your eye on that. The other longs that have been okay, now we haven't traded any of them, are the Chinese ADRs. been very strong today too. They're all, not all, but a lot of them are decidedly green here. We got BABA up 2%, Baidu up 0.86, PDD up a third. PDD's been very good lately. XBEV with its headline about self-driving now up 3.9%, almost 4. I think it was up over 4% at times. Li Auto, no slouch, 1 2/3. NIO, the worst of the bunch there in terms of EVs, up 2/3%. And then BYD. I really like BYD, and I've been talking about this for a long time. It's the real deal, guys. Up 1% and then 1 1/3. It's got two stocks, BYDDY and BYDDF. You also have the KWEB and FXI. These are Chinese ETFs, Chinese ADR ETFs. One is up 0.16, the other up 1/3%. Tencent Music also up big, 3+% there. Whatever. Bilibili up 1 3/4. Futu. Remember, oh my God, Futu. This brings back memories of 2020. Also up 3.14%. Good strength on Chinese ADRs. Solar as well was not bad. Let's see how it's doing in now. Is it doing well or did it give up the ghost? Let's have a look. No, solar is still not too bad.
Oh.
Yeah, a bit of a mixed bag. You still have Sunnova, the strongest of the bunch, and then you have Sunrun, also 7.5%. What's CSIQ doing? This is the real dead one. This is the real. I held this bad boy here, CSIQ, in like the mid 40s for a couple of bucks.
That's the dead one, yeah.
Yeah, this is
Move over,
one.
Apple.
I mean, we're having a nice run in solar, and Canadian Solar decides to take the day off. So
yeah, that is the new dead one. It has unseated Apple for that position. Also, so it looks like we might have gotten out of Nvidia too early, and I mean by too early, I also mean too late. But basically, I was kind of freaking out when I was noticing some resistance getting towards 402, the break of 402. I got out at 402.50. Now we're heading back towards 403. This market is increasingly frustrating. Also, I would like to say why I got in where I did too is because we were seeing these higher highs, right? And while I was in, we actually were kind of breaking towards that 404. For the first bit, I had my stop set at 404. We were about to break 404, and then the market went flush to the downside. Unfortunately, minimize my loss, tried to do what I could. It looks like I could have been a bit more patient here. I think that's the one thing I struggle with is sometimes like patience, knowing when to end the trade and when to wait around a little bit. But yeah, we are out of Nvidia. Definitely probably gotten a little bit too high, but we were looking like we were seeing, a skosh of support up there. It is what it is. No looking back, only looking forward. What else? Tesla is literally just jumping around from like 206 and kind of chilling there from what I can tell on my side chart on the 1 minute. Let's pull up the proper Tesla chart, shall we? Okay, yeah, so Tesla is, we're seeing, actually, I love having little arrows now. Oh, what did I do here? Yeah, so we're seeing a little bit of movement to the upside here. We are seeing these slightly higher highs and these slightly higher lows. But, I think breaking 207.5 would be a really good sign for Tesla of further strength, because right now it looks like 207.5 is the point at which it would like to stop. We were kind of dancing around VWAP for a moment here, definitely ending up having more of this this kind of retracement pattern happening here. So, but I mean, yeah, I think like if it were to be long, or if I were interested in like scalping it, I would like to see it decisively break 207. That would be the thing for me. Also, Netflix continuing towards 407. Netflix does not want to stop, cannot stop, will not stop. And honestly, yeah, I literally just need to keep an eye on the book here and find a level, because I would like to get in on this trade.
Yeah, here's the Bill Ackman trade here. I think, what was he short, the 20-year or the 30-year, guys? Huh? Anybody know? Bill Ackman. Was he short the 20 or the 30? Well, this is the ETF for the 20, and this is how it's been essentially since July 2020. It was a 30, okay. The TLT is at day's highs right now. Nice day for TLT. I think we're up 1.43%. Not a bad look there. Some people saying 30, some people saying the 20. John Del Segno saying TLT. Yeah. Not really sure. We'll have to Google that. In any event, we've been talking about this, how bonds, treasuries are making a higher move counter to equities today, and kind of this is really reflective of it. We're nearly at days highs at the moment on the TLT, the 20-year Treasury ETF, iShares 20+ year Treasury bond. Yeah, so that's a look there. And not much else to talk about. Boeing also near days highs. That's another counter-cyclical move. Not counter-cyclical, counter-trend move on the day as well. Dinesh telling me Sava is going up. I haven't seen Sava doing anything lately. What's
The last thing I know about Sava was that that
up 3%.
Oh yeah, so there I guess MRI company announced MRI data suggesting simufilam is not associated with any full amyloid-related imaging abnormalities. So I guess there's not imaging abnormalities. Also, the last I remember this too, there was that City University of New York study implicating the collaborator for a scientific misconduct issue, and I guess that was disproven. They closed that, they cleared that up, and now Sava is trading higher on this news that there shouldn't be any imaging issues for the MRIs. You know, that is definitely of interest. I'll pull up the chart here, but yeah. Oh yeah, okay, Sava very much like reacting to this news here. We had, you know, slightly, almost like a double bottom, but slightly to the upside here, just below VWAP, just above VWAP, swoop to the upside. You know, I actually might keep an eye on this name. The only thing that scares me a little bit is we do have, volume isn't great, just under a mil here. But yeah, also shout out to John Del Segno in the chat. LOL, I was a professor at CUNY. Very funny. Yeah, I had heard of the school, but yeah, I was very that whole thing was a very interesting story to follow the Cassava Sciences investigation.
Cool. All right, we got another minute left here on the show, and then we're going to send you over to the Big Kahunas. Any final thoughts in the chats? I'm calling shorts to cover in the close for PCE tomorrow, says Big Chungas. Yep, PCE tomorrow. The purchasers' consumptions expenditures. Keep your eye on that. That is the Fed's preferred method of inflation. It's a bit more comprehensive in what it covers for as opposed to CPI. I thought they were talking to me over there. And yeah, we'll see if it comes in lower than expected and continues its downward trend. Lately it has been. So we shall see what comes tomorrow. That comes at 8:30 a.m. Make sure to check us bright early tomorrow. Brendo and I will be at the Big Desk, and the Big Kahunas will be there to take the trade. We'll tell you about the story. They'll tell you about the trade. It is now 2 o'clock, Adara, so we're going to send it up to the Big Desk. But you and I and Obi and I will be on tomorrow. Same bad time, same bad channel. Brendo is at the Big Desk.
Hey guys, yeah, 2 o'clock as we get going into the final couple hours here ahead of more tech earnings to come after the close tonight. It's been a pretty rough couple of days, let's be honest.